Hello and welcome to TalkSport 2 and our exclusive commentary of Day 2 of the first test between the West Indies and England in Antigua. Day 1 was a bit like going to Thorpe Park or Alton Towers for the first time as a kid. It starts off as a complete white-knuckle ride when you feel scared to even move. However, by the end of the day, you totally relax and have your arms in the air. It was Jonny Bairstow with his hands in the air yesterday, coming to the crease with England at 48 for 4, but he was jumping for joy as he reached 109 not out by the close, with England 268 for 6 with a brilliant knock. Today, though, the West Indies start with a ball only 6 overs old. We saw yesterday the impact of the new ball compared to the old one, so England need Bairstow to go on and go big. Can he? You'll find out right here on TalkSport 2. Roach goes in and Lee squeezing this out back with a point. He's underway. England are underway with a boundary. That's straighter. That's taken on the pad by Roach. He really wants that one, LBW. He's got it. Seals is in. Oh, that's an inside edge. It is brilliantly taken by Josh De Silva. Well, it's the same problems all over again. They're 17 for 2.
New team, same problem.
Oh, and that's very, very close. Oh, it's out. That's bowled him. That is an absolute jaffa from Kemar Roach. Joe Root can barely believe it, but he is gone, and England are 3 down for 27.
Here is Holder. Edge gone, taken at second slip. Jason Holder has the wicket. Dan Lawrence is on his way, and I'm afraid the rebuild, as modest as it was, is over.
Well, the rebuild was probably 4 course bricks high, and it's just blown over.
Seals goes in, and Jonny Bairstow pulls that around to the leg side. That's brilliantly timed.
Short, wide. And that has been crunched away by Jonny Bairstow.
Yeah, good shot.
Stokes. Oh, that's short and pulled away with some might. That's a beautiful shot and an emphatic 4 for Ben Stokes.
Yeah, there's definitely a calmness about this partnership. Don't want to put the mockers on it.
115 for 4. Jaden Seals in. Bowled him! He's got through. It looked like a half volley, but it swung in and it snipped the inside edge onto the leg stump for 4. And he's gone. Stokes has gone for 36. And suddenly England's rebuild is over and they're back in deep trouble at 115 for 5.
Roach in. Lovely drive again by Folkes.
That one is flicked away behind square on the leg side. That's a lovely shot from Ben Folkes.
I can certainly say that Ben works as hard as anybody, if not more.
Bouncy action, short and wide, and Bairstow is in no mood to miss out on that gift.
Jonny Bairstow brings up a half century, an excellent half century under these circumstances.
Folkes comes down the ground. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. What a beautiful stroke that is.
To finish the over, Seals is in. That's a short arm pull from Folkes. That was a great shot from Jonny Bairstow.
Oh, there's a big appeal for leg before wicket. Up goes the finger. Think he might review that, but it kept a bit low, and I don't think it looks good for Ben Folkes at all.
Impact in line. Wickets hitting.
Here is Alzari Joseph. Short and pulled away by Jonny Bairstow in emphatic fashion. Little short arm pull, bang, 4 runs through mid-wicket. Lovely shot.
Oh, what a shot.
Brathwaite in once again, and it's swept powerfully by Jonny Bairstow behind square on the leg side, and he leaps in the air to celebrate his 8th Test 100. He's loving it.
So here we go then. Final ball of the day. Seals goes in, and Chris Woakes stays in line, plays it back down the pitch, past the stumps at the non-striker's end, marks his guard one more time, and the umpire calls time for the day, and it's the end of the first day of this 3-match series, and it's one that England, well, they started badly, but they've ended it in really, really good shape. Afternoon, everybody. What a day for England yesterday. It was a roller coaster of a ride. 48 for 4 wasn't looking particularly clever, but closing it 268 for 6. Jonny Bairstow with that brilliant 100, 109 not out. He will be resuming in 25 minutes time, and England will be hoping that he will be going big. Delighted to say that the former England batsman and keeper Matt Pryor's with myself, Andrew McKenna, for the next few minutes as we build up to the start of play. Matt, pleasure to see you again today, and let's get into Jonny Bairstow. The more I watch the highlights, I mean, we had the pleasure of watching it live yesterday. The more I watch the highlights, the more I read about it, that innings just gets better and better.
Yeah, fantastic innings from Bairstow, of course. Any time you score 100 is a great innings. But the situation that England were in, we were all sat here thinking, oh, here we go again, bowled out cheaply, have England thrown away on the first session, first day of a test series. And they needed someone to step up, and step up he did. Had to suck up a lot of pressure early on. The ball was moving around. He backed his technique in defence, which was something we don't see from this England test team too much. And then he earned the right to have, that period between 65 to 80 overs where the ball was old, the West Indian bowlers were a bit tired, and he could then accelerate and attack. I think the standout for me was actually the interview afterwards. It's the first time I've seen Jonny Bairstow score 100 and not come out almost angry, almost looking like he has to prove a point, or he's proved people wrong, or whatever it is. He actually looked just happy that he's batting at 6, he's the man there, he's got, possessions 9/10 of the law, and he's gone out, batted beautifully, scored 100, and could just really enjoy it. And I hope now England have made that choice. Bairstow's batting at 6, leave him there for a bit of time. He's earned the right to get a good run in this test team.
Well, you mentioned that interview. Let's hear a bit of it, because he spoke to us at close of play yesterday and spoke about how it was a special time to make 100 in front of the England fans.
It's an amazing place to come, and obviously to score a century in any test match, but especially here with the travelling fans that haven't been able to come for a couple of years. We're very fortunate to have them, and yeah, what an occasion. It's really great fun playing over here. We've spoken about partnerships and how crucial it can be, not just up at the top of the order, but all the way through. And if we can continue that tomorrow, I think it's really important. Like you mentioned, there was 3 big partnerships there through the middle of the innings, and they were crucial. And hopefully that's going to be those vital partnerships throughout the game.
Jonny Bairstow speaking with us at close of play yesterday. So he's mentioned you've got to start again today, Matt. Now, I mean, I've never even played a multi-day game in my life. All my cricket was, one and done, and thank you very much. So, first of all, we always talk about you have to start again the next day. How's Jonny Bairstow feeling today? He's got 100 next to his name. What's it like arriving the ground next day, 109 not out?
Well, firstly, you'd hope he's feeling pretty good when you're coming through the gates with 100 red to your name. Well, one thing I will say, it's the best night's sleep you're ever going to have as a professional cricketer when you've scored 100 and you're not out overnight. It's almost like you've got a free innings the next day. But having said that, Bairstow will know how important his role will be this morning. Starting again, building all the old cliches, win the first half hour, win the first hour. And this session this morning is, I think, as crucial as, or could be as crucial as, this could set England up to win this test match, honestly, or get the West Indies back into the game. So, England lost the first session yesterday comfortably, but they fought back really hard through Bairstow, Stokes, and I thought Folkes batted beautifully as well. They won the 2 next sessions, so they won the day for me. Now, this session, if England can bat, let's say they go at the run rate, which just around 3 and over, add another 75, 80 odd runs, they're getting close to 350. That on this surface, I think, is a really competitive total, and one England would take. Of course, they want as many as they can get, and Bairstow alluded to that yesterday in his interview. But if they can win this first session, I think that puts them in a really strong position for the rest of this test match.
Yeah, just a reminder, this is the 11th test match played at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. The average first inning score is only 311. So if England can put 70 odd more, they'd already be above the average. The highest, for those of you who's sort of keeping note of these things, was 566 for 8 that India made. So you can go big on this, but it's not a massive scoring ground. So that's important to remember.
It really is. And I think, there's been a lot of chat about this new look, new era England, etc., etc. There's not a great deal you can do in a month or 2 months with regards to technique and significant changes with batsmen. But you can change mentality. You can change the culture in the dressing room. And one of the changes I would like to see, and this will be the first test this morning, is how ruthless England can be. Because we saw even during the Ashes, there were glimmers, there was hope. It was the hope that killed you, because they would play really nicely for a couple of sessions or for a day, and then within half an hour they would unravel all that good work. So this is why let's see. We're going to see where England are at with regards to ruthless intent of getting an opposition down, and then when you have them down, stay on top. Don't let the West Indies back in by giving away 4 easy wickets this morning and letting them get about their batting.
And that's the key point for me, because we saw yesterday, new ball was doing plenty. England were 4 down inside of 16 overs. But as that ball got older, as you occupied the crease, all of a sudden, miraculously, it started doing an awful lot less. 1 wicket in the second session, 1 wicket in the third session. England, first hour, we say it every single day, but first hour of today is absolutely massive in the course of this whole game.
The game of cricket is changing a lot, of course, with white ball, 2020, etc., etc. But I'll tell you one thing that hasn't changed for however many hundred years we've been playing Test cricket. When the ball is new, it does more. When it gets old, it does less, and it's easier to bat. And that is why we'll always go on about setting a firm foundation. You might go at 2 and over for the first half of the day, but if you earn the right, you set up a good foundation, firm foundation, good base to go from. You can go at 3.5, 4 and over by the end of the day and finish up like England did at 3 and over, just over 3 and over, which is perfectly acceptable. But it will, exactly. It will be about respecting the new ball this morning, getting through that first hour again, and hopefully putting on a good fair few runs.
So we are 18 minutes or so away from play resuming. England will be picking up 268 for 6. Let's get the latest odds with 888 Sport.
Form Focus on TalkSport 2 with 888 Sport. What's your thinking? Download the app today. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
And Sandro Di Michele joins us once again here on TalkSport 2. So, Sandro, well, first of all then, England's first innings total runs. Where are we looking at the moment? As we mentioned, 311 is the average first innings score on this ground. So where are you pegging England at the moment?
Yeah, good afternoon, Macca. This is an interesting one because certainly our odds compilers see that England are going to go way above that average first innings total. Over 324.5 runs is just 6-1 on. Over 349.5 runs, so 350 or more for England, is 8-13. I think we're probably looking at around the 360, the 370 mark, something like that. So that would be above average. I'm always a little bit cautious of reading too much into these average first innings totals, Macca, because obviously there are multiple factors to take into consideration, like the state of the wicket and except bowling attacks, injuries, etc., etc. But from a positive side, it does look like England are going to go way above that first innings average, certainly as far as our odds compiler's concerned. And that is a huge positive, obviously, especially when you consider the start that the England top order got off to. Again, it feels like a bit of a recurring theme. Interestingly, when we spoke yesterday, you could have backed the West Indies at 19-20 to have the highest opening partnership of the match. They only need 13 runs for that bet to be a winner. But with regards to the match, although England got off to a bad start, Macca, they now find themselves in an incredibly strong position. They were 10-11 to win this first test before a ball was bowled. They did go out when they were 4 down. They were out to about 7-4, but they're now into 8-13, and the West Indies, having been 21-10, so slightly bigger than 2-1, they're now out to 9-2, so 4.5-1 about the West Indies winning this test. And interestingly, the draw is still a little bit on the short side. It's 12-5 about the draw, so kind of just under 5-2, bigger than 2-1. But it's not a massive price about that draw. Now, you probably know the stats better than me. I don't know if there's a thought process that if England could go on to score 350, maybe even 400, that would suggest it's quite a flat track and we'd expect another big total from the West Indies, or whether it's weather-related.
Well, what I can tell you is this is the 11th Test match played at North Sound. There have been 5 matches that have had positive results and 5 that have been draws. But I'll say to you, Sandro, I cannot see any way in the world with these 2 batting lineups how this ends in a draw. So I am absolutely astonished at the market there. Sandro, thanks for joining us once again here on TalkSport 2, the very latest odds with 888 Sport. Obviously, please gamble responsibly. It is for over 18s only. BeGambleAware.org.
Form Focus on TalkSport 2 with 888 Sport. Official betting partner of TalkSport 2. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
So Ben Folkes was back in the England side yesterday. He put 42 on the board before he was LBW to Jason Holder. We'll be hearing from him next, here on TalkSport 2.
TalkSport 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL. TalkSport Breakfast are under starters' orders and they're off to Cheltenham with Sun Racing. This Monday morning from 6, join Alan Brazil and the Thoroughbreds starting lineup of co-presenters for the ultimate festival horsecast, featuring the latest news, expert race previews and top tips to help you beat the bookies. Cheltenham preview on TalkSport with Sun Racing. Download the Sun Racing app now for everything from race cards and results to the latest odds and tastiest offers. Sun Racing. Power to the punter.
Tesco Clubcard has the power to lower prices on bowl-worthy bites like Doritos Chili Heatwave Tortilla Chips from £1.99 to £1.25 and Kellogg's Cocoa Pops from £3 to just £2.50. It can't stop the kids munching too loudly though. Nothing's that powerful. Get exclusive deals at Tesco with your Clubcard or app. The power to lower prices. Majority of larger stores ends 29th of March. Clubcard or app required while stocks last.
My prostate cancer was thankfully caught in the nick of time, but it shouldn't be down to luck.
Men at higher risk are
aged over 50,
those with a family history of the disease, or black men over 45.
Check your risk of prostate cancer now. Search Risk Checker or visit prostatecanceruk.org. Men, we are with you.
Buy a used car from Arnold Clark this weekend and we'll treat you to a brilliant getaway gift. Choose from an overnight hotel stay for two with breakfast, a spa experience for two, or even a £60 Ticketmaster e-gift card to see the event of your choice. And save £500 on every used car when you use the code EXTRA500. Arnold Clark's Getaway Gifts starts this Friday. See arnoldclark.com.
Today's $1.99 wrap of the day is the sweet chili chicken one, guaranteed to cause flavour envy. Picture a soft tortilla wrap filled with
crispy chicken. Bet that mayo makes it tastier. Sweet chili sauce too. I'm sold.
Today's $1.99 sweet chili chicken one, so big on flavour, everyone will want some. Only at McDonald's. From 11 a.m.
Whether you run a very small business or are self-employed, you're probably doing more online than ever before. But you're not the only ones. Cyber criminals target even the smallest of businesses. Thankfully, you don't need to be an IT expert to stay protected. Just go to cyberaware.gov.uk to get your customised cyber action plan, a practical range of steps that will help protect your livelihood. Protect your business at cyberaware.gov.uk.
Every day, TalkSport 2 probes the sharpest minds in the business, bringing you all the big-name news, views and opinions that matter. Plus, TalkSport 2's official betting partner, 888 Sport, is on hand with the insight and in-depth analysis you need to crack the big betting puzzles of the day. TalkSport 2 with 888 Sport, official betting partner of TalkSport 2. 888 Sport, made to challenge, made to debate, made to play. 18 plus BeGambleAware.org.
TalkSport 2. Traffic and travel.
In Cheshire, the M6 northbound is partly blocked at junction 22 for Newton at the Willows. This is after a lorry broke down just by the exit slip. In Bedfordshire, the M1 southbound, the exit slip is shut at junction 11A for Dunstable. That's blocked by a broken down lorry, so do expect queues. And in Cornwall at Bodmin, the A38 is partly blocked both ways by a broken down lorry. That's just near to Bodmin Parkway Station. I'm Adam Moore.
Women's Football Weekly with Faye Carruthers on the station that's raising the game for women's football. TalkSport 2.
She kills it, and that is an outstanding goal.
Hands-on with big-name interviews and analysis with all the latest news in the women's game.
It was a very tight game, but I think they deserved the win in the end.
Exclusive interviews and instant fan reaction throughout the entire season.
The goals were good, and then it all just kind of fell apart towards the end.
With Faye Carruthers and leading guests from the world of women's football.
Former Tottenham Hotspur women captain Jenna Scalacci. How are you doing, Jenna?
I'm good, thank you. Good to be back.
Women's Football Weekly, Monday night from 7 on TalkSport 2, the home for women's football.
Exclusive international cricket live, the West Indies versus England on TalkSport 2.
Brathwaite in once again, and it's swept powerfully by Johnny Bairstow behind square on the leg side, and he leaps in the air to celebrate his 8th Test 100, grinning all over his face. He's got the helmet off now. He's loving it. That's a very special moment to Steve Harmison.
It's a fantastic century by Englishman, and he needed it. Boy, did his team need it.
It's an amazing place to come, and obviously to score a century in any test match, but especially here with the travelling fans that haven't been able to come for a couple of years. Yeah, what an occasion. It's really great fun playing over here.
Johnny Bairstow was the man of day one, but a man close in behind him, Ben Foakes, in his first test match since Ahmedabad of the Indian series last winter. He weighed in with 42 from 87 balls before he was LBW to Jason Holder. Sixth man out yesterday. Well, today he's been speaking with our Samuel Badri.
The way he played was obviously incredible, so I think the thing was just trying to make it hard to get out and then kind of expand my game. But yeah, I think there's a few challenges in the wicket, so I was just trying to stay to my sort of disciplines and just trying to hang in there.
Yeah, you mentioned some challenges in the pitch. Your dismissal in particular seemed to keep a little bit low, certainly from your reaction. Talk us through that dismissal.
Yeah, I think obviously Jason's a tall guy. The ball before kind of popped on me, hit me in the splice, and then I think that one was a little bit shorter and kept a little bit low. So I think there's definitely enough in the wicket to kind of challenge the stumps.
And projecting towards day two, what sort of score in the back of your minds?
Yeah, I think if we can get into that sort of 300, if we can get anywhere near 350, then I think that'd be a great effort. And if things go really well, then we can push on beyond there.
Thank you very much, Ben.
No worries.
Ben Foakes speaking earlier on before the warm-ups started with Samuel Badri. Matt Pryor still with me, obviously a former batsman and wicket-keeper. Just casting the eye over Ben Foakes, we spoke a lot about it yesterday. You said you could, just watching him, you could see the amount of work that's clearly gone on in the last year or so by him.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're very lucky to have Gareth Batty sat here as well, so we could sort of pick his brains about the work that's been going on behind the scenes at Surrey. And yeah, it's just very, very clear from the minute he walked out, there was a few changes in his technique with regards to his balance, where he was trying to hit the ball, how he was trying to hit the ball. His movements were very crisp back and forward, and that's ultimately just hard work in the nets. That's the training ground. And what is nice to see as a young lad, that's look, some will get quite angry about how he's been treated. Gets called in, makes 100 in Sri Lanka, then sort of gets left out, put to the side. Butler and Bairstow have a go. Everyone knows how good he is with the gloves, but he himself has admitted it's been slightly frustrating that people don't talk more about his batting. They all talk about the wicket keeping, but we know how important in Test cricket now. Gone are the days where you play your best wicket keeper. Your keeper has to score runs, has to score hundreds, batting at 7. That is just the way of the world right now, and how it's going to be going forward. So he's gone away, he's gone to Surrey, he's not blamed anyone else, he's not made excuses, which is the easy thing to do, and he's looked inside, he's looked at himself, he's gone, right, how do I make sure I have to be selected? And that's ultimately through performance. We're in a performance industry. It's about weight of runs for him and how he keeps. And he's worked harder at the flaws, or maybe where he felt more limited or a bit weaker. And the way he came out yesterday, I mean, he got off the mark with an unbelievable straight drive. Anytime you're hitting the fast bowler back past him, you're in good order and your game's in good order. But he looked very controlled. He looked very clear in his game, exactly what his game plan was and how he's going to go about his batting. And he looks every part a Test batsman. So yeah, very good start for him.
Okay then, so we're just over 5 minutes away from the first ball today. Obviously we've had 86 overs on this pitch. It looks placid in some respects, in the fact that there's not massive pace and bounce in this surface so far. So how do England approach the play today? I mean, we spoke before we actually came on air, and I said, well, if Mark Wood gets in, I hope he comes in and plays like he did in Johannesburg with Stuart Broad. And you're like, well, I'm not sure that's going to be possible. So how do you think, because obviously we're not in the England camp, how do we think that they'll approach today?
Well, I think we mentioned earlier, you earn the right. You win the first half hour. Woakes and Bairstow have that responsibility. The West Indies will, of course, come hard. They will try and get early wickets. They want early wickets, so just don't give them those early wickets. Look, if you get a great ball or a good bit of bowling, respect to the opposition, they're allowed to do that. But don't gift your wicket away in the first half hour, and then once you've won the first half hour, it's about getting to drinks, and that will be, Bairstow and Woakes will have to score. Overton, he's a good player as well. He can bat, certainly. So it's not all on Woakes and Bairstow, but certainly they will have to set the foundation, you feel, if England are going to get to sort of the 350 mark. But look, West Indies bowled very nicely in the first session. They bowled full of a length, drew the batsman into playing a loose shot, often driving at the wrong ball, and then they didn't bowl well at all for the rest of the day. So if I'm an England batsman now walking out, if I'm Bairstow, I'm thinking, right, well, let's see where they're at, because actually they gave me a fair bit to hit if I just keep the good one out. So England might not have to do too much, and just wait and see where the West Indies bowl.
Well, we are moments away. The TV crew have cleared the outfield. North Sound is currently bright. There are a decent amount of clouds at the moment, but they are being blown along by the breeze. We saw yesterday a really, really strong breeze coming across the ground. There is still a breeze, and the players are on their way. Umpires as well. So then, let's join our first commentary team of the morning. Former England fast bowler Steve Harmison is alongside the former England batsman and the owner of an absolute rascal of a pair of socks today, Mark Butcher.
Thanks, Macca. Another glorious day here in Antigua. Sir Vivian Richards Stadium looking resplendent in the sunshine. Joel Wilson and Gregory Brathwaite lead the players out. Jason Holder sprints past them both. The England fans are all upon their feet applauding the entry of the not out batters Chris Woakes and Johnny Bairstow. Bairstow, who played absolutely magnificently yesterday and showed the extremes of emotion that we've been used to seeing from young Johnny in an England shirt. Back-to-back hundreds in back-to-back test matches certainly was a performance to get excited about. As far as the West Indies are concerned, well, they won session one absolutely hands down, reducing England to 48 for 4, 57 for 4 at lunchtime, and then rather dropped the ball in the afternoon session, asking the two least experienced bowlers to start things off against Stokes and Bairstow at the resumption. That allowed England to get a foothold in the game, and then by the close were giving the West Indies the runaround. Excellent partnerships between Bairstow and Stokes, Bairstow and Folkes, and now Bairstow and Woakes. We've been waiting for the three of them to get a start in an England shirt, and they've all made contributions. The Folkes, Woakes and Stokes show. Chris Woakes is not out on 24. Johnny Bairstow 109 not out. Hopefully he'll have got a great night's rest and be in the mood to pile on those runs. The pitch actually has held up pretty well despite the blazing sunshine at times yesterday, and this wind, which, as Macca tells you, is howling across the ground once again from the northeastern corner of the ground. That is drying things up. I've been out there this morning. There are one or two mosaics on that pitch, and they're starting to give way under a little bit of pressure from the fingers. There's one or two holes in the pitch as well where the ball has burst through the top. So we figure that today possibly will be the best day for batting, and then from there on in things might get a little bit dicey with some up and down movement, as we see on many occasions out here in the Caribbean. A very warm welcome in the afternoon back there in the UK to TalkSport listeners, and also a very warm welcome to Steve Harmison, who joins me up here in the commentary box. Kemar Roach, with two slips in the gully, runs into Johnny Bairstow to bowl the first delivery of the morning, which is full of length, goes through to West Indies wicketkeeper Josh De Silva, and there is no run. Very good morning to you, Steve. Should be another belting day. Yesterday was a cracker, wasn't it? Yeah, good morning, Butch. Good morning, everybody at home or afternoon back there in England. It was a fantastic day's cricket. I really enjoyed talking about the game of cricket yesterday. It had everything from the first session, and then Johnny Bairstow. Interesting to see West Indies have gone with two sweepers out at deep point and deep backward square leg.
Roach with that inward movement through the air. Bairstow, as he did so brilliantly yesterday, actually just kept his balance, waited for the ball to come, and then knocked it away competently, firmly through mid-wicket, and he picks up another 2 runs to go to 111.
feet up for the England fans. Don't want any Nelsons popping in on Johnny Bairstow this early in proceedings. What about the partnerships between Bairstow and Stokes, first of all, that started to wrestle the initiative back towards England yesterday?
Yeah, that was the key partnership that got England back in the game. West Indies were massively on top, but experience showed.
Roach in, that little dart outwards as he gets to the crease, and the ball is short and wide, and this time Bairstow punches it off the back foot, a little bit off the inside half of the bat, but through a vacant extra cover, and they come back for 2. The new ball, of course, is only 6 overs old, or 6.3 overs old now, so the West Indies do have the weapon of that new Duke ball in their hand this morning. They need to bowl a little bit better with it than they did last night, though, you fear.
Absolutely. They were tired last night. Had the boots up, a bit of freshness, hopefully a good warm-up, and they need to bowl a lot straighter and a lot fuller. The line, they got the line right yesterday, but they didn't get the length. Or they got the length and didn't get the line.
Roach again spearing the ball in on that breeze. It's an interesting one, isn't it? You've got the conditions at the moment, the pitch conditions, always the most defining factor of any cricket match, really, are the pitch conditions. But you throw in this breeze, this wind. It's not a breeze, it's a wind, and it is howling across the ground. So Kemar Roach is bowling from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. He's got the wind going from left to right, so he is naturally suited to angling the ball in towards the stumps at the right-handed batters. So this is perfect for him. He's got to bowl straight, hasn't he? He's got to try and attack the stumps, attack the pads of the England batters, as he does on that occasion. But once more, Bairstow is in behind it. His defence yesterday, Johnny Bairstow, was as good as I've seen it. Agreed?
Defence, leaving the ball, I thought was the best I've seen Johnny leave the ball. His ability to pick the length up and understand when it was going over the top of the stumps. I thought that was the key to Johnny, and I think that was what the downfall or demise of the West Indies, because here's around Johnny Bairstow, who's been bowled more than any top order batsman in international cricket. So the West Indies are going a lot fuller and a lot straighter this morning.
Again, angling in, attacking the top of that off stump from wide of the crease, Kemar Roach. Bairstow, forward defensive, is equal to the task once more. The ripples of applause from the England fans are in bright and early here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Heard the chorus of Jerusalem through the stump mics. With any luck back there at home, looking out on the ground, I can see plenty of flags. Leicester City, Manchester United, Loxley Owls, Bradshaw Cricket Club. And after the first over of the day, England are 272 for 6. And you're listening to TalkSport 2 and TalkSport.
And we're going to get Jason Holder from the Sir Andy Roberts end, which I think is a good move. West Indies, 2 experienced bowlers. I think Brathwaite before, sort of just after lunch yesterday, where he's guilty of bringing 2 inexperienced bowlers on against 2 of England's more experienced batsmen, and England really wrestled the initiative back in that period. But it's interesting in that first over, Butch, you talk about Kemar Roach. He likes to angle a ball in. He does that brilliantly. He angles the ball in, which is going with a breeze, but with a new ball, he'd be wanting it just to hold up, just a touch, something that he does very, very well. Bring Slipcord into play, but he had a catcher at mid-wicket, both sweepers on either side, so his captain is more or less saying to him, not only do I want you to bowl a bit fuller, I want you to bowl a bit straighter and make the batsman play.
Jason Holder in on that steepling bounce you get from the giant Barbadian, former West Indies captain. It's just been knocked off the top spot of all-rounders in World Test cricket after a startling performance by the rock star, as christened by Shane Warne, Ravindra Jadeja, making 170 and taking 9 wickets in the Test match victory against Sri Lanka. So he's now top dog in terms of the all-rounder. There's a few good ones on show here in Holder and Stokes. As Holder in for his second delivery of the day. Again, it's probing, full of length, just a hint of swing away from the right-hander, so we'll get the outswing from the Sir Andy Roberts end, and we'll get the in-swing from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Both the first 2 deliveries ended up in the gloves of Josh Da Silva.
We spoke to Jason Holder last night. He talked about how difficult it was to bowl from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end because of the wind. and all the seam bowlers wanted to bowl from the end that he's bowling at, Sir Andy Roberts end, because the breeze was helping that away swing.
Holder in again, a little bit shorter this time, and Woakes is on the back foot and rather smothers it. He was aiming it square of the wicket on the offside, but it took an age to get to him, and he ended up crudding it to the man at short extra cover. I mean, that's been a feature as well, hasn't it? In terms of the surface, very, very easy pace, very slow. So when there has been any movement, it's had to come from full. You've had to get the batsman forward, and it's a lesson that the West Indies, well, they did it brilliantly in the first session, but not so well in the preceding ones. Edged by Woakes, it's gone wide of gully, down towards third man. Outfield is a little bit sluggish here. They think about coming back for a third, but think better of it. The throw is rifled over the top, and they pick up another couple, 274 for 6.
That's a better line and a better length, the two together combination. Made Chris Woakes just hesitate coming forward because of the steeple and bounce of Jason Holder, but Woakes played it well. He sort of rode the bounce, dropped his hands a little bit, and he was in control as the ball went past sort of fifth slip, gully line. But that's a better line, a better length from the West Indies.
Holder in once more, 2 slips in a gully waiting, full of length, and it's a nice crisp drive from Chris Woakes that ends up in the hands of skipper Craig Brathwaite at short extra cover, no run.
The thing about Chris Woakes, he's sitting here now, he's 26 not out, and you'd love him to get a score. I'd love him to get a score for one reason, because he's going to have to spearhead this attack. If he gets a score before he goes out to bowl for the very first time on this trip without Broad Anderson and the pressure on Chris to sort of spearhead the attack, the amount of confidence that would give him if he gets that sort of decent score to set England up would be fantastic for him.
Holder in, tuba grip on the right arm, wide of the stumps this time, but full. Woakes lets the ball pass, and that is the end of the second over. No alarms for England so far. 274 for 6 the score. The new ball is 8 overs old, and an excellent start, a quiet start. That's exactly what the England dressing room would have wanted, and that's exactly what they've got.
What do you make of the pitch, Butch? You were out there this morning. You had Sir Curtly Ambrose, who obviously this stand's named after him, so he knows exactly what this ground's all about. I think England were expecting it to deteriorate a little bit more than it has.
Yeah, I think, I suppose it's day 2. It hasn't cracked to the extent perhaps that we saw it on the day before the Test match. And just as we speak, there's a shower, and it's quite a heavy one has just come down. We didn't get any rain at all yesterday. Our stay here in Antigua has been punctuated by these short, sharp showers. Colin, the sound man, has just sprinted out, all in black. He's quite a heavy chap, and he's got an interesting running style. He sprinted out to go and rescue the stump mics. The players have headed for the dressing room. The covers are on their way on. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ground staff in varying shades of maroon, red and lime green, dragging the tarpaulin cover out behind them. Not sure it's going to be a long stoppage, this one. But one thing's for sure, on an island that is desperate for a bit of rain, when it comes very, very heavily, but doesn't last for long enough to change the tinderbox nature of the grass covering out here at the moment. It does look like a poorly placed match or fag end could make the whole place go up.
Yeah, it wouldn't. I don't think it would take too much. I think we can talk about the showers that we've had. We've had a couple since we've been here, and after you taking my money on the golf course the other day, the way the golf course was, it could do with more than 1 or 2 little showers. But hopefully they come when we go off to Barbados, and it doesn't look as though this is going to be too long of a stoppage. England, the Barmy Army are having a cheer. The trumpeters has given Colin the seal of approval as he comes off the field with the stumps in hand. And like we've talked, it's been a good start, a quiet start for for the second day of this Test match. A good one for England. Better areas from the West Indies.
I tell you one thing about the West Indies that sort of, we're veterans of a couple of West Indies tours ourselves. The one thing I suppose that surprised me, or that was different from cricket that I've seen in the Caribbean before, was just there was that lack of sort of physical threat out there from the West Indies yesterday. Now, Chris Woakes is a very, very competent batter, and I know it was late in the day and the bowlers were a little bit tired. And then I know also that West Indies don't have, a Shannon Gabriel or someone like that who's going to really come in and have a go at lower order batters. But were you surprised that they kind of didn't make life a bit more uncomfortable for Chris Woakes with the new ball last night?
Yeah, that was something that was touched upon. It was thought that it was very nice, wasn't it? It was very nice. It was pitched up. It was kissed the surface. It wasn't really hit the surface, and that is something that we've been used to out here in the Caribbean. If you haven't got the tools, unfortunately, you're not going to be able to extract that bounce. As we have a chuckle as the covers is blowing away with the wind, and there's one guy he's just basically holding a piece of string.
They've now got more manpower on the big blue tarpaulin, and it is huge. It covers the entire square, but they're now pulling it back into the wind, and it's billowing up behind them. It's probably there's enough material there to stop a drag racer, I reckon. And the way that it's billowing up in the wind, they need all of those bodies to hold it down. Otherwise, we might see one or two of them floating off over the Sir Andy Roberts end. But that's it. The shower's gone anyway, so we'll be back out there and playing in no time.
But to come back to the point, I think that's what we talk about surfaces, and you say, well, you don't judge the surface until both teams have had a go on it. And I think England will bowl better on this surface because they've got a bit more experience. Overton's played a lot of first-class cricket, and he's probably the most inexperienced seamer that's out there. Wood's played obviously a fair few Test matches. Woakes is very, very experienced when it comes to first class and Test match cricket. So England will know when to sit in. They'll know when Joe will know when to attack with Mark Wood. He'll be a trump card up your sleeve. I can't wait to see how Jack Leach bowls on this. But I'm also intrigued to see which end Jack Leach bowls at, because mentioned about talking to Jason Holder. Jason Holder said it was very, very difficult for the seamers to bowl at the Curtly Ambrose end. So you'd want your spinner potentially to sit in at one end and then your seamers rotate from the other end. The problem with that is a lot of the cracks and a lot of the footmarks and a lot of the stuff that you'd want your spinner to bowl into actually is from bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end. So what we might find is if there's not a great deal of spin, Jack Leach might operate at the Curtly Ambrose end, but as the game goes on, he's going to be more effective at the Sir Andy Roberts end.
I think it's interesting. Veerasamy Permaul bowled all of his overs from Sir Curtly Ambrose end, so with the left arm spinner, with the wind coming from left to right, so drifting the ball in towards the right hander's leg stump. But he was bowling generally to like a 6-3 offside field, and I couldn't work that out yesterday. Surely you kind of you want the bowler to try and make the ball to bring the stumps into play. If the L1 straightens, LBW and bowled comes into play, but you don't want to be asking him to bowl the ball wide of the stumps because all of your fielders are on the offside. I couldn't work that out. So when Jack Leach does get the ball in his hand at some point, hopefully much later on today, it'll be interesting to see how tactically England set things up for him. Sunshine bathes the ground now. The West Indies players are just hovering around the boundary edge. The umpires are on their way out. Joel Wilson, Greg Brathwaite, didn't think it was going to last very long. It's just short and sharp, and the wind is so strong that it's blown the dark clouds away in a flash. So we will be ready to resume in probably 2 or 3 minutes' time. 274 for 6, 88 overs gone. The second new ball is 8 overs old. Bairstow has added, 4 to his overnight score of 109. His second 100 in as many test matches. Of course, he missed the final test of the series in Australia, in Hobart, because of the broken thumb that he suffered in making that century in Sydney. But he has been quite magnificent. He's had excellent support, first of all from Ben Stokes, who made 36 from 95 deliveries. Both of them really dug in at the beginning of their innings when West Indies were on top. Ben Foakes came out and played very, very pleasingly indeed. 42 from 87 from him. He was perhaps the most fluent of England batters up until the point where Johnny Bairstow really got his teeth into the West Indies at the back end of the evening session. Chris Woakes, 26 not out, 57 balls for him, 3 boundaries, and as we mentioned before, very few alarms in the first couple of overs. The West Indies look a little bit flat. They're hedging their bets a little bit with the field as well. Steve Harmison mentioned that there's a sweeper out on the leg side, but there's also a deep backward point to Kemar Roach as he runs away from us, number 24 on his back. Johnny Bairstow just marks his guard, up on his toes, just bounces around a little bit, checks with the square leg umpire. I'm not entirely sure what he checks with him for. Now he runs down to the middle of the pitch and is sort of hoovering scraps of dirt and dust off the surface, which would have been in his eye line around a length, and now we're ready to go. Roach runs away from us and is short and straight, and Bairstow swivel pulls it, and that's flown away for the first boundary of the day. That's a terrific shot. Great control from Johnny Bairstow.
Yeah, he just turned it round the corner, didn't he? He waited on it, didn't get up. Short-ish ball, dragged down really from Kemar Roach, and Johnny Bairstow just on the swivel. Managed to keep it down, got the middle of the bat. I think it's Jayden Seales down there. A wide third man. Wide fine leg. And a little dive, probably should have stopped it, but 4 more to Bairstow, and again, talking about being flat, that's not what you want first ball after a break.
Roach in again, a little bit more purposefully this time, and Bairstow is up on his toes, defending off the back foot. The ball is fielded at mid-wicket and there's no run. I don't like this. I really don't like that deep point. That's for a terrible delivery, isn't it? Kemar Roach is running in, trying to get the ball to go in towards off stump, middle stump, with that in swing. Why would you need a deep backward point? It's for a terrible delivery. Anyway, Kemar Roach is in once more, skips wide of the crease, angles the ball back in. It's a good length. And there's very little pace off the surface from that delivery, and Bairstow knocks it away on the offside off the back foot, no run.
Yeah, it's there, but it's because he's so far behind. It is for a terrible delivery. It's the short and wide one that Johnny Bairstow just waits on and leans and pushes into the offside. And fair enough if it was Mark Wood at the non-striker's end, but it's Chris Woakes. He's been there a while and he's batted for long periods of time, so I don't understand it.
Forward offensive from Bairstow, good length from Kemar Roach. Bumped into Paul Collingwood out in the middle this morning, and he was, I think, perhaps looking for a little bit of reassurance about the decision that they made at the toss yesterday. He was disappointed, wasn't he, that the pitch hadn't sort of fallen apart a little bit more. But I'm very much of the opinion they made the right call yesterday.
Oh, 100%. The thing he was looking for, Butch, was the little cracks that you were talking about pushing in. They were expecting them just to crumble that little bit more around the edges.
Oh, what a delivery. That's Kemar Roach, angled in, and then it just held. Steve Harmison described that perfectly after the first over. Wide of the crease, angling in towards the stumps, and then it just straightens a fraction. Bairstow left groping at thin air.
Wasn't really the area they got too much into yesterday. Perfect seam position, and it's just held its line. Exactly what Kemar Roach does, about full stump, probably just going over the stumps. But that's where they've got. That's where you expect Kemar Roach to be more often than not.
It's a little straighter this time. Bairstow balance is just so good at the moment. Just waits for the ball to come, turns it round to the man at a wide fine leg. He will keep the strike. 89 overs gone, 279 for 6 here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, balance. He just looks as though he's in sort of total control. He looks as though as well as his balance is good, his head position is good at the top, but then when his movement is into the ball, there is good movement into the ball, there's weight transfer into the ball. Even when he's playing off the back foot, there's good movement into the ball, where when Johnny Bairstow struggles and he gets bowled a lot, it's because when he goes, his weight is on his right heel, and everything's going backwards as opposed to being on the tip of his left toe and going forward in everything he does. And I think that at the minute is why he's in such good nick.
Bairstow marks out his guard for the first time, facing up to Jason Holder from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Similar field for Holder, 2 slips, a sort of fine gully, a deep backward point, 2 men back on the leg side. As Holder is in once more, excellent line of length, the ball bouncing, kicking and bouncing over the top of the stumps. Bairstow leaving the ball as well as he did at the beginning of his innings yesterday.
I also think as well, Butch, this deep point, it's annoying me now, this deep point is not only is it for a bad ball, but when you look at the outfield's massive, and the outfield's relatively slow. So even if he is inside the ring, if it goes past him, the most you're going to get is 3. You might, if you're a decent fielder, because you're a decent fielder at backward point, it's going to be 2. But it just sends a wrong message.
Holder in and gets a little straighter this time. Bairstow waits for it, nudges it out to the man running in off the mid-wicket fence and turns the strike over to Chris Woakes. Bairstow now 119. Partnership is 66 between himself and Woakes. Now, yesterday we were reading about some of the law changes to the game that are going to come in October. So the man-cad has been removed from the unfair dismissal and is now a dismissal, which is slightly bizarre because it's always been you've always been able to get out like it, whether it's fair or not. But that is now that's now fair game. This Holder is in once more. Woakes props forward and just nudges it to extra cover, and there's no run. What else have we got? We've got something from the 100 actually. The batsman. It doesn't matter if the batsman cross now, if the batters cross. So if you take a wicket, you always end up bowling at the new batter, which is. I'm guessing you bowlers like that one.
Yeah, of course you like that one. You want to put pressure on as soon as he walks in. You don't want him to have a sighter from the non-strikers end, potentially for an over or 2. So, no, the man-cad, that's a dismissal. How it becomes unfair, it is still unfair.
Holder in. And off the outside edge. And just what Steve Harmson was talking about, actually, the man is up from that deep backward point. It just gets past him. And the outfield is so slow that he's able to get back, retrieve it, and England only make the 1 run. I saw Stuart Broad writing or tweeted about the man-cad, saying, it's always been. It doesn't matter whether it's unfair or not. You've always been able to get people out, but that he would never do it. He says it's a dismissal relies on the skill of the bowler, and not on something that relies on no skill at all. I suppose there are some who say, well, if the batter stayed in their crease, it wouldn't be a problem. Holder in. Another really good lead from Bairstow. It's a great length from Holder, but his height has sent the ball bouncing over the top of off stump. Johnny Bairstow wanders down the pitch to face up to Holder and have a quick word with Chris Woakes, as if to say, yep, got that covered, my friend. And with 1 ball left in the 90th over, England 281 for 6. What else was there?
There was the saliva one, so you can't put saliva on it, but you can put sweat on it. I was like, are they not the same thing?
Well, I suppose if you think about it, putting saliva on the ball is pretty disgusting, isn't it? Oh, that's not close. I think there must have been an inside edge there. A little bit fuller from Holder. He can get you trapped on the crease because he is so tall, and I think there might have been a little nick into the pad of Johnny Bairstow. Otherwise, there would have been a huge shout for that. 90 overs gone, 281 for 6. Woakes on strike, 27 not out. Johnny Bairstow is 119. So, go on, saliva. I mean, in April, you might not be sweating, huh?
Possibly. Well, there will be. The bowlers sweat. That's you run in. It's exercise. So you do. That's. I really struggle. with that one. So I struggled with that one. The man card has always been, it's always been a dismissal, but it's always been an unfair dismissal in my eyes. I get the point that players shouldn't leave their crease. I'm not sure. What would you change in Test match cricket? Over it would be the biggest thing for me. Penalties.
Now that you're not playing, yeah, I get you. Right. Now that we've come up with no answers whatsoever, let's head over to Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark Butcher. It's a very solid start to the morning. Chris Woakes 27, Johnny Bairstow 119, 281 for 6. By I think largely common consensus. The thought amongst those who canvassed for their opinion was that 300 would be probably a par score, 350 would be a good score, and that's based not just on the position from which England started the day, that's left alone outside the off stump by Chris Woakes, but just assessing the conditions. There's enough in there, Steve Harmison, in the pitch to suggest that, you know, it's not a 450 pitch or even a 400 pitch. All the conditions taken into account. But would you say 350 is it above par?
I think 350 is around a decent score, especially when you look at both batting units. They're not really that, you know, they're not as strong as what.
Oh, that's full and wide, and there's an expansive cover drive from Chris Woakes. The main reason he missed it, I think, is it was so wide.
Yeah, and when you look at, you know, the batting units that's on offer, you see England, the problems they've had in the last sort of 12-18 months, and 48 for 4. The West Indies are the same. So 350, I think, will be a fantastic score for England to get if they can get it somewhere close to there. And then the pressure is in on the West Indies, but England as a bowling unit, we've got something to bowl at.
281 for 4, next one back of a length. Woakes defends square of the wicket on the offside.
But the surface man has it's once you get over the new ball, there's no real demons in it, but it's not a very sort of fast score and fluid. Clear your shots. The ground's a big ground, a slow outfield, so 350 is probably like about 400.
281 for 6, so they're within touching distance anyway of 350. It's full and wide outside the off stump and left alone. Some of us, Harmy, have got the sights and sounds of the Caribbean, but we're lacking the taste of the Caribbean. So what did you have for breakfast?
What did I have for breakfast? I had a little bit of scrambled eggs, a bit of beans, a bit of toast, which was usual.
That's
for
not
me.
tastes of the Caribbean.
A little bit of bacon, but
so no coconut juice.
No coconuts on offer. My taste of the Caribbean are normally after 7 o'clock.
In the evening. Shy at the stumps here is a quick single taken by Chris Woakes. But a Sami Pamor with the pick-up and the shy at the non-striker's end, but I think he'd made his ground quite comfortably. 282 for 6. Harmy, have you got another commitment now?
No, I don't think so. Not quite yet. I think I'm going off very, very soon.
Okay, well we'll do another over together then. Are you staying in an all-inclusive resort?
Yes, we're in all-inclusive. I'm not sure. Did you go on the trip the last time?
Yes, of course.
The Caribbean. We're in the same place as where we were in the St James's Club. Very nice.
That magnificent gym with all those exercise bikes that you used to walk past every day.
I walk past it every day. And did you know what I've done again, man? It's because we've had to have breakfast in the bar at the top, right next to where that gym was. I've done it again. I've walked past it every day this trip as well.
Jason Holder in once again. That is pushed firmly straight back to the bowler, who does his own fielding.
I went in it once with Sam Ellard, and I nearly killed him. And I thought, well, I'm not going back in there again. It's just not practical. It's just not me. It's just not me. So I have walked past it a few times. Seen people in, shaking my head, thinking, "Earth, are you doing that for?" But hey, each to their own.
Holder again, full and wide outside the off stump, and again it's left alone by Wokes. He's 28, Bairstow 119, 282 for 6.
But it's a fantastic place to tour the Caribbean. You mentioned the sights, the sounds of these great islands, and we've got a lot of English people in, and there's a few locals, but not many. But when you hear the brass bands playing, and it's just a fantastic place to come and play, and now to come and tour. The colour is just amazing.
Full and wide outside the off stump with a little bit of a way swing, and it's left alone by Wokes. Is there that VIP area with the swimming pool? And talking of all inclusive, there's always the VIP area in the Caribbean grounds with all inclusive drinks and meals and a splash pool.
Unfortunately, there's not, because I think COVID's put the kibosh on quite a few things in life, and that is certainly one of them. Remember last time we were doing the conga around a swimming pool at the middle of the afternoon, which wasn't the most healthiest place to sort of be infrequent.
I could never forget it. That's driven by Wokes. It's another away swinger from Holder, but it's gone straight to mid-off and straight to the fielder. 282 for 6. So it's very much still present then. You're still very conscious of restrictions and COVID.
Oh, massively. Massively. They're very conscious, mask wearing and everything that goes with it, and rightly so. It has been a good trip so far, security, safety wise. Players have been in a good space, so which is good. It's important.
Holder in once again, pushed defensively out towards extra cover. I'm sure that there's a similar number of people in the ground today than there were yesterday. Maybe they're more spread out, but it visually it appears to be more heavily populated. That wind is pumping again today, isn't it? That looks even harder than it was yesterday.
The wind is pumping harder than it was yesterday, and I think that's what brought the little rain shower in. But it's very, very strong. But from a bowling point of view, it's typical because right across the ground.
Clipped away out towards Alzari Joseph at mid-wicket here by Chris Wokes. He remains on 28. Johnny Bairstow is 119, and England have successfully negotiated the first 34 minutes of play. On day 2, they've progressed their score from an overnight 268 for 6 to 282 for 6. Matt Pryor's joined me now. You did talk, Matt, in the build-up about stages, taking it in steps. I think the first was, you said, first half hour. Get through the first half hour and you reassess, and then you aim for drinks, and they've done it pretty well, to be fair. I don't know whether the bowling's been off the mark, but the batting's been very disciplined.
The batting has been disciplined, and yep, that's exactly what England would have wanted. Win the first half hour. They've done exactly that. The bowling hasn't been great. It's been okay, but it's not been. Kemar Roach was sort of wanting to. I think he's struggling. Obviously, we don't know. We're not out there which direction the wind is blowing, but he was definitely going. I mean, it's going across the pitch, and we have to assume that aids his sort of in-swinger. But he was struggling to get it away. And when he wanted to take it away from the right-hander, which is of course probably the more dangerous ball, he was having to throw it quite wide.
Jayden Seales is into the attack, the 20-year-old right-arm fast bowler. First delivery is wide enough outside the off-stump for Johnny Bairstow to leave it alone. He's been doing quite a lot of pitch inspection, Johnny Bairstow. Even after that delivery, which he didn't play a shot at, he walked quite purposefully to the area where the ball pitched and just wanted to have a look at it, which may or may not. Well, it may lead us to conclude that he's suspicious that the ball might be going through the top and doing a bit of damage to the surface, or might just be checking, and forward comes Bairstow, this time to Seales, and he gets an inside edge onto his pad. That was a bit tentative.
It was tentative, but it was the length. It was a good length. It was a fuller length that Seales has bowled there. And he could go fuller still, but I mean, the West Indies would look at it and say, right, we started brilliantly, England 4 down for not many. 3 of those wickets were very full deliveries. And then you look at Stokes as well, another very full delivery. And then they came out after lunch yesterday and they brought their length back. Now, I don't think it's on purpose or a tactic, but they've just struggled to bowl that fuller length again. And the minute they go up there, it looks threatening.
That's full, and it's full enough to drive, and it's driven for 4. That's a lovely shot from Johnny Bairstow. I beg your pardon, it didn't go for 4. I should have listened to Steve Harmison. He's talking about the size of the field and the slowness of the outfield. It was worth 4. I shouldn't have preempted it though, because it slowed up like a ball of wool on Velcro. It just came to a stop 5 metres short of the rope.
He's looking to shake it away.
3 runs. Bairstow moves to 122. Chris Woakes 28. And tell you what, if England do push on past 300, there's a danger that West Indian heads might begin to droop a bit, and a little bit of dispirited resignation. There was in the last hour, I felt yesterday, but that was just more physical.
Tiredness, he's got the edge. Jayden Seales has got the edge. Chris Woakes has gone. It was back of a length. He was caught on the crease, trying to play defensively off the back foot, outside edge, straightforward catch to Joshua Da Silva, and just when they really needed it, the West Indies have picked up the wicket, which will pick up their spirits.
Yeah, great bit of bowling this from Seales. I think he's taken Woakes by surprise, as we're just talking about, trying to get the ball a bit fuller. Seales has come into Bairstow previously, gone full of a length. We haven't really seen that many short balls. It can be a really dangerous ball on a slower pitch. Digs it in. It was a genuine short ball, going for the bouncer. And all Woakes, he got himself in a bit of a strange position, didn't he, Manners? He sort of fended off, opened up a little bit, tried to get his hands out of the way, but he couldn't. I think he clipped the glove and went through to the wicketkeeper.
Lots of head shaking from Chris Woakes on his way off, and I think, yeah, it was more than just disappointment. I think he was probably asking himself, how did I get into that position? Because you're right, I mean, was he expecting it to bounce a bit higher? Because he ended up sort of opened up, wasn't he? A bit chest on.
I think on a slow surface, which this is, you're always looking for the fuller delivery. You're sort of setting yourself as to say, right, go forward, get into the ball. You don't want to be caught hanging back. And there haven't been many short. I think that's probably the first short ball, but on a slow pitch, it can still be very, very effective because it sticks in the wicket a little bit, doesn't come off as quickly, and it can get the batsman in 2 minds. As we're just able to watch the replay, that's exactly what happened. Woakes didn't really get back. He tried to ride the bounce because the ball hasn't. If the ball flies through, if it's a quick surface, the ball bounces, you immediately get your hands underneath it. But because it's come out of the pitch quite slowly, you try and ride it and you get your hands up. And Woakes couldn't get on top of the bounce because his hands and gloves were already up near his head. All he could do was try and attempt to fend it off, and just caught the glove and goes through to Da Silva.
He's a similar cricketer, Craig Overton, who's come to the crease to Chris Woakes. I think mentioning the fact that his batting has shown an improvement year upon year, an upward graph in his career. Jayden Seales into him, first delivery. He gets solidly behind and plays defensively out on the offside. I'm not sure that many people outside of Somerset realise just how remarkable his bowling stats have been in county cricket and first class cricket over the last couple of years. Last year he averaged 15 with the ball, and the year before that 17. He's, that all you can ask for in the first class game is that those who deserve a chance are given a chance, and so here is Overton. He's got to do the batting job first though, and that one is
tucked away to short leg and caught. That's a magnificent take at short leg. Nothing the batsman did wrong there. John Campbell took the grab at short leg. Back of a length once again from Jayden Seales. Overton has tucked it away off his hip, and it's a very, very good catch at short leg. You can't blame yourself as a batsman, I don't think, especially when you've just arrived at the crease. And Jayden Seales has got 2 wickets in the over.
Yep, another short ball. As you say, Manners, Overton just trying to fend it off, trying to glance it off his hip into the leg side. to get off the mark, and all he can do is pick out the fielder, Bonner, who takes a very sharp catch in at short leg.
Yeah, not John Campbell. Campbell's in the gully, and Krumar Bonner under the helmet at short leg. And do correct me if I'm being overly charitable to Craig Overton there, Matt Pryor, but I just don't think that he did anything wrong, did he? I mean, second ball.
I think you're feeling very charitable, man. I mean, look, okay, he's an. Are we judging this from a batsman's perspective or a number 9 perspective? Because if you're a batsman and you get out like that, that's very disappointing. To fend off the ball into the waiting short leg, that is a mistake. That's an unforced error. You've given them an opportunity to get you out.
Well, obviously, I was aware that I might have been being over charitable, which is why I asked you.
But you always are. You're just nice like that. I can be the horrible one. No, I think you've. Again, that's a weak wicket. That's a soft dismissal. Oh, let's call it that. It's a soft dismissal because it's a nothing delivery. It hasn't jumped necessarily.
285 for 8. New over begins from Jason Holder, and Johnny Bairstow looks to flick it through the leg side, hits him on the pad. They go through for a leg bye, which means Mark Wood has come to the crease and will face. I suppose it's just the fact that it was only his second ball. I mean, he middled it. It's actually hit Krumar Bonner in the midriff, and he's caught the rebound.
Yeah, I mean, he's been slightly unlucky. We'll give him that, because it's not like the fielder Bonner got hands on it straight away. It actually hit him and just fell in his lap, and he managed to then sort of grab it from there. But you can see the reaction of Overton as well as he gets out. He turns around in frustration. He'll be sat in the dressing room now, fairly disappointed, I think, with that dismissal.
Jason Holder into Mark Wood, and the back of a length hits him above the knee roll on the pad, heading down the leg side. He gets his hands out of the way, and it falls down harmlessly to the feet of Krumar Bonner at short leg. Well, it's funny, isn't it? I was just as I began to talk about the West Indies heads dropping as England approached 300, 6 down, and the need for a wicket. They take 2 in 1 over. And it's the 20-year-old Jayden Seales who's made the double breakthrough. 286 for 8 now. Jason Holder into Mark Wood, pushes this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run. So you've been in this situation. Johnny Bairstow's in. He's 122 not out, and he's joined by the number 10. Do you have a word? Do you have a chat? Or would you just let him get on with it?
No, you definitely have a word. You've got to take responsibility. But I really enjoyed batting with let's say bowlers rather than tail-enders, because you basically bat for them.
Oh, that's good delivery. He keeps a bit low, beats the outside edge, and is fumbled by Joshua Da Silva, and they're allowed to run through for a bye. More and more signs of uneven bounce. What was it that made you so successful at batting with the bowlers? The fact that you enjoyed it.
Well, I enjoyed it. I think from obviously being a wicketkeeper, you have quite a good relationship with the bowlers anyway, because you're talking, you've got that relationship anyway. And I just would see it, take it upon myself to basically walk down and go, right, this is what they're going to do. This is the field. This is why they've got that field, and this is a shot you can play, and this is a shot you can't play. And more often than not, they would listen.
So with Jimmy, it was like reverse sweep. But it's a quick. I don't care. That's what you can play.
With Jimmy, it was more like, I'll take 4. You have 2.
287 for 8. Here is Jason Holder, and that one is driven by Bairstow up towards mid-off. They're contemplating a single, but they don't take it as Kemar Roach fields.
But again, you'd set little challenges. You'd say, right, come on, me and you, let's get to 10. Let's get the partnership to 10. Not 50 or 80 or 100. Let's just get to 10. How are we going to do that? And you can there's a game within a game, and you make it fun, make it quite exciting. And suddenly you get to 10, and you get to come on, let's get to 20. Suddenly you've got a 40-run partnership. And honestly, all these guys, bowlers love scoring runs. They love feeling like they've contributed to the batting effort.
Here is Jason Holder, and that one is driven out towards extra cover. There was so much that I was going to ask Jared Kimber about during this commentary stint, and suddenly the time has flown by. Jared, Johnny Bairstow, 200s in his last 3 innings.
Statistically, that's really good. I don't know if you're aware.
Thanks. No, look, I know that you would have burnt the midnight oil after yesterday's play, and you, in fact, wrote something about Johnny Bairstow. But is he just in form, or is he a slightly different player to the one who was struggling a year ago?
I think he's changed a couple of things. One thing I think he's changed is there was a period where I think there was a lot of ego in his batting, and he was trying to stay on top of everyone the whole time. Yesterday, it was very noticeable to me that he wasn't scoring off Jason Holder. I didn't realise it was as slow as I found, where he was scoring at 1.1 runs and over against Jason Holder, but he was scoring at 3.5 to 4 to even closer to run a ball against the other guys. And when I went back and looked at him against Holder, he used to score at 4 runs and over. So that's a decision he had made that was a tactical one that obviously worked quite well yesterday.
And new over begins from Jayden Seales. That's left alone by Mark Wood outside the off stump.
So that's a difference. Before, he sort of played that middle orders in foresight. I mean, we don't think of him as a very attacking player because Stokes is on one side and Butler's on the other. But his strike rates, I think he's got a higher strike rate than Butler in his career. He's a very, very attacking player. So for him to say, do you know what, Holder's the guy, I'm not going to play any shots off, I can score off everyone else, I think is a very important development in his game. The other thing is a technical thing. I was asking Freddie Wild from CricViz about this yesterday, who was taking a long look at it.
Jayden Seales up to the crease again now, bowls. Short hook shot and a miss from Mark Wood. Through to the keeper it goes.
Everyone knows that over the last, 4 or 5 years, maybe even longer than that you bowl full and straight at Johnny Bairstow. He would have come back into Test cricket with everyone, every analyst, every bowler, every bowling coach would have said the exact same thing. You bowl full and straight to him. When he came back in a couple of years ago, I noticed he was trying to hit everything really, really straight, back to the bowler, back to mid-on, because he was trying to overcome that. And he didn't. He kept going out bowled in LBW. Part of the reason that some people put it down to is when he had that big open stance in one-day cricket, and that changed his balance a little bit. So his leg was out towards mid-wicket.
Seales in, that's left alone by Wood, 287 for 8.
What's quite interesting of this, of the last little while, and this is what Freddie Wild found, from 2017 to 2020, he scored 40% of his runs on the leg side. Since coming back in 2021, he scored 54% of his runs on the leg side. So teams are still going full and straight. They're still trying to hit the stumps. Yesterday, they bowled 16% of the balls would have hit the stumps to Bairstow. The cricket average is 11%. So that's a lot higher, right? And yet, he's still here and he's still making runs. What he does now is he scores more freely on the leg side, gets himself off, and he doesn't have the pressure. He knows where they're going to bowl him.
Gets himself off strike.
Yeah.
Here's Jayden Seales again, wide enough for Wood to leave alone, which he does.
So for most batters, the most important part is just outside off stump, right? So you can't play in Test cricket if you can't survive the balls outside off stump or rotate the strike just outside off stump. That's never been Bairstow's major problem. His problem has been full and straight at the stumps. So he has had to work out a way to handle this. And it looks like, based on a couple of good scores, but against pretty good bowling attacks, to be fair, what he started doing is found a way to score on the leg side so he can at least get to the other end so people can't continue to do that. And once you start to score off people, they're not going to bowl there as much as they did before. So that would be my thought with Bairstow. He's probably changed his front leg a little bit, changed his mindset, and he's scoring better on the leg side.
Here is Jayden Seales again, outside the off stump and left alone. And thank you for the analysis, Jared. It makes a lot of theoretical sense to me. How about practical sense, Matt?
Well, he's scoring runs. No, look, actually, Andy Flower always went on about super strengths, saying that a lot of people get it the wrong way around. You work on your weakness and you try and better your weakness, but your weakness is always going to be your weakness. So actually, don't worry about that. Make your strength your super. So if it's a cut shot, for instance,
Wood plays defensively and pushes it straight back to the bowler who does the fielding, and there is no run. Carry on with that thought, Matt. England are 287 for 8, and while you do that, Andrew McKenna will pick up the ball by ball.
Yeah, if you're very strong on a cut shot, you work on that to make sure that whenever the ball goes into that area, you smash it. It's a given boundary, and therefore you're turning your strength into what we always used to call a super strength, and that's what it looks like Bairstow's done. Of course, you can't just let your weakness become, the minute they go full and straight. You've got to work a plan around it, but not necessarily focus wholeheartedly on it and change your whole game round. So Ollie Pope's a really good example of this, where I think he's made changes and he's now batting on off stump to negate, to leave better, but actually it's taken him the opportunity, scoring opportunities away.
Bairstow gets a scoring opportunity from Jason Holder, a slow ball outside of off stump, and Bairstow has played a horizontal bat drive through extra cover for 4. Bairstow goes to 126. What a beautiful way to start this over. England 291 for 8.
Yeah, it's a back of the hand slow ball, which is a odd choice from Jason Holder, who tends to not try too much. He's just been bowling very, very accurately. Keeps the ball in the right areas, but he has attempted the slow ball at the back of the hand, and Bairstow equal to it, smothers it through extra cover for the boundary.
Holder 2 for 23 in his 21st over now. Now he's back full and straight, and Bairstow pushes it back to the bowler. No run.
Just to continue your point, Jared, about Bairstow, I think when he first came into the test team, I remember all that, actually against South Africa, wasn't it? Played at Lords, and Steyn and Morkel were going very full and straight, and he'd play all around it, and a lot of it was to do with his really strong bottom hand grip. You know, from white ball cricket, strong bottom hand, it's sort of a trend that's come into the game, certainly. And I think watching him play here, one of the reasons he's probably improved is because he's probably just loosened off his bottom hand grip slightly.
Holder is in, Bairstow back to him, and that looks like a caught and bowled chance. Jason Holder in his follow through wasn't able to hang on to it. It was a full-blooded shot, so it got to him quickly. Those either stick or they don't, and Bairstow survives this opportunity as he was there. It was a little bit higher up the batter than the middle, but Jason Holder's disappointed he's not held on to that, Matt Pryor.
Yeah, he is. Tough chance. There was a bit of bottom hand in that one. Hit it quite powerfully. I mean, he got it cleanly, didn't he, Bairstow? But Holder looks really difficult to drive. When he puts it on that sort of fuller length, he does get a bit of bounce, and he did so there. It sort of hit the bat quite high up. Would have been a sharp chance, but a chance nonetheless.
Bairstow solidly forward on this occasion, playing back down the pitch. No run, 291 for 8 it remains.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what you were saying there, Matt. So I don't know if you ever worked with her, but there's a South African scientist called, or doctor scientist, Manners will tell me later, but Dr. Cheryl Calder, and she works with athletes on where they look. And when I was talking to her, she was saying the biggest problem she has is that athletes are so good at minimizing their weaknesses. It's actually hard to get them to focus. So it's hard for her to find out what they're not looking at that they should be looking at. And you've talked about this before with me, where proper batters look in like a box. They can't really follow the ball. They're sort of looking at a rough area. And she was saying that that's one of the hardest things, is to retrain batters.
Holder is in. Bairstow opening the blade, but plays to point, and there's no run.
When they start looking at the wrong thing, because they have found a way to sort of minimize all their errors, and then, as you say, if they're a good cutter, they cut everything, and so they can overcome that. And what she was trying to do is train people. But that's what you see with the best athletes in the world. They minimize how their weaknesses can affect them. And essentially that's what he's done, right? He's not suddenly a great lakeside player in a way that he wasn't before, but he's found a way to score regularly, which means that you can't attack him there over and over again.
Final ball of the 96th over, the 10th of the morning, and Bairstow is pushing to mid-on, sets off for a quick single. Kemar Roach picks up and shovels it at the stumps, hits them. Bairstow, I think, will be home anyway. There's no real excitement from anyone. So 292 for 8 after 96 overs. Is umpire Brathwaite just picking up the walkie-talkie to ask the question? No. Looks like everyone is happy. So that is 10 overs gone for the morning here on TalkSport 2. England 292 for 8. They resumed 268 for 6. Chris Woakes caught behind off of Seals for 28. And then 2 balls later, Craig Overton caught it short leg by Nkrumah Bonner at about the 4th attempt. It did hit him somewhat in the gut and then rolled around the legs, but fortunately he was able to get his hands around it, and that meant that he was out. So 2 wickets down for England, and we start a new over with Johnny Bairstow having a huge hack, aiming at mid-wicket, getting a leading edge, and it flies over slip for a boundary 4. Bairstow obviously gets an earful from the bowler, and he just pulls out face as if to say, well, look in the book, mate. 296 for 8.
I wondered if this was going to come. Bairstow just going through the gears. That's a hoik. That is a hoik. That's not going through the gears. That's going from 1 to 8 very, very quickly. But gets a bit of luck. He's deserved it. goes away for the boundary. Bowler gives him a bit of a wry look.
Well, this could be fun then, folks. Bairstow, 131 not out. In comes Seales, 4 for 71 to his name. It's a punch through the covers by Bairstow on this occasion. Won't get out to the boundary. It'll be pulled in by Brathwaite, the skipper. And it is 2, so 6 from 2 balls, 298 for 8 as England approach 300 in this first innings.
Yeah, I prefer that shot from Bairstow. I think, look, I understand that he'll want to go through the gears now and score as many as he can, but Mark Wood is, he's not a complete fool with the bat. He can hold up the end, absolutely, and score runs himself. He doesn't look in that much trouble. But they've obviously had a conversation, the pair of them, and Bairstow wants to get on with it. But I think you can there are enough runs to be had out here playing proper shots.
Seales is in, Bairstow pushing into the covers. Brathwaite will field, and there is no run. Just a reminder, we keep mentioning this, the average first innings batting first at the St Vivian Richards Stadium is 311. England 298 for 8.
Yeah, just to finish that point about how Bairstow would look at this. I mean, okay, so 3 balls gone in this over. They've got 6 from it already. That's plenty. That's good enough. So what I'd expect for him is to probably pat out the next 2 balls and get a single.
Here we go then, Seales ball number 4. Bairstow is opening the face, guides it past second slip. Not a million miles wide of second slip, but it's another boundary. 4-2.4. Johnny Bairstow appears to have engaged white ball mode as that 4 takes him to 137, and England have 300 on the board. 302 for 8. England, well, they've only passed 300 in their first innings 3 times in the last 14 innings. So if this is the start of a new trend, it is a very welcome one.
Yeah, perfect that. Bairstow again, just looking, it wasn't a big shot. The ball was a little bit wide. All he had to do was get a little bit of bat on it, make sure he kept it down and guided it through the vacant slip area.
Seales is in for the 5th ball. Bairstow does well, gets in behind it, pushes it into the offside, and there is a comfortable single to be taken. So he is now at the non-striker's end with 1 ball left of the over. It's therefore down to Mark Wood to just see it off, and that will be a highly productive over for England.
Yeah, brilliant that from Bairstow. It's exactly right. So hopefully if Mark Wood gets through this delivery, that's exactly how you would, as the in batsman, that is how you would want to work the partnership with the bowler batting at the other end. Try and score runs, but then rotate the strike at the end of the over. Give them 1, no more than 2 balls to face.
So Mark Wood is facing Seales. Seales wide on the crease. It's a shortish ball, and Mark Wood's gone on the pull. It's got out to John Campbell, the sweeper, very, very quickly, and they have taken the single. So that is the end of the over, and Mark Wood is therefore on strike for the first ball of the 98th over, which does surprise me a little bit, but it's 304 for 8.
Well, look, if he can play shots like that, he can face all 6 balls. I mean, it was a bit of a laugh between the two of them, Bairstow and Wood, when they sort of joined up at the end of that over. I think Bairstow probably said, hold on, mate, that wasn't the plan, but, carry on. It was a fantastic shot from Wood.
Well, indeed. So the first hour of the day is just about done and dusted. So England have had an okay first hour. They've gone past 300. 304 for 8. They resumed 268 for 6. The West Indies therefore taking 2 wickets. Matt Pryor moves out. Samuel Badree, the former West Indian spinner, takes the place in the co-commentator's seat. From a West Indian point of view, Samuel, obviously the 2 wickets in 3 balls was a very nice and welcome addition for the West Indies bowlers.
Yes, that's exactly what they would have wanted coming into the second day's play. They wanted to get early wickets. The wicket of Bairstow in particular, unfortunately, hasn't been that case, but they'll take the other 2 and still try to see how much they can restrict this English first innings too, as that delivery from Roach just goes outside the off stump, well left by Mark Wood. But yes, I think it's a good start for the West Indies. England will be happy as well getting to that 300 mark and want to see how many more they can get in this first innings.
What do you make then of the average score? We keep talking about the fact that the average first innings batting first on this ground is 311. It's 304 for 8 at the moment. I mean, how far do you have to be getting till we're talking about being well above par, if you like, as Roach bowls, and Mark Wood has tucked the bat well inside the line of that one through to the keeper, no run?
Yeah, I think around that 310, 315 mark might just be par on this particular surface. I know that series against Sri Lanka was a little bit of an anomaly, where both test matches pitted out to team draws on the 5th day. But looking at the surface, how dry it is and what we can anticipate in the coming days, I think if they can get to 350, that would be a significant effort from England, and it will require some getting from the West Indies, as this delivery from Kemar Roach is wide, and he has a go at it. Mark Wood misses it completely, goes through to the wicketkeeper, no run. But if they can get up to 350, I think that would be an excellent effort for England, and West Indies will be concerned with that.
Well, absolutely. I mean, if Mark Wood starts seeing those types of deliveries and playing them more to the point, as we saw a couple of winters ago when he had an incredible partnership with Stuart Broad at Johannesburg, the pair of them were just flaying it to all parts, obviously at altitude, so the ball flies that little bit further. If Mark Wood gets into that mode, as Roach bowls him an absolute crackerjack delivery, wide of the crease, going in towards off stump, and then seaming away, taken by the keeper, moving to his right-hand side. I mean, I can think of fast bowlers of years gone by saying that's wasted on a number 10.
Excellent delivery operating now from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He's featured more prominently from the other end, with the wind assisting him to get the ball into the right-handers. But now he will have that wind across his chest and still trying to get those wickets. He's the most successful bowler in the world here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. And this delivery is on the line of the stumps, well played towards mid-on, no run. But yeah, that delivery to Mark Wood, angling in and just leaving him at the last moment. Too good for a number 10, you're right.
Absolutely. Kemar Roach is such a high quality operator. 2 for 81 so far. He's got 1 ball left and he'll have completed 20 overs of work. Seals has bowled 22, Holder 21, Joseph 19. There are the men who've been used so far. Roach goes in and Mark Wood is solidly in behind this, and therefore it is the end of the over. So Johnny Bairstow will be on strike for the first ball of the next over. 138 not out from 249. From a West Indian point of view, for Johnny Bairstow then, Samuel, is it a case of give him one and get him off strike and we just go to work on the other end?
I think certainly that would be the case. Any team in a position like this, you have the well-set Bairstow who's gone past 100, Mark Wood in number 10, and Jack Leach to come. You'd want to be bowling the majority of your deliveries to Mark Wood, and initially in the over, set your field back, protect the boundaries, and get him off strike. I'm not too sure how Bairstow will play this period, how much confidence he has in Mark Wood, and even Jack Leach. We saw Jack Leach with that magnificent partnership with Stokes in the Ashes a couple of seasons ago. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes, but certainly from a West Indian standpoint, that is exactly what they'd want. They'd want to be bowling the majority of their balls to Mark Wood.
Well, Alzari Joseph is coming into the bowling attack now. As I mentioned, this will be his 20th. He is wicketless so far. 0 for 69 are his numbers. He is the only of the seamers not to have taken a wicket so far, and he is bowling to Johnny Bairstow. Right arm over, and that is in towards the thigh pad, and Bairstow has helped that around the corner. Roach will field at long leg. It is just a single, so Bairstow happy to give Wood the bowling with 5 balls left of the over, Samuel.
Yeah, interesting, and West Indies wouldn't mind this whatsoever. Alzari Joseph will have a bat pad coming into position. He has those catchers in the slip and gully, so 2 slips and a gully, a bat pad, point mid-off, deep backward square, long leg in position as the fielders. He has been a little bit unlucky throughout that first day's play. Alzari Joseph did get the edge of Ben Stokes, went to the left of Jason Holder, who didn't react, and another few deliveries went through the slip region. So he's been the unluckiest of the bowlers on show for the West Indies so far. And this delivery to Mark Wood just goes outside the line of off stump and well left. But yeah, he has been a little bit unlucky, and can he change the tide on day 2?
He's got 3 slips and a gully, so they're obviously going to try and attack. And Joe Wilson's just going down and having word with him about where his front foot is landing. And just a reminder, of course, that it is the third umpire using the TV replays that calls the front foot no ball. So Joe Wilson is looking at the front just to make sure that Alzarri Joseph is in and around the right area, giving the bowler some feedback. He's going to make his way back to the end of the mark, and Mark Wood waits. He's got a single to his name. Joseph is in. Mark Wood playing solidly from the crease, just pushes out on the offside no run. We had a couple of no balls yesterday, Samuel, and my one concern with this, calling them off the field of play, is that a lot of the time they happen sort of 2 or 3 seconds after the actual incident. In India, they have that siren that goes off for the no ball. I really do think we need to adopt that all around the world, so it's really obvious to all of the crowd that actually the no ball has been bowled, because sometimes you're not even looking at the umpire by the time he's actually stretched his arm out and relayed the message, if you like. Joseph is in. Mark Wood has taken a big swing at this one, leaning backwards. It's a top edge, very low down on the bat, and it just loops into the covers. Mark Wood is out caught. England have lost their 9th wicket. Mark Wood goes for a single, and Alzarri Joseph is into the wicket column. Mark Wood could resist it no longer, and he just gets underneath that one, and the catch is taken, and so England have 1 more wicket left in this innings.
Really good delivery, aggressive delivery from Alzarri Joseph, well directed, good pace, good height as well, so that uncomfortable height for Mark Wood, the ball got big on him and he wasn't able to control it. A top edge and a simple catch. Another wicket for the West Indies, and you can just see the end of the tunnel, so to speak, at 305 for 9 England. But in losing his wicket, he did the right thing. Mark Wood, he just went past Johnny Bairstow. It means that Johnny Bairstow will be on strike when Jack Leach joins him out in the middle. But an excellent delivery from Alzarri Joseph, and he'll be very pleased to be amongst the wickets.
By the way, as you mentioned, they cross while the ball is in the air. That's going to be another of the law changes that's going to be adopted. They tried that with the 100 in the UK last summer. So there will be no case of the batsman crossing, and therefore the established batsman will be on strike. It'll be, well, you took the wicket, that man is out, and therefore the new batsman will replace him. We were talking about that off air before we came on this morning. Jared Kimber saying he thinks it'll affect white ball cricket probably more than test matches. But what do you make that from a bowler's point of view, Samuel? Obviously, you've got the guy out, therefore the new man in will therefore face the delivery.
I think so. I think it will help the bowling team more so, getting an opportunity to bowl immediately to the new batsman. Many times a new batsman comes in and he's at the non-striker's end, and he gets an opportunity to see what the wicket is doing almost vicariously by being on the non-striker's end. So it will help him to get acclimatized, especially a top order batsman who has an opportunity to see firsthand from the non-striker's end exactly what the bowler is doing, what the pitch is doing. So I think from that standpoint, you have to come in and face the music, so to speak, straight up. It will help the bowling team and put the new batsman immediately under pressure. And that law, as we mentioned, will come into effect a little bit later on. But for this particular test match, Johnny Bairstow will retain the strike.
Yeah, absolutely. All the eyes for yesterday was, I think more of the attention was all about Mancads and the fact that you're not going to be able to use saliva on the ball, but that was one of the other parts that was announced. Rob, well, I suppose we have to talk West Indies. I mean, we're now, an hour and 10 minutes into this session. England resumed 268 for 6. It's now 305 for 9, and in the build-up to today's play, Matt Pryor and myself were talking about, can you put 50, 60, 70 on and then put pressure on? But West Indies done a great job mopping up the towel so far, Samuel.
Yeah, really excellent, and they're following on from yesterday's first session where they picked up that first wicket, those first 4 wickets rather, and then they only had the solitary wicket post-lunch and post-tea. This morning already picking up 3 wickets, so it has been that sort of a surface here where early in the day's play there is something in it for the bowlers, and can they finish things off, or how many more can Johnny Bairstow get in combination with Jack Leach, and also how does he approach this now that the number 11 has joined him? Couple deliveries left in this over. Will he try to get strike, or will he just continue to play along and maybe look for that asterisk at the end of his name? So it remains to be seen how he plays this, but certainly every run from now will count for a lot.
Well, of course, everyone will be wondering, does Jack Leach just go into Headingley mode when he was with Ben Stokes and just block the living daylights out of it? Or, I mean, people forget, you probably forget, that he actually made 92 for England against Ireland at Lord's back in 2019 when he came in as the night watchman, and, as I say, ended up 8 short of what would have been a brilliant 100. So it's not as if Johnny Bairstow has to go completely reckless at this point. They've had a quick drinks break after the wickets, and Alzari Joseph will come in and bowl to Bairstow for the 5th ball of this over. It's a shortish ball, and Bairstow has nothing to do with it, and immediately turns to the umpire and says, how's that not a wide for height? You might just have heard him through the stump mic saying, it's up here. But bowlers don't get a lot in their favour, Samuel. Was that one a little bit too generous?
Yeah, I think it might have been. He was gesticulating afterwards how high it was. He couldn't reach it. Not even if he had a much longer bat, Johnny Bairstow. But you can see the plan from the West Indies and Alzari Joseph. They're closing in the field. Fielders are coming to cut the single, and the bowler is trying to keep that ball away from him. The final delivery coming up in the over. They'd want Jack Leach to be on strike for the start of the next over, and that will be the first port of call for Alzari Joseph. But this one is swiveled, tries to play it on the one side, it goes away down towards the third man, and he gets the single to bring him back on strike for the next over. So job achieved for Johnny Bairstow, not so for the West Indies.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a leg by, so Bairstow will be on strike. 306 for 9 here on TalkSport 2. Don't forget, TalkSport Breakfast back tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock. Alan Brazil is with Ali McCoist, and Gabby Agbonlahor will be with them as well. The Aston Villa striker Ollie Watkins amongst their guests. But of course, we're getting closer to the weekend. Don't forget, a big weekend of football coming up on TalkSport Network. But before we even get there, Champions League action between Real Madrid and PSG. And tomorrow, West Ham's trip to Seville in the Europa League. All of those games coming up on TalkSport and TalkSport 2. So plenty for you to get your teeth into. Now, just listening in, because Johnny Bairstow just called to Jack Leach just to point something out, presumably a gap that he spotted in the field. Alzari Joseph is made way for Kemar Roach for this over, and Roach will start with a short ball that doesn't get up that much, and Johnny Bairstow is giggling as it goes through eventually to Josh De Silva. It only just carried through, and Johnny Bairstow, well, that probably would have been about waist height actually if he'd stood there. He just managed to get underneath it, but that is sign, Samuel, that there is some definite variable bounce in this pitch.
There is variable bounce. We saw that in the first day's play as well. I just think that Johnny Bairstow might have said to Jack Leach, we're looking for another short delivery, pull towards the deep backward square fielder in the deep there. He doesn't go for the run. So the signal is there that he wants to take the majority of the strike. He doesn't want to expose Jack Leach, and as you can expect, the West Indian has positioned quite a number of fielders on the boundary. A deep backward square, deep mid-wicket, fine leg, third man, a point on the boundary. Mid-off himself is quite deep as Kemar Roach makes his way to bowl this delivery.
Yep, he is on his way in. Right on. There's still 2 slips in place for Bairstow. It's a shortish ball that is leg side-ish, and if Bairstow really wanted to go at that one, he might have fancied it, but allows it to go through to the keeper, and there is no run.
As you've mentioned, that field, there is a change now. One of the slip fielders coming out to go towards the short mid-wicket region. So just Jason Holder position in between second and third slip, you'd say, as the catching fielder. And you suspect that that would be the mode of attack for Kemar Roach, trying to go short, and he goes short once again. And this one done towards the fine leg fielder, didn't get much contact on it, and this time he takes the single.
That is interesting. It's the third ball of the over, and they have indeed taken the one. So Jack Leach will be on strike, and he will therefore settle in and take guard. Left-hander Jack Leach, of course, so there'll have to be a bit of moving around in the field. 3:15 in the afternoon in the UK, 11:15 in Antigua. 45 minutes left in the session. Of course, if England were to get bowled out now, 10-minute changeover. So that would give them a nice little half an hour or so session at the West Indies openers before lunch. Jared Kimber's looking poised. Sorry, Samuels. I'm just looking at Jared. He's staring at me in that way that only Jared Kimber can.
I wasn't sure what you were going to do then, Macca. For a moment, I thought we had a connection.
Roach is going to be around the wicket to Leach. Edges, and it's straight between keeper and first slip. After you, Claude. They look at each other, and Roach has got hands on knees. Cannot believe it. Josh De Silva doesn't move a muscle. It's not as if one of them went for it and then backed off. De Silva's not gone for it. Campbell's watched it, and it has sailed belt high between keeper and first slip. England should be walking off, taking off the pads, and Kemar Roach is rightly furious.
Yeah, wicketkeeper needs to go for that one. Joshua De Silva to his left, not too far from him, should have made an attempt, and that's exactly what Kemar Roach was looking to do. Round the wicket to the left-hander, has that proclivity to get that ball to move away from the left-handed batsman, looking for the edge, got the edge. Joshua De Silva wasn't able to take the catch. He didn't even move for it, as you mentioned, and neither was the slip this time. Much wider than that previous delivery, well left by Jack Leach, and looking very despondent, Kemar Roach. And why not? As a fast bowler, you create the opportunity, you expect your fielders to support you in that region. It wasn't to be. 311 for 9, England.
Yeah, 100 overs completed. Bairstow's got 140, Leach has got 4, and Jared Kimber's got some pearls of wisdom for us.
Cricketers have just had a look at the English tail. So in the last 2 years, the tail from 8 to 11 have averaged 13 for England. That is better than South Africa, Afghanistan and Sri Lanka. So it's the 4th worst tail in Test cricket as we currently stand. There you go, Macca.
I'm surprised, to be honest.
Is that high?
Yes.
I don't know how much of Sri Lanka you've seen. Their kind of tail from beginning to end. And Afghanistan, it dips off a little bit at the end. And South Africa's got a very long tail in some of their games.
Azari Joseph will start a new over. Johnny Bairstow will guide it down to third man. He's not going to take the run, so he is still 10 away from getting to 150. England are 311 for 9. I've just realised I've done a ball too much, so I'm getting out the way so Neil Manthorpe can take over the description.
Thank you very much indeed, Macca. Well, it's that was bizarre, wasn't it? Normally the wicketkeeper would take responsibility for the positioning of first slip. He'd say, look, a bit closer, but for neither of them to move and for it to pass by at catchable height, that's very disappointing from a West Indian point of view. Next ball played away defensively on the offside by Bairstow. He remains 140 not out. His 8th Test match 100. Jack Leach off the mark with that slippery edge between the keeper and first slip. 311 for 9. England will just be, as long as they don't go nowhere. I mean, turning down runs is okay in certain circumstances, but every single run is of a premium. You would think in the first innings. That's short and a pull shot, top edge, flying away down towards third man, and it's a super catch from Jason Holder at backward point. Alzari Joseph has brought the innings to a close. Johnny Bairstow looking to pull it through mid-wicket. Big booming top edge. Jason Holder for a moment looked skyward, trying to pick it up. Eventually did just in the nick of time, and running back towards third man has taken a very well judged and not particularly straightforward catch. Very good work from the former West Indian captain. He just overran it, actually. He'd gone too far and he had to backpedal by half a pace and fell backwards as the ball landed in the palms of his hands. Very nicely done. He's actually taken it behind his head. That's how far he'd overrun it.
Johnny Bairstow is accepting the applause, and rightly so, as he walks off last man out for 140 from 259 deliveries. And England have been bowled out for 311. Jack Leach, last man standing on 4 not out. Well, rewind to an hour and a quarter into the first day's play when England were 48 for 4. They'd been offered 311 then. They'd been, well, very, very happy to accept it. 311 all out, and Alzarri Joseph and Jayden Seales doing the damage in the end on the second morning, picking up 2 wickets each as England have moved from 268 to 268 for 6 to 311 all out. Samuel, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here. It's an excellent end to that innings there from the West Indies. They picked up the last 4 wickets inside this first session, exactly what they would have wanted. England 268 for 6 going into the day's play, but that was a marvellous catch from Jason Hole, as you mentioned. Not straightforward, it was swirling around in the wind, quite a high wind here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium, and he overran it, but had the presence of mind and the agility to fall backwards and take that catch to end things off. Johnny Bairstow trying to take on Alzarri Joseph to get as many runs as he possibly could, but wasn't to be, fell short of that 150 mark. But take nothing away from the way Bairstow played. The next best knock in this innings, 42 from Ben Foakes. So when you put things into context, that 140 might just be a defining knock, not only in this test match but certainly in the series.
Let's have a look at the bowling figures, shall we, Samuel? Jayden Seales, the 20-year-old fast bowler, 4 for 79, the pick of the attack. But then the figures that also leap out at me, Jason Holder, 21 overs, 11 maidens, 2 for 24. Kemar Roach, 2 for 86 in his 21 overs. He's gone for over 4s. And Alzarri Joseph picking up 2 wickets this morning, 2 for 70 from his 20 overs. Would that which numbers strike you as particularly noteworthy?
I think Jayden Seales, only his 5th test match, we know of his ability with that ball, becoming the youngest West Indian to pick up a 5-wicket haul against Pakistan last year, and much is expected of him. Still learning, still in the infancy of his career, but to get another 4-wicket haul and to really back up all that has been spoken about him, that's really exceptional. A little bit of a pity that he wasn't able to get that 5-wicket haul. Jason Hole, as you mentioned, that control that he brings to this team, 21 overs and just conceding 24 runs. It really speaks volumes of his ability to be consistent and to hit those lines and lengths and build pressure. But overall, all of the fast bowlers contributing, Roach picking up 2, Joseph picking up 2 in the end, and it probably gives an indication of who will be more successful on the surface. Whether Jack Leach will come into play as we get deeper into this test match, it remains to be seen. But the fast bowlers in particular, because of that variable bounce, because of the lines that they will be expected to bowl, are the ones who should be the most productive.
Samuel, can I ask you one more question? Have we got you for another minute?
Certainly.
I wanted to ask you about how the pitch might behave over the next couple of days, but then it's a bit like asking whether a 3-year-old toddler is going to behave if you take him out to a restaurant for lunch. I mean, there's an element of unpredictability about cricket pitches. They are organic things after all. But you mentioned, and we've all seen the inconsistency in bounce. 1 or 2 keeping very low, 1 or 2 appearing to grip in the pitch. There are cracks there. Joe Root thought that it would deteriorate significantly as the test match goes on. How much more difficult will batting become, do you think, over the next couple of days?
Yeah, I want to agree with that assessment from Joe Root, particularly, like I mentioned, from this circuit, Lee Ambrose, and it's really dry and there are already cracks showing up. And also, in addition to the cracks, the pitch, the pieces of the pitch are separating, which means that it'll be quite challenging for the batsman. The other side seems to be holding up. The Andy Robertson seems to be holding up quite better, But I just thought that going into this test match, there wasn't enough moisture in the surface for it to last the duration of the 5 days. They might have been concerned about putting too much water in it and affecting the first session. And on that front, they resisted that temptation. But when you look at the 5 days, I really think that is going to be a challenge. So this 311, in my respectful view, is still quite a good score.
Thank you very much indeed, Samuel Badri, one of the great pioneers of spinners opening bowling in T20 cricket. Thank you for your thoughts, and we'll hear more from you a little bit later on. Gareth Batty, 311 not out, 311 all out. I was thinking of Hashim Amla at the Oval then, 311
I wish it was still not out. I wish England was still batting.
They'll take that. And Samuel Badri says, pretty good score. A good par.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think what we've seen throughout the periods of the game, when the new ball, I'm going to call it a new ball pitch. We saw up front yesterday, it definitely decked around a little bit. By that I mean the ball is moving sideways. We've already seen that it's a bit two-paced. And when there's moisture around in a surface, there's going to be some two-pace because it will dry out at different rates throughout the surface. I think then when the second new ball was taken last night, we saw it deck around again. As we know with the Duke's ball, between that sort of 55 overs and 80 overs before the new one, it's okay for batting, it's pleasant for batting, and we saw Bairstow go through the gears a little bit and take the bowlers on a bit and actually probably control the game from a batting side with a skill set, putting the bowlers under pressure. But as soon as that new ball came again, he had to rein it all back in and respect the fact that the ball just zipped around. The hardest thing, and we were just talking off air now as I was talking to Matty, because the pitch is a little bit too paced, if you have a bit of pace and you can bowl short, it's the hardest time to be playing short pitch bowling because it comes off at different paces. You can't stand up and play the ball as you would do and lift your hands up like we saw with Woakes. He got done with one that just bounced a little bit more, and then the next ball you see Overton get one that's only on his hip rather than bouncing a lot, and he just doesn't, he gets a little bit, you wouldn't say careless, but it could be a bit more precise with his bat playing just to get the ball into the ground because the short leg was 2 wickets away. It could have just gone straight into short leg there, but that is nature of the beast of one being your first few balls, but two, also a two-pace pitch. It's difficult to stand up and play, so you either want to get down and you might have to wear a few. If you're trying to go underneath it, you'll wear a few on the back and the helmet and what have you. But if you want to stand up and play that extra bit of bounce that we'll see from Wood, we could see a bit from Overton being a tall man. It could be difficult, and we will see with a new ball pitch, it will be difficult.
Talking of that new ball, let's move on to the start of the West Indies innings now. It's been spoken about a lot, the starkly contrasting records of Chris Woakes at home and overseas. And I made the comparison, I'll ask you about its legitimacy now, to asking a professional golfer to use a different set of clubs or in fact a different ball. I mean, they're all very precious about their balls. So how often, Chris Woakes averages 52 for his wickets overseas, but he's overseas with a Duke's ball now. How much difference do you think that'll make?
Huge amount, because the ball feels completely different in your hand. So exactly what you said about a golfer with different clubs. Of course, it's exactly the same. It has to be. That is that's his tool of his trade, the ball in his hand. And it is very different. So to describe to the listeners, a Kookaburra ball has a very flat but very sharp seam with one stitch going through it, with no real, it's not very pronounced. And after 10 overs, that seam is almost gone, and it doesn't continue to buff up. So the leather is quite sort of pitted, shall we say, so you don't get the sheen on it. The Duke's ball is almost double stitched, so it's more pronounced. It's not quite as wide, but it stays pronounced the whole innings. Yes, it gets softer, so it does less. But the ball shines for best part of 50 overs. So everything is going for you when you have a skill set of Chris Woakes where you can stand the seam up, bolt upright perfectly and control that sort of, use that as your rudder to shape the ball in or out. It's just a perfect ball for him. I think it's difficult to judge people away from home at times because some of his games away from home would have been the wrong end of bad performances from England possibly not being as prepared as they are at home. So we drill people at home and beat people at times at home, but away from home are we a bit less prepared because it's very difficult now travelling the world in any sport. You look at all sports, you get all the numbers, very difficult. Rugby teams travelling abroad, very difficult to win abroad. It's tough because of the nature of the beast that you don't have as much time in that environment to get ready to be as prepared as possibly you could be.
We talk about the heavy roller and the light roller. It looks like they've got a medium roller on at the moment.
It's a sponsored Bentley Rover, that, isn't it? Roller, that is beauty.
It is very nice, yeah. But I mean, it's quite hard to prepare yourself as a batter, I would think, with in the knowledge that the bounce is becoming more and more uneven. 1 and 2 are keeping low. I mean, you just have to walk out there and play and prepare for every ball to bounce as you would predict, haven't you?
Yeah, I suppose the biggest thing that you'd say to any player is don't be looking for the ball to do something that you're not expecting. Try and react to it if it does stay a bit low or bounces a little bit. Try and present your head at the ball so you get as close to the ball as you can with a good bat swing. Be prepared to use your feet. If you have to wear a couple, show a bit of bravery. There might be the odd one that bounces, there might be the odd one that keeps low. Just make sure that you're the lucky one that when it keeps low, it's not pitching middle and hitting middle.
The roller is being taken off the field now, and it's in reverse, and it's quite slow in reverse, as most mechanised pieces of machinery are. It's got a couple of gears going forward, but plays it's being held up because the roller in reverse. Why doesn't he just turn it around and drive it forward? Why is it in reverse? Joe Root's finding it all quite amusing because we've been ready to go for 2 minutes now, and the roller has only just managed to cross the rope now. And there's an ironic cheer from the Barmy Army for the groundsman who's just taken it off. Chris Woakes, first delivery, leading the attack for the first time, and he's in once again for the first time, and it's back of a length, pushed away defensively out in the offside by Craig Brathwaite, and there's no run.
I actually think it's the other way for Chris Woakes now. You know, all the numbers about away games and this sort of thing. He's been given an opportunity to lead the attack for England. He wouldn't have had that very often in his career because there would have always been a Broad or an Anderson who would have been the main man over him. This is his opportunity. This is what we all dream about as kids, that I'm the man here.
Here is Woakes once again up to the crease now. Bowls, and Brathwaite defensively pushes it out towards extra cover mid-off, and there's no run.
You're on the line there.
If you've got the new ball in your hand, or you are a fast bowler, and I'm going to ask Jared Kimber to put some meat on the bones of this statement here, that Craig Brathwaite's a very, very meticulous opening batsman. He's very slow. He's almost completely unconcerned about runs. Here is Woakes once again. Brathwaite plays defensively, pushing it up towards mid-off, and it's fielded by Jack Leach, and there's no run. Does that in some way embolden you as a new ball bowler? You think, well, you know, even if I get one wrong, even if I bowl a short wide one outside the off stump, he's going to leave it rather than hit it. Does that allow you just to concentrate on attacking?
I think it should do, shouldn't it? Particularly modern day, you always feel as though most players are trying to arrest the initiative somehow.
Here is Woakes once again as the Barmy Army finish the last strains of Jerusalem, and that's pushed defensively again by Brathwaite towards mid-off, no run.
And by that what I mean is there's not many players that are happy to absorb the pressure from their opposite number to then, you know, bide their time. Everybody wants everything yesterday, so I think he's a bit of a commodity, is Brathwaite, in the way that he plays. He's prepared to trust his defence, trust the fact that he lines the ball up well. He's set up very nicely at the crease. There's not much to go wrong. I can face 200 balls, and if you face 200 balls, you're a chance of getting 100.
Here is Woakes once again, and Brathwaite is off the mark. He's pushed a very full-length delivery past Overton at mid-off, and there's a chase on for Alex Lees, but he's not going to get there, and in fact that's raced away down to the boundary for 4. Well, that's very unusual for Brathwaite to score a boundary in the first over of a test innings unless he's nicked it past slip. Jared, I'm not being unkind, am I describing him as being very, very slow batsman?
No, you're being very accurate. I mean, Paddy just said if you face 200 balls, he was a chance of making 100. He's actually a chance
70.
of making 76.
Yeah. Full and wide outside the off stump, left alone by Brathwaite.
He's a better chance than if he faces 20, my friend.
He's certainly that. Of the players with over 2,000 runs, he has the slowest strike rate in the last 5 years and 10 years, I think. He's striking at 38. So the only player who's made a few less runs than him is Dom Sibley, had a strike rate of 34, which is so far off the bottom of the map it almost doesn't come onto the map. And if you're looking for the top guys, obviously, Colin de Grandhomme's up at 78, Quinton de Kock is at 70, Rishabh Pant's at 68. So it's a fair distance from those guys. My favourite thing is what happened yesterday, though, when we clocked him at, was it 67 kilometres an hour? I've been looking
Bowling.
into this. Yeah, bowling. Generally, he bowls around 84 kilometres an hour, which is still quite slow, obviously, but about a little bit slower than an average spinner. But of recent times, he's really started to slow it down into the mid-60s, which means that currently he is the world's slowest batter and slowest bowler in Test match cricket. And if he can't get that into some kind of a sponsorship for something, it's just not worth it, is it?
Craig Overton with the second over of the innings. England bowled out for 311. The first ball is pushed away by John Campbell out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's fair to say that John Campbell has not covered himself in glory in his Test career so far as an opening batsman. He's played 15 Test matches. This is his 16th, and he averages 23 and a half. But he has made a lot of runs in the first couple of rounds of the Caribbean first-class competition, and so he's been recalled to the team. Here is Overton again. Left-hander Campbell comes forward and nudges it out on the onside. No run.
Yeah, I reckon he must have a good PR agent. He must have Jared Kimber in his corner, making sure he gets selected. Getting in there, won't you, lad?
Do you know what? You know when you go back and you look at footage of younger players, and it's like, it doesn't matter what kind of player there is. Every bit of footage of them when they're 13 or 14 is just them stroking boundaries. I promise you, I once went back and found all of Craig Brathwaite's old stuff, because it was all on West Indies News.
Overton, a way swinger, but it starts too wide and it's left alone by Campbell. No run.
There are tons of entire innings, but there's also heaps of highlights packages. Every highlights package, one off his hip. Pushed into covers for one. It's incredible. He has no highlights of him playing boundaries unless it's a flick off the hip to backward square leg and the fine leg doesn't get around. He's been this person, and exactly the same when it comes to patience, technique, scoring rate since he was a very young child. He's always made huge scores that have taken incredibly long times to make.
Overton then big away swinger, booming late away swinger to Campbell, who leaves it alone. There are 3 slips in the gully waiting for the edge. That's why Overton's bowling away swingers to Campbell. England are 4 without loss. West Indies are 4 without loss in reply to England's 311.
And it's also worth talking about what we talked about yesterday. He's also the only West Indian player in the last 10 years in the top 45 run scorers in Test cricket. So it's all well and good to say that he's a nerdler at times and he's very defensive focused, but he's actually making runs when the rest of the West Indians have not.
Here is Overton, and it's pushed defensively by Campbell up towards mid-off, and there's no run. And I have to say, Jared, if none of the rest of the batsmen, and Gareth and Matt Pryor's also joined us, if none of the rest of the batsmen are scoring runs and you're scoring them slowly, you're not about to change that, are you? You're not going to start trying to score them more quickly.
If I'm getting lots of runs, I'm not changing a thing. I'm going to keep doing it over and over again. Why would you change?
Exactly right. A reminder, England bowled out for 311. Johnny Bairstow, last man out for a wonderful 140. Overton in once again, and that's a quick single. John Campbell drops it down into the offside, and Zach Crawley comes running in, but he can't prevent the single from being taken, and the West Indies move on to 5 without loss at the end of the second over. The question that a lot of people will be asking is, if Mark Wood is the fastest bowler probably on both teams, well, definitely on both teams, why doesn't he open the bowling? That would be a fair question that people might ask.
Yeah, I'd love to give you the exact answer. I can give you a few options of the best answer. Some guys that actually don't like bowling with the new Duke's ball because there's a lacquer on it, so it's tough to grip. So it's like, what would you say? It's like a beeswax almost that stops the moisture that sometimes you get when it's dewy or rain or whatever. That's why we have a Duke's ball in England, so it doesn't swell and the leather get all big and soft. So there's a lacquer on it. Some don't like it. That might be one. Matty, you got any?
Yeah, for me it's more about control and the captain wanting control to start off the innings. We talk about winning the first half hour. We've been speaking about England winning the first half hour with the bat.
Chris Wokes. That's gone past the outside edge. It's a beauty. And Wokes purses his lips and
holds his right index finger up in the air as if to say that was almost out.
I think, if there's one criticism of Wood, he's so exciting to watch. He bowls fast, we know that, but he can be loose at times. He can go around the park, and what you don't want to do is give opening batsmen with attacking fields easy scoring opportunities. So I think it's about building, going with these two, Woakes and Overton, very accurate and known for that. Build pressure, and then you can bring Wood in after a sort of strong, tight start.
Short from Woakes and pulled by John Campbell through square leg for 4. He can be a really freewheeling, free-scoring opening batsman, John Campbell. He averages only 23, but he's played a few innings of 60 or 70 from as many balls, and that's certainly a very bold shot. He couldn't be more contrasting to Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah, and I think one thing we mentioned a lot about Broad and Anderson not being here. Do not underestimate how much pressure and nerves Woakes and Overton will have. Never before.
Woakes in again, beats the edge once more. Campbell pushing forward defensively, and it fizzes into the gloves of Ben Foakes.
Never before have two young England bowlers had to replace two of the best that have ever played. I mean, that, from a mentality perspective, they'll be aware of the press. They'll be aware of how many people are watching, including Broad and Anderson. There'll be a lot of pressure on them.
England's best 2, and where do they rank all time? Jimmy's 2 or 3 now? 3? And Brody would be top 10. Whew.
Here is Woakes once again, and that's a full leg stump flicked away in the air for 4 more by John Campbell. You don't often find 2 errors in that same over from Chris Woakes early on. Do you think the two of them got together and said, right, I'll be Jimmy, you be Brody? And if they did, who would be who? They're both probably more similar to Stuart Broad, aren't they, than Jimmy Anderson? But that was a leg stump half volley, to be brutally honest, from Chris Woakes, and John Campbell wasn't about to look a gift horse in the face. Let's left alone, full and wide outside the off stump from Woakes, gets his line and length back there, and that's left alone by John Campbell. 14 without loss, West Indies, in reply to England's 311. That's the end of the third over. No, it's not, beg your pardon. We've got 2 balls left. Learn to count to 6. Craig Brathwaite has 4, but John Campbell's made a flying start with a couple of boundaries. He's 9 off 11 balls, 14 without loss. Here's Woakes once again up to the crease. Now bowls full in swinger to the left-hander, and it's pushed gently up towards Jack Leach once again at mid-on. 3 slips and a gully for Chris Woakes. In fact, Joe Root's waving his arms in the direction of somebody. He's decided that he wants a square leg. No, he's going for a deep mid-wicket. So he's saying to Chris Woakes, bowl him another leg stump half volley.
Yeah, it's almost like you'd call it sort of a 3/4 man just in front of square for like that pick-up pull shot that he picks up off good length.
Works in again. Campbell drops it down on the offside, sets off for a single. Bairstow picks up and shies at the stump. Stokes, beg your pardon. What? The reason I thought it was Bairstow is that I was assuming that Stokes was in the slip cordon, but he's still got that damaged thumb, hasn't he? So that's the reason he's not in the slip cordon. Andrew McKenna will talk you through the slip cordon because he's going to take us through till lunch here on day 2.
Thank you, Manners. Yes, that is the one necessarily evil, if you like, of having changes to the team. The latest incarnation of the England slip cordon: Joe Root at first, Zach Crawley at second, Johnny Bairstow at third, and when Woakes is bowling, Overton in the gully. So that is the changing nature of the England slip cordon.
And I tell you what, as bowlers, that is horrible. When it's untried and tested, there's nothing better than looking at a guy.
As Overton starts the new over, around the wicket to Campbell, nice and tight, nothing there for him, plays it out, no run.
Nothing better than looking behind the wicket and going, oh yeah, he's a banker there, he's wonderful there, he's good there. Having the unknowns, it's just that little nagging down, and particularly if one goes down, it's not a nice feeling. So They'll be nervous. They'll be nervous in that slip corner. They'll want to get off well.
Well, not only if it goes down, Matt, we've already seen one today go straight between keeper and first slip in the West Indians, and they just turned and looked at each other. If there's not that familiarity of who's going for what, always dangerous. Overton is in, outside of Campbell's off stump, and he allows it to go through to Ben Folkes, no run.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing that you're aware of in a new team. You do a lot of work on the training ground. Certainly the wicketkeeper Folkes and Root, that partnership, how they're going to work together. I would imagine and hope that, as I say, on the training ground they would have done a lot of work, even just simple slip catches, trying to, Folkes trying to dummy a few, go for some and not. You need to know that your first slip's going to back you up.
Overton is in. It's the outside portion of John Campbell's bat, fielded at gully, and there's no run.
Yeah, we just had a quick snapshot of the slips there. I'm just want to ask Maddie, do you reckon they're a little bit narrow, or if they are a bit narrow, is there a reason for that?
Do you know what? Folkes took a ball just in front, and the energy and his footwork took him across into nearly second slip, and he nearly ran into him. I was thinking, hang on a minute, they're looking very narrow. I think it will be because they're standing quite close.
Overton is in. Campbell takes this one off of the hip, guides it down to short fine leg, and they will amble through a single to take the total to 16. It's already appeared on the board. So Campbell has 4, Campbell 11, West Indies 16 without loss.
And for our listeners out there that might not know, the wicketkeeper will decide how far back everyone stands. So he'll make his mark first. Now we're on a pretty slow pitch. The ball's not coming through. The England slip cordon want to make sure if they do get an edge, it carries. So the wicketkeeper folks would say, right guys, we're going to have to take it on here. We're going to have to get a bit closer. But because everyone's closer, you can't have as much distance between the slips that you might have if you're at the whacker and 35 yards back. You can all spread out a bit more because there's more time.
Overton over the wicket to Brathwaite, pushes into the offside, no run. So the closer you are, it's actually not the ground you're covering, it's reaction time, pure and simple.
Yeah, you just don't have the time to get across. So the closer you are to the stumps, of course your reaction time is minimised. So you have to bring everyone in tighter, because as you've just said, you don't want the edge to go through a gap. All well and good making it carry and getting close, but if no one can move and react or don't have the time to cover the ground, it goes through a gap between first and second, that's no good either.
So 3 in a gully and a short leg for England. Brathwaite is up on his toes, just dropping this into the offside, and they'll take a comfortable single. 4 overs of the West Indian response have been bowled. Craig Brathwaite 5 not out from 8 balls. John Campbell 11 from 17. The West Indies 17 without loss, so they trail by 294, replying to England's 311 all out. If you are just joining us, England resumed 268 for 6. Bowled out for 311. Wokes 28. Overton a 2-ball duck. Mark Wood a single. Jack Leach 4 not out. Johnny Bairstow final man out for 140. Trying to get things on and farm the strike. So England bowled out in 100 overs and 3 balls for 311, which is exactly the average first innings score in Test matches on this ground. Wokes to start the new over. It was a bit of a lunge down the pitch by Brathwaite there. He's got an inside portion of the bat down to fine leg, and it'll go away for 4, but that was a pretty straight delivery as Wokes walks back shaking his head. Brathwaite's gone to 9, 21 without loss.
Yeah, I was just thinking, after 4 overs, I just feel like we've possibly been a fraction short, maybe. Just that sort of pretty length that's gone through okay, just above the top of the stumps. The first time we've really seen it fuller. Yes, it's a little bit straight. You just feel like there's a bit of doubt from the batter there.
Wokes is in. That's bowled into the pitch, that one. Brathwaite up on his toes, just plays it out on the offside, no run.
I mean, look, we don't want to be negative from the off, but Wokes is really struggling here so far. I mean, he's bowled just over 2 overs for 18 runs, bowling both sides of the pitch. Short and full. He's either struggling for it. It doesn't look like he's struggling for rhythm necessarily, just not quite got his line and length.
He's on his way. Right arm over. That one is left alone by Campbell. That's a ball designed to invite the batsman to drive through to Ben Folkes, no run.
We've certainly seen an amount of movement. That one swung, but possibly swung from the hand. Generally when the ball swings from the hand, you can line it up as a batter. Walks at his best, goes straight at the stumps, bolt upright, and then leaves the batter very late in that last sort of metre, in that decision-making moment when the batter's trying to hit the ball.
Wokes makes his way in, bowls, and Brathwaite is pushing this through mid-off. Mid-off is actually quite tight into the square, so it's going to be Dan Lawrence who has to come all the way around from mid-on and field that a metre inside of the rope. And it's 3 more to the total. It means 7 off the over already. And Brathwaite, who, as Jared Kimber keeps telling you, has got a strike rate of around about 30 per 100 balls, is actually going at a run a ball at the moment, 12 from 12. And England, Matt Price said, would be wanting nice and tight start. That's why Mark Wood doesn't take the new ball. Well, unfortunately, 4 overs and 4 balls in. West Indies 24 without loss already.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to make an early change here, being completely honest.
Wokes across the left-handed John Campbell, and he's not going to chase that one, and it's through to the keeper, no run. Yeah, going back to that sort of tight thing, it was noticeable back in 2005. Hoggard and Harmison, majority of the time Hoggard took the first over because Michael Vaughan wanted a nice tight first over, nothing to happen too much, and then let Harmy come tearing in for the second over. And unfortunately, if that's the plan for this morning, really happened so far. Wokes for the final time this over. Campbell off the back foot is punching. Ben Stokes from mid-off will have to go out to 15 inside the rope on the offside, and it is a couple, so that is 9 from the over. Wokes has bowled 3 overs for 23. West Indies 26 without loss. Right then, wicketkeeper and head coach, more of which to come at the lunch interval, by the way. I'm going to give you the choice then. I'm putting you in the situation. Are we saying that Wokes, thank you very much, take a spell?
I was just about to say this will be a challenge for Joe Root's captaincy, because I'd have him off. I'd say, right, that's not the start we wanted. Let's get Wood on. Look, have a spell. You've not found your... Rather than keep at it, hope for a change, it might be more, actually, you know what, get Mark Wood on and let's see, give him a go with the fresh new ball.
I would have already had the conversation with my captain that I trust everything he does and he can go with what he believes is right at the time.
Well, Mark Wood is into the attack. Well dodged, by the way. You're not going to be able to dodge him that easily at lunchtime, because we've got a good half an hour chatting all things cricket, and you're going to get the full grilling treatment, Mr. Matty. But it is Mark Wood into the attack for Overton, so maybe Overton will take over from the Wokes end. Maybe it will be, if you like, a double change to achieve a single change. So here we go then. Mark Wood will remember the spell, indeed the series he had in the Caribbean back in 2019. Here he comes, right arm over, and Brathwaite off the back foot finds Johnny Bairstow at point, and there's no run. 26 without loss. Jared.
This is currently Craig Brathwaite's fastest ever first innings knock. He was going at a run of ball. He's just slowed down slightly then. The second fastest knock was 19 of 24 balls in 2015. You would have thought he would have, at least as an opener, would have got an edge to the first one time, go for 4 and then been bowled next ball. He's not even had that. This is what he does. So this is an incredible start for him.
Mark Wood is on his way past the umpire. Brathwaite in behind this, pushing out on the offside, and Johnny Bairstow will field. Of course, Mark Wood finished up the Ashes series in Hobart with 6 for 37. He's fit and healthy, and England are playing him, and they need him to be the point of difference, the spearhead of this attack. There's 7 minutes only till the lunch break, so this could be 1 over only. On his way, 2 slips and a gully waiting. It's a full ball outside of off stump. Brathwaite push drives this through the covers. Ben Stokes will gather, turn and throw in one motion, so it's just a single. Brathwaite 13 from 15, West Indies 27 without loss.
Yeah, it takes him no time at all to get up to speed, Mark Wood. His first 2 balls at 139. Third ball of his spell, 145. Right up there. I mean, that's quick, serious pace.
Well, I remember Alzari Joseph had one at 145 yesterday, but as Gareth Batty said, third ball, you've only just come on, that is getting into your work very, very quickly. Right then, John Campbell. 13 from 19, he's been playing some pull shots. Let's see what Mark Wood gives him. Well, outside of off stump, he'll bring him forward. And there's no run as he pushes back down the pitch. And the slips like that from the England point of view. Hands above heads clapping in favour of the bowler. And he will make his way back to his mark. John Campbell, as was mentioned earlier, 16th Test match of his career, 640 runs, average of 23.7, best of 68, 250s to his name so far. Wood, that is full, aiming in at leg stump. There's a half appeal because that's going well down the leg side. Chris Woakes will field on the leg side, and there is no run. And that one was clocked at 150 kilometres an hour. 93 miles an hour from Mark Wood, fifth ball of the spell. Wow. England fielders like what they're seeing from Mark Wood. 139, everything else above 140. Where we're going, the final ball of the hour, it's full, it's down the leg side, and Folkes hasn't taken that cleanly. It's actually got away from him and goes behind him. Scurries off though, and the batsmen don't take the bye. But Mark Wood's first over, done and dusted, just a single from it. West Indies 27 without loss here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, it's just been... I think I'm going to go with rusty start from England. It's certainly not a lack of intent. You can see everybody's buzzing around. Bowlers are certainly trying to hit the areas that are fullish of length. Try and get that Dukes ball swinging and just nipping a little bit, but the radar is just a fraction off. I think we started probably just back of a length, and then when we've gone fuller in these last 2 or 3 overs, we're just not quite zoned into that difficult area off stump and just outside. It's been a little bit both sides of the pitch. Is it because it's a right-left hand combination? Is it because there's a big blustery wind coming across the field? Look, these are all things that the boys would have known about before. There are reasons, yes, but we just need to just zone in a little bit more.
Well, it is a change of ends for Craig Overton. Right arm over, he'll start to Brathwaite, and it's pushed to mid-off, no run.
Come on then, coach. Gareth Batty, new head coach at Surrey. You've got two. Well, Woakes isn't young. He's played a lot, but taking over this new leadership role with the new ball. Overton, young player into the team, new ball. There'll be nerves around. If anything, for me, it looks like they're trying too hard. What would your message be as coach to these players?
Overton delivers. It's a straight drive from Brathwaite back past the stumps, and Stokes will jog after that one, but he won't be able to cut it off. And Brathwaite is back at a run of balls. 17 from 17. West Indies 31 without loss.
A lovely shot here. And Brathwaite just leans on a long half volley. Gets it straight down the ground. Beautiful straight back presented. Beautiful straight blade. And he just leans on it. There's no flourish. That's probably why Gerrard keeps banging on about his strike rate. But we're not seeing any of that today. This is a beautiful strike, and it's a full face of a bat straight down the ground.
Overton in once again. Brathwaite just covers up. No run.
I think the first thing, we wouldn't be in this situation because I wouldn't be bowling with this field. I'd have my mid on and mid off very straight here, and I'd be saying bowl fuller than possibly you would naturally want to, but get hit down the ground. At least you're bringing the slips into play. I don't want Brathwaite hitting me square of the wicket in any way, shape or form. I want him doing that, because if that ends up being a few inches shorter, he's nicking that ball.
Overton is... Brathwaite's playing from the crease, really, just sort of pushing out on the offside, and there's no run.
And I think England at times in the recent past have been a fraction guilty of setting generic fields with generic angles. I think you have to get your angles right for the lengths that you need to be bowling for certain pitches. If we're saying this is a new ball pitch, we don't want the pretty length that's going to bounce above the stumps. We want to be that fraction fuller in length. Now, it's going to be harder for Overton because he's 6 foot plenty, so he's not going to be a real full bowler, but can you just push the envelope of how full you can get it, but still keep velocity on the ball?
In goes Overton. That's too leg side-ish. Clipped away by Brathwaite. Goes through square leg, and it goes into the advertising sponge, and it is a second boundary in the over, and it's 35 without loss. Brathwaite now has 21 from 20 balls faced.
Okay, so that's the tactical side of things, but what about the mental side of things? Knowing that there'd be some nerves around, knowing that potentially it's not going to be these guys aren't up for it, they would be too up for it.
Overton goes in, finishes the over by being pushed to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 7 overs gone, 35 without loss. The West Indies replying to England's 311.
Yeah, I try and be proactive, not reactive. At the minute, the horse has bolted. I would have tried to be on the front foot and recognise that and brought that up 2-3 days out, if not 10 days out. As soon as we arrived, look lads, decisions have been made, the two big lads are not here. I get this situation, there's some pressure on you. We're talking about I've been getting it out there, I've been saying, we honour these guys, they're wonderful players, they might come back into this team, who knows? Chill your beans, you're not quite Jimmy Anderson yet, you're not quite Stuart Broad, don't aspire to that. Let's work on our process of how we try and get the end result, and the process is literally bowl your best ball, have your best action, and keep it pretty simple in and around an area. I think we react too much.
Mark Wood to start the 8th over of the innings around the wicket. John Campbell is just playing out into the gully, and there is no run.
Whereas I think we can get on the front foot a bit and address these things before. 7 overs in now, 35 runs. You're chasing the game a little bit. Let's get on the front foot so that if it were to be like this, you might have a plan B because you're aware of the situation, you're aware of what's going on. We're talking about human beings. Yes, they're very highly skilled, but they might make the odd mistake, so let's get ahead of it.
John Campbell waits. Bat raised, 13 from 23 balls. Mark Wood comes around the wicket to him, and that's, well, it's certainly only thigh height from roundabout off stump, but John Campbell's trying to use the angle and pull that through mid-wicket. England have got a man stationed there, and so there is no run.
Yeah, it certainly looks like Campbell sweats a pull shot, didn't he? That wasn't really anywhere near as a man at square leg goes back, which isn't a surprise.
The surprise is he's in front of square though.
Yeah.
At 148 clicks, he's taking it early if he's getting it in front.
Yeah, it's about 15 metres in from the boundary edge. Mark Wood around the wicket, digs it in short and says to John Campbell, do you want to try and pull that? And John Campbell says, no thank you, not on this occasion. He goes down underneath that one, and it's through to Ben Folkes, and remains 35 without loss.
The slight problem with this was it's quick from Wood, but the surface is just taking a lot of energy out of the ball. It's going through at head height and possibly above for Campbell, but it's dying as it gets to Ben Folkes. It's hitting him sort of almost waist height. Yes, they're a decent way back, but it's dropping on him as opposed to climbing on him.
Wood on his way once again. That one is fuller, but it's in towards leg stump again, and it's going to be worked around by John Campbell out to Chris Woakes, who is the man stationed out on the leg side. It's just a single. Again, over 150 kilometres an hour, Mark Wood on that occasion. 151. Single to the total takes the West Indies to 36 without loss.
Yeah, this is where I almost want Mark Wood just to bowl a bit within himself. Just find his feet on what length he wants to bowl. Just hit that length a few times. He's always got the extra pace up his sleeve. He just rein it in and hit a good area for a while.
Over the wicket to Brathwaite, who rides the bounce. England do have a man in at backward short leg. It's Alex Lees under the helmet, by the way. And he did well to keep it down. Went on the bounce. Now, Brathwaite is just walking down and asking the umpire for something. I'll be honest, I missed what was said through the stump mic, but he's obviously not happy with the viewing of something or other. But he did play that one pretty well. Again, above 93 miles an hour. And whatever the problem was, it is sorted. And here comes Mark Wood for the final ball of this over. Brathwaite in behind it, just pushing out on the offside. No run. 8 overs gone, 36 without loss. So 8 overs gone, 36 without loss. And we are going to get some Jack Leach action, I think, because Joe Root is in conversation with his left arm spinner. So after only 8 overs, Wokes 3 overs for 23, Overton 3 overs for 11, Wood 2 overs for 2. We're going to get some left arm twirl, Gareth.
Great move from Joe Root. I think Leach has been harshly dealt with at times in the last period of time. This is quite a confidence boost. It's possibly being enforced. That doesn't matter, you don't need to sell it that way. Come on, pal. You're my man that can attack and defend in the same breath. Come on, let's have an early look at you. You've got a left and a right-hander. Let's see how we go with it.
That's middle. Thank you.
So it's going to be the left armer Leach to left-handed John Campbell. There's going to be a slip in place, short leg, long on is stationed straight away. There's a square leg and shortish mid-on the leg side. And then point, extra cover, mid-off in a sort of theoretical 30-metre circle if it was a white ball game for Leach. So they recognise that Campbell might just have a dip.
Yeah, you'd be happy with that field, wouldn't you, Bats? Particularly the long on, rather than having him up.
Yeah, I don't mind the slog, man. I don't mind deep mid-wicket, but I'm not as convinced with long on.
Here we go then. Leach over the wicket. Oh, Campbell is coming down the pitch. Works it to Lees at short leg. It ricochets off of him and back towards the stumps. But straight away, Campbell's looking to use his feet there. Not going to let Leach settle. If that had been picked up by Lees cleanly, Campbell would have been an awful long way down the pitch. Would have been very, very difficult. Now there is turn on that occasion. England are appealing for a catch at short leg, but it's off the hip of John Campbell. But Gareth Batty, bit of turn and more importantly, bounce.
Bit of turn? Whoa. It's got about 3 foot this. And it's bounced. Cool, if you were Jack Leach here, you'd be booking in for 5 sessions. Cool, blimey. Wonderful signs for Jack Leach here in his second ball. Wow, turn, bounce. Brilliant.
And leg slip's gone in as well. Leach over the wicket to Campbell. Now that one was a bit flatter. Campbell comes forward, plays into the onside, and there is no run. Just keep an eye on Jack Leach's speeds. That one was clocked at 89 kilometres an hour. Leach waits at the end of his mark. Now approaches. Campbell stride forward, plays it out on the offside. No run. That one 86 kilometres an hour. Plenty of noise from the England fielders around the bat. Leach over the wicket. Some air on that one. Campbell coming forward. Inside portion of the bat. Dribbles up to mid-on. No run.
Brilliant, mate.
That's 5 deliveries from Leach. Now, as they say, join the dots, finish it off. And Leach in. And John Campbell is playing on the back foot. He got a bit crossed up, goes out on the offside, and that will be a maiden for Jack Leach. After all the troubles that he's had in recent times, that will be almost like music to his ears. He's bowled his first over in the series and the match, and it's a maiden. West Indies 36 without loss.
Yeah, lovely confidence boost to that for Leach. If there were any doubts, and I'm sure there would be, even the most seasoned of pros would have doubts, after some interesting times, and it was a tough tour of Australia for him and the team to come back on like that. Lovely start.
Mark Wood to bowl the 10th over. It's a short ball, and it's over the back of Brathwaite. Ducks underneath this, and there is no run. Now, we did start play at 2 o'clock UK time, 10 o'clock Antigua time, and the first session is normally 2 hours long. You're probably looking at your clock at the moment going, it's 9 minutes past 4. Why is it not the lunch break? And I'm going to be entirely honest with you, we don't know either. Can only assume it was probably to do with that very short rain shower, but they were only off the pitch for a few minutes. There we go. Wood in once again. Brathwaite in behind this one, playing up on the back to the bowler in his follow-through, and there is no run. Normally make up time just from loss of a slight shower. It could be to do with the local playing conditions for this series. Oh, just seen a replay. That one would have stung Matt Pryor. Right into the hip. Wood turns, media centre behind him, runs away, in he goes, right arm over. Brathwaite plays this in and actually through the gully. Overton's not able to cut this one off. He's going to have to give it chase down towards the boundary. He will get there about 5 metres inside of the rope, and they will take a couple, 38 without loss.
Yeah, this is sometimes the harsh reality of having some real pace up your sleeve. You get that sort of moral victory, you find the fat outside edge of the batter. It's not quite a fine edge to go to slips, and because of the extra pace it runs through backward point, and they get a couple of runs. Somebody bowling at 80 miles an hour, that's just a dot.
Wood comes in, past the umpire. That's a bit uppish! Leading edge from Campbell with a horizontal bat. Craig Overton is a big man with a big wingspan in the gully, but he's not able to get hold of that one, and that will go through third man and a wave for 4. As Brathwaite plays, in fairness, it cleared Overton by quite a long way in the end, but that's more to do with the pace that Mark Wood's bowling than anything else.
As Gareth Batty's just said, sometimes having this express pace can go against you, and as a batsman, you know, anything with a bit of width, you've just got to get some bat on it and it's going to fly away over the slips. No chance of getting caught.
42 without loss, the West Indies. We're only in the 10th over. Mark Wood goes in, falls over in his delivery stride. Brathwaite will turn it through square leg. Leach is the man down there, stops the ball, releases it before he goes onto the advertising foam, regathers it and sends in a beauty of a throw to Folkes. And like a good golfer, replaces his divot by putting the boundary back in place. 2 taken, 44 without loss.
Yeah, certainly racing to the boundary with the extra pace of Wood. This one screened through backward square leg, and Jack Leach doing a fine job there at sort of wide fine leg to cut off the boundary.
Final ball then of this 10th over. Mark Wood is in, Brathwaite in behind it, and it completes the over, and that is the first session done on day 2. West Indies have gone to lunch, 44 without loss. Campbell 14 not out from 32 balls. Brathwaite a run a ball, 29. That after England were bowled out for 311, resuming this morning 268 for 6. They managed to score only 43 runs in the 14 and a half overs that were possible this morning as the 4 wickets went down. Johnny Bairstow, the final man, dismissed. He made 140 from 259 balls faced. As I mentioned, the final man out. The others dismissed. Woakes for 28, Overton a duck, Wood 1, Jack Leach 4 not out. So the situation is that the West Indies trail by 267 runs. They're 44 not outs at the lunch break. Matt Pryor, your thoughts on the 2 hours and a little bit this morning then?
Yeah, very good from England, particularly Johnny Bairstow. What a fantastic innings that was from him. They would have wanted a fast start, hopefully pick up a wicket or 2, but if not, at least not go for many runs. But not the case. It was a bit wild. It wasn't lack of effort. If anything, I think they were just trying a bit too hard. As Gareth Batty said, Mark Wood maybe bring the pace back a little bit and just dot him up a little, bowl a few maidens. 44 for none off 10 overs is actually a fast start for the West Indies, let's be honest. So I think Joe Root, the captain at lunch, will be getting the team together and reassessing their plans, reassessing how they are mentally and how they're going to go about the next session, because they need to tighten up with the ball, that's for sure.
So the West Indies have scored at 4 and over. England were just a smidge under 3.1 and over for the innings.
Players make their way back on to the oasis that is the Sir Vivian Richards ground here in Antigua. Samuel Badry's with me. Couldn't have gone any better for the West Indies this morning.
Quite similar to yesterday morning when they got those 4 wickets quite quickly. An excellent start for them, just finishing the innings off. And for England picking up those 4 wickets, Johnny Bairstow played an excellent hand, but if you take his innings away, the next best was 42, just underscores how important that knock was. But when they got an opportunity to bat in what can sometimes be a tricky period just before the lunch break, you might just be looking to survive, and they came out and played quite positively. The captain, Craig Brathwaite, along with John Campbell, who's making a return to international cricket. He lost his place sometime last year around this time when they played that series against Sri Lanka right here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium. He played those 2 test matches, didn't score many runs, and was subsequently dropped. So it's a return for him, and he'll be trying to capitalize on this good start, that's for sure.
England are going to go with Jack Leach from the Sir Andy Roberts end. He bowled just the 1 over before the break. 1 over, 1 maiden. He's got a pretty dominant leg side field, and I think that's absolutely right. He's bowling with the wind blowing the ball into the pads, into the body of the left-handed Campbell. Of course, he will be turning the ball in that direction as well. So he's got short leg slip, short mid-wicket, then there's a long on, deep mid-wicket, and then a man, Chris Wokes, at square legs, saving the single. The fielders on the offside are Zach Crawley at slip, got Mark Wood at cover, and who's that with his hands on his hips at mid-off? I think it's Craig Overton at mid-off. So just waiting for the umpires to wait for the television studio to give them the all clear. I think we have that right now, and so it'll be Leach to Campbell to start the afternoon session here at North Sound. Leach is in and bowls that ball wide of Campbell's off stump, searching for the footmarks. He did make one ball kick, turn and bounce out of what are some rather nasty looking patches outside the left-hander's off stump. Leach in again. Campbell goes on the reverse sweep. It's a rather off the top edge of the bat, but he has absolutely nailed it against the wind, and it's gone 2 or 3 bounces out to the boundary fence for 4. Immediate aggressive intent from Campbell.
Yeah, he signaled his intentions quite early, hasn't he? That reverse sweep, taking that out. Maybe a bit of a risk, but he watched the ball all the way onto the bat, and in the end he got the result that he was after. A good start for him, good positive start for Campbell after lunch.
Leach in again. That ball is a little bit flatter, quicker, wide of the off stump again, looking for those footmarks. Campbell defends on the back foot, no run. So he does seem to have quite a bit of energy on the ball. He did in that maiden before the lunch break, Jack Leach. He's not rolling them out. He's trying to get a bit of spite out of these footmarks. Campbell is down the pitch to the 3rd delivery and just nudges it for 1 down to Johnny Bairstow at long on.
Yeah, what Jack Leach will be looking to do is to get the ball to turn, obviously, but there's those deliveries that will just go straight on, the natural variation that we call it. The ball just going on with the arm here at this surface, so 1 or 2 to turn away from the right-handed Craig Brathwaite, who's now on strike, and then that one that goes straight on, looking for that LBW ball through the gate bat and pad. Still has a slip in position forward, short leg. Fielders coming in to save the single, so no one in the boundary for Craig Brathwaite. Good, nice attacking field, looking to get a breakthrough right after lunch.
Yeah, slip and short leg, the 2 catches, short extra cover as well. As Leach is in and angles this one in towards the leg stump of Brathwaite, who props forward and nudges it to Joe Root at short mid wicket, and there's no run. 49 without loss, 1 ball left of the 11th over. Leach in, clutching the ball between left and right hand. He's a little bit short on this occasion. Brathwaite gets back and cuts it firmly into the covers. Overton makes the stop, but not before Brathwaite has kept the strike. They rotate for a single, and the West Indies have brought up 50 without loss.
Excellent start for the West Indies. Some 6 runs coming in that over. The first one after the luncheon break, again signalling their intention to score and to rotate the strike. If they get an opportunity to get the boundaries, they're going to take that as well. It's interesting to see that England restarting after lunch with the spinner. The ball still relatively new. The fast bowlers will be quite fresh. Just want to see the tactics as we go deeper into this session. If they'll continue with Jack Leach, or if they'll reintroduce a fast bowler from the Sir Andy Roberts end, as it is a fast bowler from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
Yeah, Chris Woakes is going to take over from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. I don't know if you understand this, Samuel Badry, because I certainly never been able to get my head around it, but there is the CricViz expected wickets model. And according to the expected wickets model, the opening 10 overs that England bowled before the lunch break was the third least threatening new ball spell England have managed in the last decade. I suppose you don't have to understand it perfectly to know that that's not complimentary.
Certainly not complimentary, certainly not challenging the batsmen. They were quite comfortable in that pre-lunch session, nothing really testing them. I think that's the point that they're alluding to.
Woakes in and he's short and wide of off stump. Brathwaite just props back onto the back foot and glides it backward a point for 4. Beautifully timed by the West Indies captain. And that is not the start that Chris Woakes was looking for. He's already going at above 8 runs and over.
And this is the most aggressive start that certainly I can remember from Craig Brathwaite in Test match cricket. Moves quickly on to his 30s and he's actually hitting quite a number of boundaries as well. So he's speeding along. He's already gotten 6 4s, Craig Brathwaite, putting those loose deliveries away, and that's so important.
Woakes in again. It's a little straighter and shorter this time at the body of Brathwaite. Nudges it into one of the 2 men, saving a single on the leg side, and there's no run. This is exactly the sort of start that England, the management, the selectors, the bowlers themselves would have absolutely dreaded. All of the talk leading into this tour was about how England could afford to leave 2 champion bowlers in Anderson and Broad at home. So don't underestimate the pressure that Woakes and co are under today. Woakes is in again, and it's easily played really off the pads of Brathwaite into Bairstow at short mid wicket, and there's no run. And it just seems as though they've kind of just a little bit either over striving or kind of trying to prove a point as opposed to sticking to the basics of line and length at the moment.
And you can understand the pressure, all of the noise, the external noise with that decision. And it has been the talk of the town since that team was announced, the absence of those 2 senior international pros. The plan now, there's a concerted effort to bowl a nice and straight line, short mid wicket in Bairstow, straight mid on, straight mid off. This one is on that line. It's also that fielder foul of square just in front of the umpire. So they've got 3 fielders on the one side, quite close, and the mid off in Ben Stokes is very straight. So the line of attack will be on the stumps, as we've spoken before, looking for that variable bounce. One might just keep a little bit low, but challenging the batsman every single delivery to play at the ball.
Yeah, we've spoken often about the wind blowing across the ground here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, and from the end that Chris Woakes is bowling from, running away from our position on the 3rd floor of the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, the wind is aiding that ball to go back into the stumps to bowl a straight line from this end. Woakes is straight, he brings Brathwaite forward. Brathwaite has a real nice looseness about the way that he grips the bat, so he's able to play very, very softly. He rode that ball nicely and just glided the ball between second slip and gully and picked up another 2.
Yeah, really does he push hard at the ball. You're quite right, soft hands. Even when he gets his boundaries, the ball almost apologetically runs away to the ropes. He doesn't really look to power the ball whatsoever, and that's a really good technique, especially as an opening batsman. Soft hands, playing the ball late under your eyes.
Woakes in again. And was it in towards that middle stump again. Brathwaite equal to it. It's fielded by square leg, and there is no run. 56 without loss from 12 now. West Indies still motoring along at above 4.5 runs per over. And England need to come up with an answer pretty quickly, at least in terms of building a little bit of pressure from both ends. At the moment, the runs are flowing freely, no matter who gets the ball in hand.
And England will be aware of the fact that West Indies too have a brittle batting order. So if they can get one wicket and get into this middle order, and then who knows what can happen. Is just to get this initial breakthrough. It's been an excellent start. Captain Craig Brathwaite, he too will be quite aware of the fact that once you've gotten a start on this surface, you want to make sure you capitalize, just as Johnny Bairstow did for England. And Jack Leach will continue from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Yeah, Leach it is. Again, that left elbow high as he runs in, fires this one into somewhere close to the footmarks outside the off stump of John Campbell, and he parries it nicely into the offside. There's no run. Still the three fielders around the bat. Slip, leg, slip, short leg. Two men back on the fence, long on, deep mid wicket. Two men fielding the single on the leg side. As Leach is in again, and John Campbell takes a couple of steps down. I think Leach saw him coming and dragged it wide. Campbell was forced to rather push his hands at that ball and got a thick outside edge, went past the slip. And they rotate the strike for a single, 57 without loss.
Yeah, that's the delivery I was talking about, the one that just goes on a little bit straight, just playing for the turn. Not much on offer. Was fortunate enough to get a thickish edge to beat the fielder's slip and get the single.
Leach around the wicket to the right-handed Brathwaite. As a spinner yourself, how much store would you set in bowling from the right end according to the wind? Because at the moment, Jack Leach, all conventional wisdom says that Jack Leach should be bowling from our end, from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, with the drift taking the ball into the pads of the right-hander. As Leach is in again. Yes, fires this one in against that breeze down towards the leg stump of Brathwaite, who gets a little inside edge on it, I think, and that's run all the way down to the boundary for four. England just cannot stop the flow of runs at the moment.
Yeah, hemorrhaging runs, England, in this early exchanges in the West Indian first innings batting effort. But you're quite right in terms of that win factor and a favoured end. But what I would say is that there has been some concern about this particular end when you're batting from the Sir Curtly Ambrose end. Joe Root and Ben Stokes were looking at the pitch in addition to Johnny Bairstow. So this one is on the line of the stumps, well defended by Craig Brathwaite. It seems to be a lot drier and more in it for the spinner who is operating from that particular end. So you've got to weigh up the options. And for Joe Root, he just feels that he might just get more out of Jack Leach from that particular end, as this one too is on the line of the leg stump and neatly defended as that over comes to an end. And 61 without loss after 13 overs, the West Indies, and a nice partnership brewing between this opening pair.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder if, though, at this stage with the ball still brand new, that you might be looking perhaps for more assistance in terms of flight through the air than you might get off the surface. I take your point, absolutely, that there are more sort of scars, more scuffed up areas, more broken areas that into the end that Leach is bowling right now.
That's two, John. Thank you.
We haven't really seen a ball move off straight, even though it looks a little bit more enticing. He might get a little bit more assistance through the air if he switches to the end that Chris Woakes is bowling from at the moment. Woakes has the left-handed Campbell in front of him. Two slips, gully. Three men saving a single on the offside as Woakes is in. And that's a nice line from over the wicket to the left-hander. Campbell plays an imaginary straight drive at it, but really he's leaving the ball. And it ends up in the safe and soft hands of Ben Foakes behind the stumps.
And I mentioned about his reintroduction to the Test team, John Campbell, at the expense of Jeremy Solazano, who made his debut for the West Indies in that tour of Sri Lanka towards the back end of 2021. Unfortunately, was concussed in the first innings and wasn't able to bat in that effort, either first innings or second innings, and this one is well left once again. A fictional shot played by John Campbell, but was in no way
That's
looking
extraordinary, that, isn't it? John Campbell, kind of the ball has gone past and he kind of has a massive just a swipe at thin air in terms of the leave. We've sort of got all of these crazy ways of leaving the ball. I think Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith for Australia with the exaggerated shouldering of arms. As Woakes runs away from us again, number 19 on his back, and again John Campbell plays a straight drive, but with no intent to hit the ball whatsoever. Better line from Woakes, better length from Woakes.
Talking about exaggerated leave, you would have played against someone with an exaggerated leave, Courtney Walsh. What about that?
Yes, that was spectacular. Jack Russell also had the sort of that rather annoying to the bowlers anyway habit of dragging the bat inside the line. As Woakes runs away from us once more, and again that's a really good line and length, and Woakes is getting the ball now to kick and bounce through to Ben Foakes, who took this one with fingers pointing towards the sky almost in front of his face from a delivery of full length from Chris Woakes. Did feel that before the lunch break that Woakes was in such a hurry to get back to his mark and run in and bowl the next ball. It certainly looked as though there was a little bit of tension, and you can understand that from his point of view and the other bowlers as he runs away from us once more. And again it's a delivery that's almost in exactly the same spot as the previous one, and again Campbell pretends to play a forward drive at the ball, but really he's playing inside the line of it. And one or two of the England fans getting excited now because well, they haven't seen 5 dots in a row in this innings yet. Actually, that's a bit unfair. Jack Leach did bowl a maiden.
And that too, if you're looking from square one and you're seeing John Campbell playing those shots, you're not too sure if he's playing at it and he's being beaten or not.
Knocks in again, and this is a little straighter. And this time Campbell is very definitely playing the ball. Knocks it to the man in front of square leg on the leg side, and there is no run. And there's a round of applause from the travelling supporters from the UK as Chris Woakes puts a maiden next to his name. 5 overs, none for 29, but he does have that maiden. The economy rates come down to just below 6 and over for him. That'll make him feel a lot better about things. It'll also make Joe Root feel a lot better, who had a face like thunder as they walked off towards the lunch break just before the break of the morning session. So we've had 4 and a bit sessions of this test match so far. I think it's no exaggeration to say that the West Indies have won both of the morning ones. England looking to get themselves into this contest now as Leach is around the wicket to Brathwaite, who again has got a lovely touch. He just it's very delicate, very light. He just knocks the ball, nudges the ball into mid-wicket, and he gets there quickly because the timing is so good, and there's no run. Leach with a full start just goes back to his mark and comes in again. Just to really whip his body around that front leg and get plenty of revs on the ball. That's a good line and length defended by Brathwaite.
Yeah, Leach will be targeting that front pad, whether on the front foot or the back foot from Craig Brathwaite, just from around the wicket. This one is on the line of the stumps once again, and well played by Craig Brathwaite, just getting down the line of that delivery using the bat, and that's something that the right-handers in particular will be cognizant of, making sure that you get bat on ball once you're playing that defensive shot. We've seen so many batsmen getting LBW, even though they're putting on a long stride, they're missing the ball. So it's important that he does get bat on ball. He has an open stand so that he can access the ball. Again on the line of the leg stump from Jack Leach, and again well defended down the pitch. The bowler himself doing the work.
Yeah, that's good stuff from Leach. Can he finish the job? 4 deliveries, 4 dot balls. Important that he doesn't release the pressure. Try and build another maiden into the plate to follow Chris Woakes. As Leach is in again, and again he angles this one. It's a flat delivery, and Brathwaite perhaps hoping or expecting a slightly wider or shorter delivery. Looked to give himself a bit of room to cut, but Leach followed it. Jabbed down on it quickly at the end, no run. Leach in once more. That one is shorter and wider. Nearly always gets one of those in an over, Jack Leach, but fortunately the ball is hit straight at Woakes at backward point, and England do have 2 maidens in a row. The score is 61 for 9. You're listening to TalkSport 2. The scene, if I can describe it for you here at Sir Vivian Richards ground, is very similar to that of yesterday. There's huge amount of England or UK travelling fans out here in all four corners of this beautiful oasis out here at North Sound. England fans with flags draped over the walls on the grass banks. England fans occupying the two-tiered stands at the north and south ends of the ground. Those flags billowing away as the wind tugs at them. Very, very strong wind from the northeast as Wokes is in. It's short and wide, and Campbell plays a handsome looking back foot punch through the covers, and that's going to run all the way for 4. So the spell is broken. The dot balls have been punctuated once more by a boundary, this time off the blade of the left-handed John Campbell.
Yeah, a little bit too short. Not a bad line from Chris Wokes, but the length was too short and gave Campbell enough of an opportunity to punch that one quite competently through the offside. Quick outfield here at the Sir Viv Richards Stadium allowed him to get yet another boundary. So starts the over off with a 4. Immediately the pressure is put on Chris Wokes.
Looks in again, towel flapping out the back of his waistband. Straighter delivery, Campbell forward, blocks it, and Wokes picks it up in his follow through. Ball is thrown to, who's got that now? I think it's Dan Lawrence has got the ball shiner's job. He uses the front part of his shirt to get a bit of a friction on that ball to shine it up. Saliva has been banned now, hasn't it? Or at least from October this year. You won't be able to put saliva on a cricket ball anymore. As Wokes is in, full of length, and Campbell rather miscues that one. He was aiming it to the left hand of extra cover, but just closed the face on it. Ended up at Ben Stokes' feet at mid-off instead. No run.
There's been an excellent job so far from John Campbell. You mentioned some of the pressure being put on the English bowlers in the absence of those experienced players, but also some pressure on John Campbell. Whenever you make your way back into the team, you want to make sure that you get some runs under your belt, and this one is well left outside the line of off stump. So there's just been a little bit of a struggle to find that optimal line and length from the English fast bowlers in particular. But just John Campbell coming off a good 100 in that last first class game, Jamaica against Barbados, and he'll want to make sure that he makes it count, that form, that confidence that you're in and you're back into the team. You want to justify the faith placed on you by the selectors.
Campbell batting just fractionally outside of his crease, is forward to a full delivery from Wokes, then inside edges it back into the pad, and it ends up in Zach Crawley's hands by way of the turf at second slip. Must have been a good pitch, the Jamaica-Barbados match. Where was it, Sabina Park or Kensington Oval?
It was the KO, Kensington Oval.
Yeah.
Captain Craig Brathwaite got a double 100 there as well, 276 in that encounter.
Works in again and again. John Campbell plays an imaginary off drive at a ball that he is allowing to pass through to Ben Foakes, and it's the end of the over. 4 runs from it. First ball of that Chris Wokes over went to the cover boundary off the back foot from John Campbell. 65 without loss. West Indies 246 runs behind. They knocked England over for just 43 further runs this morning. Johnny Bairstow finished up last man out for 140. Quite splendid innings from England's number 6. And perhaps a little disappointed not to have pushed on and maybe made 350. Conditions out in the middle are looking benign as far as batting is concerned. There's not a great deal happening either off the pitch or through the air as Leach is in once more to Brathwaite. That ball stays a little low, but there's no real spite in it at all, and Leach picks it up in his follow through.
Yeah, not much assistance for Jack Leach just yet. Pulling a little bit quicker through the air, trying to get the surface into play a little bit fuller this time to Brathwaite. Plays that one to mid-on. Another dot ball from Jack Leach. He's putting energy on the ball, but the surface is still good enough. Ball still new, still hard, so not much turn. And just be looking to slide the ball as opposed to turning it a forward short leg goes to leg gully.
Yeah, Leach swings the left hand into the right hand and then gets into his delivery stride. Forward defensive from Brathwaite. I really do think now, I mean, I was pretty sure to begin with that Leach is bowling at the wrong end. Now I'm absolutely certain, because the wind is negating any sort of drift through the air as he's in again. Drags this one down again. There's always one of those in an over from Jack Leach. Brathwaite gets away and just dabs it down to third man while they pick up a single. So if you're not getting anything off the pitch at the moment in by the way of spin, and you're also negating any movement you get through the air, what is there to deceive the batsman? Nothing would be the answer to my own question.
And I just wonder if he could have used that fielder in long on into a mid-on position straight after lunch. They went defensive on that front, asked John Campbell to go over the top if he wanted to, keep the deep mid wicket. You always want that protection as a spinner in the deep. That long one should have been mid-on. And this one is driven down towards that fielder in that long on region just for a single. Brings Captain Craig Brathwaite back on track. But you're right, you're self-defeating if you're bowling from that end with no assistance with the wind, nothing from the surface. Just think that they might have read too much into what they've seen. Captain Joe Root and BS2 having that suspicious look early this morning.
Leach again, and line of off stump. Brathwaite pushes back and nudges it into the offside, and again there is no run. I'm all for trying these things. I mean, it's, you know, you have a look, you see if the ball is going to do anything out of those rough patches. But as soon as you've discovered it isn't, then don't be afraid to change tack and try and use what is on offer to you at the moment. And what is on offer at the moment to England is a howling breeze across the ground that will be helping Jack Leach from the opposite end from which he has bowled his 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 13. 67 without loss. West Indies opening partnership has been without alarm, as Chris Woakes has been removed from the attack. Joe Root shuffling his pack. Not seen Ben Stokes with the ball in hand as yet. It'll be Craig Overton, number 32, bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Campbell. 2 slips, gully, backward point, extra cover. Overton is bang on the money first ball. Back of the length, hitting the top of off stump. Campbell defends it out to Woakes at cover, and there's no run.
I just wonder how much of that decision with Leach bowling from the Sandy Robertson has to do with the fast bowlers and their preference for a particular end. That strong breeze blowing from the northeast portion of this ground, very strong, as is usually the case here at the Sir Vivian Stadium. As Overton once again into his run-up, bowling to the left-handed Campbell, who defends this one subtly towards a short extra cover, no run the result.
Campbell just has a little stroll up the pitch. There's a bit of gardening, and the bowlers follow through. Always remember feature of playing in the Caribbean that you'd get little pieces of the pitch would pop out from time to time. You'd have to brush them away onto the adjoining surfaces. Overton in, rather waddling gait as he runs in, and a good diving stop, one-handed stop from Dan Lawrence at gully, and there's no run.
And one of the areas of concern for John Campbell in the past was not knowing exactly where his off stump was. So typically he was playing at balls that he should have left alone, went away as you should, did a lot of work on trying to understand where your off stump is, and understand as an opening batsman in particular which balls you had to play at, which balls you could leave.
Overton zeroing in on a really tight line on Campbell's off stump. Campbell equal to it, pushes forward, defends, and Overton picks up and is followed through. Looks like there's going to be tough work for England's bowlers and captain out there this afternoon, unless the West Indies feel benevolent and start giving wickets away, but it doesn't look like it, as Campbell is solidly in behind another one on the front foot this time. And again there is no run. field change. Alex Lees has gone from mid-wicket saving the single back to the hook on the leg side, just in front of square. He's not gone all the way by any means, and that's because the wind is so strong in the opposite direction as Overton is in once again. He is a little shorter. Campbell does take on the invitation. It wasn't a high short ball. It probably was around about the top of stump height. Campbell chopped it down into the ground and he picks up a single. It's the end of the 18th over. West Indies are 68 without loss. The ground is quiet. The crowd are becalmed. A man who has never becalmed is Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed to Mark Butcher and to Samuel Badri. I must say, the West Indies are certainly not becalmed. They are galloping along at the moment, and there's been some very mixed bowling. I never thought I'd say this, but predominantly from Chris Woakes, who's been, by his standards, all over the place. He's not just wrong lines. I mean, his lengths have been all over. He's bowled too full. He's been driven. He's been pulled. He's been offside, leg side. It's just absolute mixed bag of mostly disappointing produce from Chris Woakes, the newly minted leader of the attack. And Jack Leach is in for another over, and he's immediately driven over the top of mid-off and down to the boundary for 4 by the left-handed John Campbell. Very hard to explain England's bowling performance so far, which is fortunate for me that that's not what I'm paid to do. Matt Pryor's job.
Is this where we say, oh, imagine if England had an experienced head stood at mid-off?
Jack Leach in once again, and forward comes Campbell, pushing it straight back to the bowler.
All jokes aside, that decision has been made, and for this exact eventuality, Chris Woakes has to lead the attack. He now has to find a way. They don't have that crutch of a Broad or an Anderson to step up.
Leach in again, and forward comes Campbell, nudging it easy as you like down the ground towards long on, and they go through for another single. 72 for none.
And when the decision was made to leave Broad and Anderson out, Strauss said, we need to find out about people. And this is exactly the situation. They need to find out about Woakes overseas. We saw his stats earlier, averages 20 in England, 50 odd abroad. We need to find out about these guys. Can they stand up? Can they find a way to perform overseas?
Here is Jack Leach, and forward comes the right-handed Craig Brathwaite, plays defensively, nudging it out towards extra cover, and there's no run. But I mean, it's very hard to explain why Chris Woakes, who is known for his reliable and on a good day metronomically reliable accuracy, why he's been quite so erratic today. Leach is in again. Oh, Craig Brathwaite, what's going on? The West Indian captain has just launched him straight over long on for 6. I don't think either of us can explain that. We might have to get Jared Kimber to explain why the man with the slowest strike rate of all current Test cricketers is just deciding impromptu to launch the spinner straight back over his head for 6. Not even Jared's going to answer to that.
Freaky Friday, he's done a swap with John Campbell. I mean, he's more attacking than John Campbell at the moment.
I know. Leach is in once again, and it's worked out towards Joe Root at mid-wicket, and there's no run. The over comes to an end. Another expensive one. The West Indies are galloping along here. They've just changed from 5th to 6th gear. 19 overs gone, there's 79 for none.
Butch mentioned this before, but CricViz did put something up that said this was the 3rd least threatening opening by England in the last decade with the ball. To be fair, Brathwaite's probably faced some fairly ordinary attacks at times, whether he's ever done it on a pitch like this before, but usually he just doesn't go about this. So he's obviously seen a weakness within the England lineup as well, and he's going for it as a captain, maybe trying to really put the foot down.
But Brathwaite's strike rate would suggest he waits for the rank ball before he scores runs. and he's on 47 or 55 deliveries. So that must tell you there's been a lot of bad bowling.
Here is Craig Overton again. Short, pulled away by Campbell, out towards square leg, and it's another boundary. Well, at some point, maybe like an hour ago, England's bowlers should have said, let's just. Well, in the old days in football, they say, let's just we need a big centre half to put his foot on the ball and just calm things down. Let's just bowl our stock deliveries, and let's get some dot balls and some maidens under the belt. Here is Overton once again, and that's better. Length ball on off stump. Forward comes Campbell, playing defensively out into the offside. I think you put your finger on it, Matt, about an hour ago when you said they're trying too hard. They're trying to bowl wicket-taking balls, rather than building pressure. And perhaps they overestimated the assistance they might get from this pitch, and maybe they were saying, look, there's a bit of up and down bounce, let's get them playing a few shots. They're a bit flaky at the top of the order and in the middle order statistically. Maybe they've just trying to bowl too many wicket taking
balls down the leg side. He's got an edge. A pull shot from Campbell, a bottom edge, straightforward catch to Ben Foakes. Not the best delivery from Craig Overton. Ill-directed short delivery heading down the leg side, and he's got lucky there. Sometimes you need a bit of luck, and England have got it. John Campbell has played a very unconvincing wafty pull shot down the leg side, and Overton has a wicket.
Yeah, it was the line that did for him. Another short ball from Overton, but it was aimed at Campbell's left shoulder. It's going away from him down the leg side, and he tried to get on top of it, tried to follow it, and all he could do was get a slight edge through to Foakes, who gathered it very easily. Wouldn't say it was the best delivery, but hopefully things are changing for England now. There's a good opportunity. They've now got this wicket. Can they build some pressure? Don't let the new batsman get off strike easily. I would assume Root as captain, getting the guys around, getting the bowling unit together and saying, right, how are we going to go about this? How are we going to bowl dot balls, bowl maidens and build pressure?
Amazing to think that Jack Leach has bowled 6 out of the first 19 overs. But Chris Woakes has bowled 6 overs, none for 33. He's going for 5.5 runs an over. Mark Wood has only bowled 3 overs for 10. Bowled really good, really impressive pace. But he's only bowled the 3 overs so far. Perhaps now that there is a fresh face at the crease, and it is Shamar Brooks, there might be another opportunity for Mark Wood to have another go. But it is surprising, Jack Leach, and he's not tying up an end. He's going for 4 and over, 6 overs for 24. There were 10 off the last over with Craig Brathwaite hitting that unexpected straight 6. Jared Kimber's going to tell us how many 6s Craig Brathwaite has hit in his Test career in a moment. Here's Craig Overton, bowls another bouncer to the first delivery to Shamar Brooks, a 5'9" right-hander, and it's called wide by Craig Brathwaite. I wonder what Johnny Bairstow thinks about that. We're just seeing Ben Stokes standing with a double-handled teapot with his hands on his hips, shaking his head in disbelief. I asked what Johnny Bairstow might think of it, because he was bowled a bouncer towards the end of his brilliant 140, which passed about 1.5 foot above his head, and he asked the umpire why it wasn't called a wide. Overton in again to Brooks, pushes defensively up towards mid-on, and that wasn't called a wide, but that one was. They probably both should have been.
That was Brathwaite's 11th 6 in his career. My guess is that probably about 8 or 9 of the others would be against off spin, because he does like to come down the wicket and whack the ball over cow corner occasionally against off spin. But that's about the only attacking shot he has. He doesn't really hook or pull that much either. So not a lot of 6s.
Overton in again. Shamar Brooks is forward and again blocks it solidly towards mid-on, and there's no run. Well, there's some reason for the Barmy Army trumpeter to belt out a couple of consolation tunes, with England having taken a wicket. Ben Stokes is just limbering up a short while ago, moments ago actually, as Overton is in once again, and Brooks right back and across and plays defensively back up towards the bowler. So we were told that Ben Stokes was fit to bowl but would be used sparingly, and interesting turn of phrase, only when really needed. How do you define when he's really needed? I suppose that England have just taken a wicket. Maybe last over he was really needed when they didn't have a wicket. But he was just doing a bit of stretching. That indicates that Joe Root has asked him whether he is prepared to bowl a couple.
84 for none of 20 is probably really needed, isn't it? Yes, one now. But Root might be thinking, right, who do I need to come and fire this attack up, try and get us a wicket. The fact that they got a wicket there might mean Stokes doesn't come on. Leach continues.
Here is Jack Leach. Left arm round the wicket, and it's flicked away with a lot of bottom hand from Craig Brathwaite up towards mid-on. Johnny Bairstow does the fielding. There was one delivery in Jack Leach's first over to the left-hander John Campbell, which really spun and bounced from the rough outside the off stump. Not that there's a lot of rough. This time it's flicked away by Brathwaite on the leg side. Again, he's got a strong bottom hand. He's got a strong bottom hand grip, and therefore he does like to work the spinners through the leg side, and has done so again effectively there to pick up another couple. Brathwaite moves on to 49 from 57 deliveries. You know, Brathwaite's career strike rate has not only attracted criticism from neutral observers, but from prominent West Indian cricket followers and administrators and coaches. That one is pushed square of the wicket out on the offside, and there's no run. And it has been suggested to him that he really could score more quickly without taking risks. Leach in again. Brathwaite flicks it out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Joe Root, the England captain, and the score remains on 86 for 1. A lot of prominent and highly respected observers have said, you know, he's a very, very fine cricketer, but he's putting the team under pressure by scoring so slowly. Forward comes Brathwaite once again, pushes it up towards mid-on, and he's always been stoic in his determination. That's the way I play, a bit sort of Dom Sibley-esque. But maybe he's decided that they have a point, because I know he's got more poor deliveries than he would normally get. That one is steered to backward point, fielded by Mark Wood, and there's no run. The over comes to an end. 21 gone, 86 for 1. Jared Kimber.
Yeah, so I did some research recently, actually, about all this. So you hear this a lot. Oh, he's batting so slow, he's putting pressure at the non-striker. There's no correlation between batters batting slow at one end and the guy at the other end going out more often. In fact, usually what happens is if you're batting slow, you go out, unless you are Brathwaite or Sibley or Che Pujara.
There is in one-day cricket.
Yeah, one-day cricket is completely different. But Test cricket, there's no correlation between those two things, although we kind of think there is. The other thing is that he has a very limited game, and he's already averaging mid-30s.
Here is Overton. That's over pitched, and it's driven firmly, but only as far as Ben Stokes at mid-off.
He's the only player averaging mid-30s. The only player made runs for them in the last 10 years. Is it not better to keep him as he is and try and work on the next generation of players coming through rather than tweaking him, and perhaps he starts averaging 30 or 28? And I mean, where would they be without Brathwaite? I mean, he's kept them alive and afloat in so many series just by being the only one who can bat out balls and help the middle order.
Overton in once more. It's over pitched and driven by Shamar Brooks, but straight to short mid-wicket, no run.
Because I mean, we saw, you know, we've seen at times that whether it be De Silva or Dowrich or Holder, that's where, you know, that they have a little bit of a mini strength in that middle period. They don't have anyone else. Like Blackwood's a very exciting player and can play some great innings, but he also averages 30 in Test cricket, and he's having to bat at 6.
Here's Overton. That's back of a length, short actually, and chopped away. Nice shot, good shot from Shamar Brooks. 4 runs through backward point. too wide from Overton. If you're going to bowl that length, it needs to be straighter, I would think. He had plenty of room to cut there without having to back away and make room. It was just too wide from Overton.
And the other thing is that if you're an attacking batter, you think about this completely different than someone like he would. But there is always more risk in playing attacking shots than there is defence, and it's not even close, right? He understands what his game is. As I said, you go back to when he was 13 or 14, his strike rate's never going to go above 45, even if he tries to be more attacking more regularly, would be my guess.
Here's Overton once again. He's gone full, and it's driven, and it's beaten mid-off. Mid-off could perhaps be a little straighter if he wants to go full. He's just bowling 2 lengths at the moment, Overton. It's either they're either drive balls or they're short. There's no sort of length balls at the moment. It's 2 lengths at the moment, and he's paying the price.
So over a long period of time, how much real impact do you think the difference between someone who's striking at 40, which is I think his career mark, and striking at 45 or 46 is? My guess is that that's not going to help West Indies cricket particularly. If he gets it over 50, perhaps there's a big change there.
That one is pushed out towards extra cover, straight to the fielder, Chris Wokes, and there's no run. I wasn't suggesting that he was putting his non-striker under pressure, and I wasn't even my suggestion. People were saying he's put the team under pressure, because if he bats 40 overs and the West Indies only have 100 on the board, that wickets inevitably fall. Throughout the history of Test cricket, a wicket falls every 12 overs, right?
Yeah. Well, we've got a middle order player here. It'd be interesting to know if he's worried about that, or if he's happy to come in when the ball's been completely dulled.
Matt Pryor is the man to answer that question. Last ball of the over, and it's pushed away defensively on the offside. West Indies are scoring at 4.5 and over at the moment, so there's no problem with that aspect. Today, Brathwaite is 49, Shamar Brooks has 8, and the West Indies are 94 for 1.
This is it's an interesting topic, this, because it's one that's discussed in dressing rooms all around the world, and I'm amazed that there's no correlation with batting slowly and putting pressure on your opposite man, because the feel in the middle is that you are under pressure because your mate's not scoring. Let's not forget the first job of a batsman is to score runs. That is what you're actually got to do. Now, of course, you've got to then be good enough to be able to go defend sometimes and then accelerate other times. I think you do put pressure on a team if you're batting time but kind of going nowhere, because you know that you're a cluster of wickets away from being in trouble. And I think the other point is when you're batting, everyone talks about batting in partnerships. You want to get something off your mate. So you get a single to rotate strike, you kind of want to get back on strike again. Whereas if you rotate strike, he then goes block, 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 block. It kind of saps you of that energy and trying to build pressure. So you feel like you're the only one trying to put any kind of pressure or intensity on the opposition.
Ben Stokes is into the attack, and the first delivery is angled in towards Craig Brathwaite, and he tucks it away off his pads down to long leg for a single, which brings him his 50, and I don't even need Jared to confirm that is his fastest Test 50. I know that 99 point whatever percent. So 50 off 62 balls.
It's his fastest. It was his fastest 20, 30, 40, and 50. Might have been his fastest 10. I didn't go back that far. I think you're right, Matt. One thing I would say is that there's different slow scorers and there's different fast scorers. So there are a lot of batters that you just end up at the non-strikers end a lot, and they frustrate you. And there are a lot of other players like Brathwaite who score a lot of singles. So if you're batting with them, you actually still feel like there is general pressure being put on.
Stokes, that's straighter. He's got that bang on target. Shamar Brooks blocks it away defensively, and the West Indies remain 95 for 1 in reply to England's 311 all out.
If there was a safe way for him to score at 5 or 10 strike rate quicker without him losing any average, then I think that's a good conversation to have with any player, right? We know he's not a perfect player. He's averaging mid-30s. If he feels, and if it starts to happen, that he actually starts averaging less, then I don't see how that benefits the team.
Stokes up to the crease again, and that one is driven straight to Chris Wokes, fielding at short, extra cover, no run.
Because the one advantage he's giving that weaker middle order, and we know it's a weak middle order, is that they are coming in when the ball is slightly older over and over and over again. Now, would it be great if he had someone at the other end who could score a little bit quicker, or if he had number 2 or number 3 or number 4 who were good players? Yes. But that's not his fault that the rest of the team doesn't have that available, and he's giving them an advantage. It's just that the rest of the team isn't good enough to take it up.
Stokes again up to the crease now, and goals full and straight on off stump. It's driven and fielded by Stokes off his own bowling.
And of course, the other side of the argument, whether they put in pressure on the opposite, on their teammates or not, is runs are a batsman's currency. And if he's averaging, he's top average, scoring 50 now, 50 not out of 62 balls. If he's scoring the runs, then actually he's well within his right to say, I'm not the one with the issue here, lads. You actually have to go and work it out yourselves. You come and join me and score some runs. That will always be the counter argument.
Stokes up at the crease again, once more drives towards extra cover, and it's fielded by Dan Lawrence, no run.
So there was a really interesting one when India went to New Zealand and they got killed by New Zealand. Kohli basically came out and said Pujara was scoring too slow. After that, of course, they won 2 series in Australia where Pujara scored even slower than he did in New Zealand, but he managed to nullify Hazelwood and Cummins. He faced an incredible amount of balls from Cummins without being dismissed. Took a lot of them on the chest and the elbow as well. They won that series because those guys got tired.
Here's Stokes once again, and it's pushed defensively up towards mid-on, and there's no run. It's 95 for 1, first over for Ben Stokes. And well, I'll tell you what, England under a little bit of early pressure here. It's all very good having a pressure absorber, Jared, but you know you still need runs on the board. And if you've got one guy taking the body blows and absorbing the pressure, and whose game plan is to tire the fast bowlers out, does that not put the pressure on the guys at the other end to score the run?
You're 100% right. All I would say is the last 5 years, the global bowling average has dropped by 5. Right? It is very hard to score in Test cricket at the moment, and if you have one player who can at least get that new ball older consistently, that's a huge advantage.
Just while you finish that point, Andrew McKenna's taking over commentary.
And so I don't think that's the player I'm worried about. I think if I'm the West Indies, the player I'm worried about is kind of everyone else. It's the rest of the batting order that is more of a concern than the one guy who's doing okay. He's not a perfect player. He's a collection of flaws and a collection of strengths. We were talking about that earlier with Johnny Bairstow, and he's just trying to get the most out of his career.
Mark Wood into the attack for the 4th over of his work. He's taken a tumble as Brathwaite turns it onto the leg side. Bairstow will field, and there is no run. 95 for 1, the West Indies, in the 24th over of this innings. England bowled out in 100 overs and 3 deliveries for 311, and the West Indies have a thick end of a third of the way there already for the dismissal of John Campbell, who didn't play a particularly convincing shot to a ball down the leg side and was caught down the leg side by Ben Foakes off the bowling of Overton. Brathwaite's in behind this, pushing to point. Lees will field, and there is no run. Gareth Batty has moved in, replacing Matt Pryor for the time being. How frustrating is this from an England point of view, and how disappointed will Joe Root feel as captain?
Well, I think from an England point of view, they've sort of done all the hard work with the bat and got what I believe is a above par first innings score. They've just made it just that little bit too easy. That's the frustrating bit. Just a little bit too easy to get the 95 runs.
Wood in, Brathwaite turning this around, whipping it away into the leg side. England have actually got 2 men out on the leg side boundary, a long leg and Bairstow patrolling sort of a square mid-wicket, so it will be just a single as Bairstow will field. 96 for 1.
Yeah, it just feels like, I think Maddie could be right. I think they have tried a little bit too hard at times, which sounds stupid that you can try too hard, but I think you can. When you try too hard, you strive, you lose the shape, you lose your body position of the metronomic ability that most of these bowlers have, and we see day in, day out normally.
Mark Wood in past the umpire. Brooks comes across his stumps and allows it to go through to Ben Foakes. No run. How disappointing is that, though, from, say, a senior player's point of view and a coach's point of view? Because 4 out of the 5 bowlers that we've seen are over 30. So would know their game, would know what's expected of them. You know, none of this is coming as a real surprise to them. But I suppose the argument is that Woakes and Overton haven't been in this position before, you know, spearheading the attack.
Yeah, I mean, look, without actually being in the rooms, and this is not evading the question, you can't actually fully answer it.
Wood on his way again to Brooks. No shot played. Through to the keeper. No run.
But you can make observations of Wood's last 2 balls. You can say that he's running quite nicely. He's held his action, and it's no mistake that he's bowled that nice channel through 4th off stump with good pace through to the keeper. From that position, you can manipulate your angle to just challenge off stump a fraction more by just angling your hip in or getting a bit close to the stumps, however you want to do that with all the idiosyncrasies. But it gives you a base to work from. I suppose what I'm saying is England haven't started with a base.
In goes Mark Wood. Final time of the over. That is short, and it's a loopy bouncer. It was within the height restriction, and so the umpire will call over. 24 overs gone here on TalkSport 2. West Indies 96 for 1, replying to England's 311.
And I suppose to go on a fraction further, if you don't have that base, if you don't have that sort of commodity of being able to hold length and attack and defend in the same breath, you go the other way and you actually chase the game a little bit. And I feel like there's been an amount of chasing the game, some with the fields that have been set, but 2 possibly in the outcome of what we've seen, that they're just, I've not quite gone as I wanted, so I'm going to try and get a wicket to drag that back, as opposed to going, okay, not quite as I want. I get that. Everybody gets it. No dramas. Now, what do I do at my best? This is what I do. Bang, I just hit my areas. Because I think this is more of an attritional surface. I don't think it's a blast anybody out surface.
Ben Stokes for his 2nd over will bowl to Brathwaite. He's working that off the hip down to backward square leg, and they will take a single. 97 for 1. Brathwaite goes to 52 from 66 balls. Now, there was a lot of talk before this game about we learn a lot about the players, particularly the bowlers in this. There was a lot of discussion about whether Joe Root should have carried on as captain. Are we maybe going to learn something about Joe Root here? Because, look, it's not his fault that the bowlers are getting hit around. He's not delivering the balls. But he's going to have to find and come up with a plan to stop the bleeding. Stokes goes in, takes the edge, and just short of Zach Crawley at slip. Brooks was playing soft hands.
Lads, lots on the ball.
It was a short. It was a prod that landed short. It wasn't a full-blooded drive, but it's not quite carried.
Yeah, it was just down that nasty channel for a batter to play. It was down that channel of, is it going to hit my off stump? Is it going to be just wide and I look silly that I've nicked it from outside that 4th off stump area? He's ended up playing it with soft hands. What I mean by that, you sort of cushion the impact, so it's just died to the slip fielder.
Stokes with a short ball. Brooks ducks underneath it. No run.
In answer to your question, it's kind of, well, who else can captain the team? So why change if there is no obvious player there, and actually make it work with a man that is obviously going to play as your best batter by a street, and can you work with and just manipulate this team into what we all want?
Stokes on his way, right arm over. Oh, Brooks has gone a long way across his stumps, taken on the pad. Umpire Brathwaite says no. Immediately Stokes turns around and has a conversation. Now, I've heard the word height through the stump mic a couple of times there. England are getting together and Joe Root is going to review it. There is no doubt that Brooks was across his stumps.
Review for LBW.
And
TV umpire to director.
We will start the process.
For LBW. The original decision is not out. I've checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can we start with front on spin vision?
That is the voice of Leslie Reefer, our TV umpire.
Doesn't appear to be any bat involved. Can I confirm that with the use of ultra edge? Ultra edge coming up. Keep rolling. Yes, gap between bat and ball. Flat line. Can I have ball trucking available, please?
What I can tell you is that impact is right at the top of the pad.
Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets missing. Can we go back to Greg on field? Greg would ask you to stay with your not out decision. You're on screen now, signal.
So the decision will stay as not out. As I mentioned, it was right at the top of the flap of the pad where it meets the thigh pad, and it's gone about a couple of centimetres over the top of the leg stump, and Brooks stays not out.
Yeah, you can see why Ben Stokes liked it. Brooks got right across. You could see his left foot, his big toe on the shadow that they put down when they look at the Hawkeye. Got it outside the line, so he's right over his stumps. He's bang in front of them all, but unfortunately just too high.
England lose a review. Stokes goes in for the next delivery down the leg side. Folks will tumble away to his left-hand side and takes it. It remains 97 for 1. So England lose a review. They've got 2 left this innings. West Indies still got all 3.
It begs the question, though, that we heard it on 3 or 4 occasions. Mackie, you commented. At least 3 or 4 different voices said height. It's just sort of, is it worth a gamble? And actually, until you're out there, you don't know. There's a bit of me thinking, Joe Root, that's worth the loss to get the big fella into the game.
So in goes Stokes, final ball of the over. That is Shamar Brooks coming forward. A very straight bat, plays it out to cover. There is no run. 25 overs of the West Indies gone. Innings gone here on TalkSport 2. They're 97 for 1. Some thoughts from analyst Jared Kimber.
Yeah, I've just been talking to a couple of people, Ben Jones from CricViz and also Matty Pryor, about the bad start from the England bowlers, right? So there was a very interesting comment that went up on Cricinfo from someone called Ian. It said, this is dire from England. 4 of the 5 of the attack are over 30 and have played more than 20 tests. So it's not exactly the most experimental. This isn't Matt Parkinson and Matt Fisher that we're seeing out here. These are experienced players. It's a bad start. They've bowled essentially 1 ball down the leg side almost every over, which is not acceptable for any test bowlers.
Mark Wood goes in. That is whipped from roundabout off stump through square leg. Bairstow is the man stationed out on the boundary sweeping. He will gather. Single taken, 98 for 1.
There's one thing I would say that is slightly in their favour, and that's the fact that the ball has swung about and seemed about half as much as it did for the West Indies. This pitch is completely evened out. This is the point when you really want your seam bowlers to start bowling dry. Find whatever it is, whatever a line, a length, a field that can stop. We haven't really seen them go to try and dry this up at all so far, but everything they've done, they're still looking for wickets. They've bowled 26% of their balls at the stumps so far. They're really attacking the stumps, over-attacking them, I'd probably say at this point.
Wood in. Bowls to Brooks for defensive back to the bowler, no run.
And so a couple of things have also happened as well. So they decided not to bring Broad and Anderson, fine, and their best bowler is then unfit and can't play. So they're down probably a star bowler, and Robbins has probably been the best bowler for them since he came into the team. But what they haven't done as a team is just chatted about themselves to try and go very, very dry. That seems like a huge error from me, Bats.
I'd simplify it even more. I just don't think they've bowled enough stock balls. Your best stock ball.
Wood in. Taken from just outside of off stump by Brooks through mid-wicket. They'll take 1. Well, Brooks wants a second. Brathwaite's not having any of that. It is a single, 99 for 1.
And to describe a best stock ball, it will vary on height of the bowler. So Wood's length will be different to a Jamie Overton. That's absolutely fine. That's natural variation. But it will operate between the 5 to 7 metres that we know is the right length to be bowling, depending on height and depending on surface. And you can manipulate either side of that. And we know that the best line to bowl is just outside off stump. With, if there is no shape on the ball, it might run in to hit the stumps, but it might run straight and not. It's asking a question of the batter that you can do both edges of the bat. But ultimately, all these guys have a very good stock ball, or else they wouldn't be in an England shirt. We just haven't gone to the simplest thing that has got them there.
Wood in. Brathwaite from outside of off stumps, whipping this through mid-on, wide mid-on. Chris Wokes will go after that, pull it in, and they will take a couple. The West Indies 100 is up. 25 overs and 4 balls in a test match. They've really clattered along, bringing up 100 for the loss of just John Campbell for 35. Brathwaite's 55 not out. Brooks 9 not out. West Indies 101 for 1.
So if you just look at this over so far, there's been 2 scoring shots where the ball's basically been at off stump, and they've moved right across the stumps to turn it to the leg side, right? There's been no wide outside off stump to draw them onto one side of the wicket.
Wood in. Brathwaite covering up to Stokes at mid-off, no run.
CricViz tells us the ball's not doing anything. I think we can see that with our own eyes. It certainly hasn't done much other than a couple of maybe the first 3 or 4 overs when it zipped around a little bit. this is the point where you would assume that Jimmy Anderson would be, as the bowling captain or whatever the term that they used to use, the bowling leader, would certainly have got the bowlers together and go, we have to get the control back onto this here. And that is what I really think they're missing so far in this particular innings. There's been no control. They bowled some good balls early on, but there's been no control, and they've also, of their plans, they haven't always executed them either.
Final ball of the 26th over from Mark Wood. It's outside of off stump. It's gone into gully, and England have got a breakthrough. Brathwaite goes for 55. It's 101 for 2. It's a brilliant catch in the gully. That was travelling. Mark Wood's bowled that at 147 kilometres an hour. But Brathwaite, well, it's been a sprint by his standards. 55 from 70. But boy, did England need that breakthrough. The West Indies only trail by 210 already. England have their second wicket, and Overton takes a really good catch.
Yeah, it is a very smart catch from Overton. Brathwaite got a decent piece of this. He's got a good amount of bat on it. It's wide. It's probably five stumps wide of off stump. Very full. It's a cross-seam ball from Wood. So whether he's trying to get that to stay in the surface or not is irrelevant, because it's so full, it actually takes the service out of the equation, and Brathwaite just leaning back on a full bloody drive, and he's absolutely smashed it to Overton, who took a very, very sharp catch there at gully. And Brathwaite, very fine innings of 55 off 70 balls, which will be surprising Jared Kimber yet even more about that strike rate. Very well played, sir, but he's gone for 55.
And Karuna Bonner is the man replacing him in his 10th Test match. An average of 41.2, a best of 113 not out on this ground against Sri Lanka. Last winter, 2021 winter. It's got 103 50s, and it will be drinks for the players. Just while it is a drink, Gareth, we spent lunchtime talking about you and Surrey. In the period between then, the club have just announced a signing. You have
give over. They've not.
They have
give over.
A nice little piece of information.
Who is it? I don't know. Who is it?
Sunil Narine is going to come and play in the blast.
Sunil Narine. Give over. Sunil Narine. Yep. What, the best mystery finger spinner in the world? Give over. And he bats up top left-handed. Nah, we've not signed him. No chance, Macca. You're pulling my leg.
I've seen it on the Twitter feed, mate. You've got another one for you.
If it's on Twitter, it must be true.
Well,
I'm all over it.
We all know that. You must be a happy man then.
I think he's a very pleasant signing, yes. He's a very proven 2020 performer around the world. It's no coincidence that he plays in the 100 at the Oval, at the Kia Oval, sorry. So it all kind of marries up very nicely. What coach in the world wouldn't be very pleased to have a player of that calibre coming into your ranks?
Yeah, absolutely. His batting is... I mean, he had an innings for the PSL recently where maybe was it something like 40 odd off 14 balls or something ridiculous. Quite a talent, bat and ball for you, which it's what you need in T20 cricket, isn't it? Multifaceted players.
Yeah, it gives us some great options of how we can use him and also slot other people into the roles that will suit them.
Right then, drinks is over. England have a massive breakthrough. 101 for 2. Shamar Brooks will be on strike. He's still in single figures, 9 from 24. And here we go for Ben Stokes. That's a shortish ball. And actually, Brooks was looking to play that almost backward of point. Got a good chunk of it, and it goes through wide third man and away for 4. For a moment, it looked like one of those that might just be a flashing catch to a gully or a backward point. But he gets it through the gap, and it's away for 4.
Yeah, it definitely was the outside half of the bat there from Brooks. I'm not sure he's in full control of this. It's away from the body. He's throwing his hands at it a little bit. You'd actually say that it's a moral victory for Stokes, but it's a boundary straight after a wicket. It's the old knife in the side job.
Brooks has 13 as he waits for Stokes. He's coming forwards, outside portion of the bat, down into the gully, and there is no run on this occasion.
Yeah, I think when you get a surface that's attritional like this is, and England have got that wicket, this is where you really, really make it difficult for these two batters. If you don't dry them up in a negative way, you're still bowling, set your fields according to how you want to bowl, make runs very hard to come by. Be precise with your planning and then your execution.
Two slips in place as Stokes goes in. Short ball. Brooks leaves the bat in the area, and there was a little bit of periscope up about it as he moved his body out of the way, but it's past everything and through to the keeper, Ben Foakes, and there is no run.
Strange that, Macca. I'm not sure that was really a short ball, but he played it like it was a real effort ball from Ben Stokes. It just looked like a back of a length ball that possibly a little bit of tennis ball bounce, but a little bit theatrical, shall we say, from Brooks.
Stokes is on his way again, left alone in the more conventional manner this time, hands high, bat out of the way, and it's through to Ben Foakes. What was interesting, we've just seen a replay of not only the wicket but the celebration, and just the way that the England players celebrated. First of all, you could tell there was an awful lot of relief in it, but I think that there'd been a discussion about that line to Brathwaite, because there was just something about the way that Joe Root was using his hands to demonstrate something, as if to say, that's exactly what we were just talking about, chaps.
Full and wide, there we go.
Not necessarily the ploy you'd want, is it? But it seemed to work on that occasion. This one is outside of off stump, and Stokes is through to the keeper. No run. 105 for 2. It remains. The West Indies in the 27th over of their innings here on TalkSport 2. Don't forget, of course, after each day's play, the Following On podcast in partnership with the ECB is coming your way. All the reviews and interviews from the players involved, and you can download it as a podcast as well from all good podcast providers. Stokes is outside of Brooks's off stump. It's running back in on the right-hander, but from a too-wide position to start with, through to Ben Foakes, and that is the end of the over. 27 gone, 105 for 2. Well, it's not been a great time for the England fast bowlers. Let's bring in our own, Steve Harmison. It's not been a great time for England in this 27 overs, but that wicket could be absolutely massive just to slow things down.
Yeah, it is, Macca, because Brathwaite's played beautifully. His timing, his touch, his decision making, his movements were all of a man who is just off the back of a double hundred in first class cricket last week for Barbados against Jamaica, or the week before. He looked in a beautiful touch. I think England they had a plan to him of bowling straight, and I think what you were mentioning there about the wide one is that he doesn't move his feet that well, does Craig Brathwaite, so they've gone at his hip for a couple of overs. In the one that they've thrown obviously full and wide, he's chased at it and he's hit it straight to Craig Overton. So I think that was the plan that Joe was looking for. I'm not sure we were looking at it that wide, but nevertheless it worked.
All donations gratefully received. So Mark Wood to bowl to Bonner. So chest height, he bends back at the waist, allows it through to the keeper. No run. Look, Harmy, I've got to ask you, England's opening bowlers, we know that it's Woakes and Overton for this match, but it wasn't the greatest of starts. I mean, West Indies got a bit of a flyer. As a former England fast bowler, what did you make of it?
Well, I thought the wrong one was opening the bowling for a start. I couldn't believe Overton took the new ball over Wood. It's a new ball surface. We've seen yesterday what a new ball pitch it was, so I thought Wood would have took the new ball.
Wood goes in. Bonner is on the pull to get off the mark. Not far away from Lees under the helmet at short leg, but Bairstow will gather, and it's a single. 105 for 2.
I didn't think they bowled very well. I thought Woakes looked as though he was a man with pressure of leading the attack on his shoulders, and I know that's easy to say, and it's when they haven't bowled that well because of Broad and Anderson not being there, but I felt as though that happened. He just held the ball back a bit. He either bowled far too short or far too full, with very little on it, so hopefully he can relax and calm down a bit, and then his next spell will be hopefully a lot better. And I think Overton was pretty much similar, and it took Stokes to come on and Mark Wood just to wrestle things back.
Wood is in, and Brooks is ducking under this one. England have put in a leg gully for Brooks, so there's a short leg and a leg gully. He ducks underneath this one and allows it through to the keeper.
But I'm also going to give massive credit to, as much as England didn't bowl very well at the start, I thought the lines were poor. They didn't get as much swing as nowhere near as much swing as the West Indies did yesterday. And I thought the way Campbell and Brathwaite especially played was absolutely first class. They were excellent. They punished the bad ball and defended the good balls that were on offer.
Wood goes in once again. The right-hander Brooks is up on his toes, dropping it into the offside. They'll take a single to rotate the strike. Brooks goes to 14. West Indies 107 for 2.
And since the wicket of Campbell, there's been a lot more chatter. You can hear from the stump microphones. There's a lot more chatter. England are a little bit more bullish. I thought the way the West Indies went at Jack Leach, that would be a plan that was before the game. England potentially only have 3 seamers. Stokes can bowl if and when, but it's going to be down to the 3 seamers. So if Jack comes on, we're going to go at him, and I thought they did that very, very well, the West Indies.
Wood is on his way. 1 slip now. It looked for a second like Bonner was going to play the pull, but bailed out pretty early on that one and allows it through to the keeper. No run.
But the pitch macker is just it's just so docile. It's unbelievable, and we're sitting in a media centre in the Sir Curtly Ambrose stand, and let me tell you, he's working for the TV out here with us, and he is devastated about this pitch. He thinks this is a shocker. It is unbelievable. The big man just keeps shaking his head. He's bald on top. He's got his dreadlock at the back, and the dreadlock is swaying like anything.
Mark Wood goes in to finish the over. Bonner pushing into the offside. They're going to try a single that isn't there. It's picked up, shied at the stumps. There is a hit at the keeper's end, but Bonner is in his ground. I think we are going to check this one just to be safe. Yes, umpire Brathwaite makes the signal. There's a good bit of sharp work. I'm pretty sure that Bonner will be back, but we are going to go through the process.
Side on angle, please.
So as Leslie Reaper looks at this, I'll let him describe it. Neil Manthorpe will take over the ball by ball.
Good. I'm satisfied with that. My decision for the big screen is not out. Repeat, not out for the big screen.
Back in his crease. But it was unnecessarily touch and go, you would think, from a West Indian point of view. And the batsmen are now having a little discussion about taking an
out. He's out. I beg your pardon. Oh my goodness gracious me!
Got it wrong.
Hang on, that can't be. He's pressed the wrong button. Oh, he has. Yeah, he has pressed the wrong button. Oh my goodness me! The England players could all pretty much see that he was back in his ground, and the third umpire, Nigel Dogood, has pressed the wrong button. Nigel Dubad. Dear me. What a shock that was.
Oh, he's got 4 nudges. He's got 4 nudges, and he's pressed the wrong button. He's nudged the wrong one at the wrong time, and he's missed the jackpot. Oh no, what are you doing?
What did you think, Harmy, when you saw that on the big screen?
Well, I seen it on a big screen, and I thought, he's pressed the wrong button, because it was clear and blatantly obvious that he wasn't. So common sense is getting there eventually, and he eventually pressed the right button.
What a moment. The England players all took it in the right spirit. There were a few chuckles around. Stokes in once again. Oh, that one bounces unexpectedly, and I tell you what, Shamar Brooks was inconvenienced by that one. That has leapt up off a length, hit the splice of the bat, and run away past Zach Crawley at second slip down towards the boundary for a very fortuitous 4. Harmy, are you a bit nervous watching Stokes bowl? Is your heart in your mouth a bit?
It always is. No matter whether he's fit or he's not, he throws everything into it. So yes, it's a slight concern, but I suppose at the minute needs must. He's in the team. He's been bowling a lot in warm up. He bowled a little bit in the practice match.
Bouncer, that's very much Stokes the enforcer, and Brooks ducks underneath it. Has he been bowling a lot? Are his workloads quite high then?
His workloads he's been bowling quite a bit that I've seen in the last few days that I've been out here. The one thing I will say though, Manners, he looks, and I know your eyebrows raised the other day when I said it, he looks a lot leaner, he looks a lot fitter, he looks a lot stronger than he did from a TV perspective when I was watching in Australia. and I think that will undoubtedly help, but he's had a side strain, and hopefully that it's knitted together.
Pushed away defensively from the crease this time by Shamar Brooks. Yeah, he certainly wouldn't have any second thoughts about wearing the tight shirt at the moment, would he?
No, and I think in Australia, naturally, because of the time scale of him announcing he's coming back, there was no cricket to play, very little time to get physically ready for the games, didn't have any warm-up, no practice going into it, so it was understandable that he was going to sort of get into the red zone and put his body under pressure when he actually did, because he knows only one way to play. There's Benjamin Stokes, and I think he's in a better place now than he was in Australia.
Another bouncer. Brooks has no difficulty ducking underneath it. And
what I will say though, Manners, there seems so far a marked difference between Mark Wood and Ben Stokes bowling on this surface to Chris Woakes and Craig Overton bowling on this surface. Two bowlers that obviously a little bit quicker, a little bit more aggressive. There's not a marked difference, there's a huge difference. There's something happening with Stokes and Wood. There was very little happened when Overton and Woakes bowled on it.
Pushed away defensively again from the crease by Shamar Brooks up towards mid-on. Woakes did himself no favours though, did he? I mean, if there wasn't much happening for him, he's usually so good at building pressure with dot balls and maidens. He was all over the place.
He was, but the areas that you bowl and that sort of when he drags that length back, because John Campbell's so good on the sort of pick-up pull, I think Chris Woakes had to go that little bit fuller to the left-hander.
That's the old bowling in partnerships, isn't it? Here's Stokes.
Edge gone straight into the hands of Joe Root at first slip. Stokes strikes as he so often does, and suddenly England have got 3. Well, the West Indies were galloping along at 83 for none, and Stokes has bowled full classic fourth stump line, outside edge. Joe Root, no mistake. Shamar Brooks on his way for 18. West Indies suddenly 111 for 3.
And that's what I mean, the areas that he bowled and the ball just bouncing off that good length, something on it, venom behind it, that little bit extra pace, and it just entices the edge. A good catch, went looping towards Joe Root at first slip, and the pressure that Ben Stokes and Mark Wood has created by being aggressive into the lengths that they bowl, that sort of good length, and with the odd bouncer making the West Indian batsman footwork, making them hop around a little bit, has made the difference, created so much pressure. And now the conundrum for Joe Root after taking that catch is, as he's walking alongside Ben Stokes at this minute in time at the end of the over with Ben Stokes' cap in his hand, is when does he say to him, look, we have to take you off here because we don't want to lose you for the rest of the trip. You have shown in the last 4 overs how important you are to us. He's got to be mindful of that.
Jermaine Blackwood is the new batsman. He's got 200s in his 44 test matches, and like the rest of the middle order, you look purely at his obvious ability and his statistical return, and you have to conclude that he has not done himself justice or played to his potential. Mark Wood is in, down the leg side, very quick, ill-directed, and a leg glance attempted by Nkrumah Bonner, but he's got nothing on it, and not even Ben Foakes with his brilliant glove work could take that cleanly, and he's just tip past the left-hand post down to fielder for a single. Well, I suppose, one of the reasons, and we were discussing this, Gareth Batty and Matt Pryor, a little while ago, Harmy, why Mark Wood, why on earth he wouldn't be given the fastest bowler on both teams, why he wouldn't take the new ball, and there was the thought from Matty P was that control, rather, you as well as incisive and as quick and as dangerous and as aggressive as Mark Wood can be. He can be a bit loose. It's ironic that that's pushed away defensively. It's good delivery from Wood, actually. Back of a length, rising up towards the splice of the bat, nudged out on the onside. But as you say, it's a new ball pitch, and I posed the question. It seemed peculiar. The irony, of course, is that Woakes was all over the place, and he was the one who was supposed to offer Joe Root control. But the upside to that is that if Mark Wood can then, with his aggressive freewheeling style, can bowl flat out. I mean, he's not worried too much about control at the moment, is he? He's bowling for wickets. Here he is once again. Bouncer, really good quick bouncer, which Jermaine Blackwood tries to look calm about ducking underneath. But this is perfect now. 112 for 3. You throw Mark Wood the ball as Imran Khan used to do with Wasim Akram, and say, I don't care. I don't care if a few of them go over the sight screen. I just want you to bowl as quick and at the stumps and just bowl for wickets.
Yeah, 100% Manners, and I think that's what England need at this minute in time. They've got the West Indies more or less where they want them, and Mark Wood's got his tail up as well, which is great to see. Not a lot in this surface, and if there's anything that Mark Wood does, he doesn't really need the surface to create an event and something to happen.
Gee, that one kept low as Wood is in again. It's just outside the off stump. Good job for Jermaine Blackwood that it did keep low. I mean that it was wide of the off stump, because this is scuttled along the ground, isn't it?
It did. It just seemed to hit one of the footmarks of the bowlers that have been bowling around the wicket to the left-handers from the Sir Andy Roberts end, and it did. It just kept. Well, it didn't keep a little bit low. It kept very, very low.
Here's Wood once again thundering in up to the crease now. Bowls and bouncer, and Blackwood ducks underneath it. I was just mentioning the fact that Jermaine Blackwood has in 44 test matches he's only scored 200s. He's got 15 50s, but if you look at his first class record, he's played almost 150 first class games, been around a long time, and Harmy, he in almost 150 first class games he's only scored 600s but 47 50s. I mean, as an analyst, as a fast bowler, you think that, well, as soon as this bloke's got a start, he's vulnerable.
Yeah. So I'm not sure England can afford to give him a start.
Here is Wood once again, looking to apply further pressure. West Indies 112 for 3, and big inside edge as massive booming drive from Blackwood, full and wide outside the off stump. And he's thrown his hands at it as Jermaine Blackwood. He's got a bottom edge. It's brilliantly fielded by Ben Foakes. Just for a second it looked like it was going to be a repeat of the catch that Joshua Da Silva took.
Yeah, I think it's a drop catch.
Hang on a second. It was. Oh my goodness gracious me.
It's a great effort, to be fair, but it's
exactly like the catch that Joshua Da Silva took to get rid of Zach Crawley in the first innings.
It was an absolute carbon copy of the one that Da Silva took. Full inside edge, probably gone to Ben Foakes a little bit quicker than what the one of Zach Crawley did, but similar height off the ground, probably the similar distance to go to the left side. He got a hand on it, he got a decent piece of it, but unfortunately can't really tell us if it's when his hands hit the floor that the ball has come out. But it was a good effort, but unfortunately for England, it would have been a nice touch that to go from 83 for none to 112 for 4 in the blink of an eye.
I tell you what, Harmy, let's be honest, Ben Foakes would be feeling bleak about that. He would expect to catch that, wouldn't he?
Yes, I think you're right. I do think you're right. Matty will tell you how difficult a chance it was, but I would imagine Ben Foakes will believe he should have caught it.
Especially, it wasn't fingertips. I mean, he's got the whole palm of his left hand to it, and he'd have expected to hang on to that. 112 for 3. New over begins now from Ben Stokes, whose figures of 1 for 10 He's got rid of Shamar Brooks, caught at first slip by Joe Root. Spotlight on Ben Foakes, batted beautifully, of course, and he's not been at his tidiest best, let's be honest. That's short from Stokes and pulled away by Nkrumah Bonner out towards deep mid-wicket, fielded by the man at cow corner, Zach Crawley.
I thought he batted beautifully, Manners, but it'll come back. It'll always come back to the argument that we'll all have, and me and you have had it a few times on the collective about Bairstow and keeping wicket, and if Bairstow bats at 7, keeps wicket, frees up a place possibly for Ollie Pope to bat 5 or 6, and as well as Foakes did bat very, very well. Bairstow gets hundreds. Bairstow's got hundreds with gloves on.
Changes the dynamic of the team, doesn't it? Stokes in again, back of a length, pushed away defensively by Blackwood. Is yet to get off the mark. 113 for 3.
But then if it frees up, and then if you look at it and you go with that argument, you can say, well, does Ollie Pope score you more runs than Ben Foakes? And that is a bigger argument. I'm sure Gareth Batty's sitting there shaking his head because thinking, well, why is my wicketkeeper getting question mark, and should he or shouldn't he be in the team after he's been given the number 1 jersey? But I think I've been thinking that for the last 2 or 3 years now, that Joss Butler's not getting enough runs. Why is Bairstow not keeping wicket?
Next ball from Ben Stokes is an attempted leave from Jermaine Blackwood, and he's managed to leave it to second slip. In other words, he didn't get the bat out of the way in time. He was just trying to lift it up out of harm's way, and he didn't get it out of the way in time. It hit the face of the bat. Fortunately for him, went straight down into the ground, and was fielded by Zach Crawley at second slip. But if you're going to leave and be more decisive about it, here is Ben Stokes thundering in. The wicket to his name already. West Indies 113 for 3. Hit on the pad, and the polite question heading down the leg side. Welcome to our listeners on Talk Sport for a live update shortly after lunch on day 2 of the first Test match between England and the West Indies. And England were bowled out for 311 with Johnny Bairstow last man to go for a quite brilliant 140, resuming on 108 this morning. And he helped England over the 300 mark, and the West Indies were not trundling along, they were thundering along at 83 without loss before the first breakthrough. And John Campbell, the left-handed opener, was caught down the leg side, hooking a short ball from Craig Overton. Here's Stokes once again, full and wide outside the off stump, looking to tempt the drive from Jermaine Blackwood, the right-hander, but is unable to do so. He leaves it alone. Next to go, an unusually quick innings from the West Indian skipper and opening batsman Craig Brathwaite came to an end with a very sharp catch in the gully by Overton off the bowling of Mark Wood. He went for 55 from just 70 balls, and then Ben Stokes turned the innings on its head really with the third wicket. Shamar Brooks was caught by Joe Root at first slip for 18. At the crease at the moment, and Nkrumah Bonner is 2 not out. Jermaine Blackwood has yet to score, and the West Indies are trailing by 198 runs in reply to England's 311, which you all thought was a par score, maybe tiny bit above par score. Here's Mark Wood once again, bowling as quick as ever. He's consistently at 90 or not, just over 90 miles an hour. That is banged in short, and it is left alone by Nkrumah Bonner, taken behind by Ben Foakes, but it was called a no ball.
It was called a wide, Manners.
Was it?
Giving him a wide, yeah. I think Mark Woods had a look at the surface, and I think he might have just hit. There are a lot of little cracks starting to develop in the surface, and they're just breaking up a little bit. Talking to Paul Collingwood just before the game, he expected a lot of them cracks not just only to break up, but little edges around the cracks to be more prominent this morning, and there weren't. And I think that surprised the England team, especially after the decision to bat first, that they thought it might deteriorate significantly enough that it'll be a little bit more up and down bounce today.
Wood in once again, and it's clipped away off his pads by Nkrumah Bonner straight to square leg or mid wicket, and there's There is no run. I don't think it was just the England team that thought the pitch would deteriorate, Harmy. The cracks were quite visible, quite obvious before a ball was bowled, and you do expect them, hot weather like this and a hot wind howling across the ground, you do expect them to open up, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. And I just wonder if that last ball of Stokes is over. I just wonder if the ball's just starting to reverse or just starting to tail.
Wood in once again, and Kumar Bonner plays from the crease. You can just see it's so obvious. It's not a comment on the West Indian batsman per se. It applies to the vast majority of even international batsmen. You can just see that they are hurried and they are perturbed by the extra pace of Mark Wood. There are so few bowlers in the world at the moment who can operate consistently above 90 miles an hour. And Mark Wood is one of them, and he's an absolute gem. And I know, Harmy, that you're concerned that his workload will once again see him stretched. Right, that's new over. Sorry, the next delivery from Mark Wood is a full toss down the leg side, and so that one is, I think, looking for a Yorker, but he's just gone slightly too full. And there is. You're quite right, Steve Harmison. Quite clearly there is some signs, first early signs of reverse swing. So for our listeners on TalkSport, we'll say goodbye briefly, and hope to have you part of the listenership again a little bit later on. West Indies 115 for 3, trailing by 196.
Just a little bit of reverse, but also Mark Wood just needs to calm down a little bit. He's walking back to his mark fast, and these sort of beans are going a little bit.
That is nudged away past Chris Woakes up towards mid-on. I'm smiling because I'm just trying to picture the scenario, Steve Harmison, of you on when you had the wind in your sails and your tail was up and you were full of beans, and what your reaction would have been if Michael Vaughan had strolled over to you and said, "Calm down, Harmy, just calm down."
He did quite often. He did sort of try and keep you in the moment quite often. That's why he was such a good captain, because he had the ability to know when to come and calm you down and when to just let you go.
Wood in again down the leg side. That delivery, I think, just brushes the batsman's pad on its way into the gloves of Ben Foakes, and there's ever such a polite inquiry, a little gentle appeal from someone. It didn't come from the mouth of Mark Wood, although he raised his hand. It came from someone else, and it wasn't Ben Foakes either, because he was diving down the leg side. Every now and then you get the enthusiastic appealer and some random shout from cover.
As well.
Every team's got one. Marnus Labuschagne does it for Australia every now and then. Be some random appeal from mid-wicket. Here's Wood once again, and that one again just shaping back into Blackwood, is on the back foot, playing defensively out square of the wicket on the offside, and the over comes to an end. 32 gone. The last 40 minutes has seen England haul themselves back to what I would describe as parity. Would you, Steve Harmison?
Yeah, I would. I think they're definitely back in this contest from that point of view. I think the way Campbell and Brathwaite especially played I thought it was, from a mindset, that's brilliant. I was watching it, I thought this is fantastic, because they've obviously had a plan to go at England, be aggressive towards England because of the pressure on the bowling attack, first and foremost, without Broad and Anderson first up. And then when Leach comes on, not knowing what Stokes is going to do, they've belted him out of the attack, and I thought that was brilliant from the West Indies. But Stokes has come on to bowl along with Wood, and they've just wrestled it back in not in England's favour, but probably back at 50-50 at the minute.
Short ball from Stokes, pulled away by Kumar Bonner out towards Alex Lees, who's fielding at deep mid-wicket, and they go through for an easy single.
Interestingly, where Woakes is warming up, Chris Woakes has gone through these looseners, and I thought he might have come on for this over of Stokes, but I think there is sign of reverse swing, and I think that's probably why Chris Woakes is getting warmed up, just to come on and hopefully give him give him the ball that's going to have some lateral movement, because I don't think the ball moved too much when the new ball was in his hand sideways.
Banged in short from Stokes here, just outside the off stump, wide enough for Blackwood to leave alone. You said, Harmy, before the first day yesterday that you thought Ben Stokes would be good for 3 or 4 over spells. So already kind of thinking, oh, he's into his 6th now.
Yeah, he's into his 6th, and I think if I was Joe Root here, I'd send him off, send him out the ground, tell him to go and get a drink from one of the soft drink stands out the ground, just to make sure that he's not in play, so he can't bowl the next over from that end. Because you know what Ben's like, he takes his cap off, tells you that he's bowling, and it's hard to disagree with. So I think I'd send him out the ground.
Full and very wide and half volley length, but almost a foot and a half outside off stump. Blackwood accepts the temptation to drive, but doesn't time it at all. That's a lovely image. You're like, right, Ben, you're not bowling, and I know that you can talk me into bowling it, so I'm sending you off the field.
Yeah, I'm going to lock you in the toilet for an over.
Can be very persuasive, Ben Stokes. He's like, right, Ben, take a breather. No, Captain, I'm bowling the next over. Here I am. Here is Stokes once again, and it's punched nicely off the back foot by Blackwood up towards mid-off.
No different to Flintoff, probably no different to Surrey and Botham, or Lord Botham. These are characters that seize moments in games, and as a captain, you probably don't want to argue with them. You just want to let them go. But I think Stokes is so important for the games coming up. They need to look after him. This is 6 overs now, and I think he's now starting to run into a territory that you don't want to go any further.
Yeah, 6 overs surely is enough. That is banged in to the pitch once again and punched off the back foot defensively by Jermaine Blackwood. And on the other hand, Harmy, you've got, here's Chris Wokes, who's got the opportunity to lead the attack. He's going for 5.5 and over. He's bowled 6 overs for 33. You don't want to leave him brooding too long. I mean, he must be itching to get back and show us just how good he is.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. And I think it's important. The old cliche that the next spell's crucial. Chris Wokes' next spell in his tour is very, very crucial for him moving forward.
Indeed so. Last ball of the over from Stokes is middle 2 leg side-ish, and it's flicked away behind square to Mark Wood on the deep square leg boundary, and they go through for a single. So Nkrumah Bonner has 3, Jermaine Blackwood has 3, and the West Indies are 119 for 3 in reply to England's 311. We've got 20 minutes to go until the tea break on day 2 of the first of 3 test matches, this one in Antigua at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. To take us through until tea, you'll be with Gareth Batty, Matt Pryor and Andrew McKenna.
Cheers, Manners. What a difference 40 minutes or so makes for England. Not having a great time earlier on. West Indies 83 without loss, and 3 wickets in that. Campbell for 35, Brathwaite for 55, Brooks for 18, and 83 without loss suddenly becomes 111 for 3. It's now 119 for 3. The West Indies trail by 192, but England are getting us an amount of calm back, and just as Steve Harmison and Neil Manthorpe were saying, Chris Wokes must be desperate to get back on and show everyone that 6 overs 0 for 33 isn't what he's all about. Matt Fryer and Gareth Batty alongside me. He is back into the attack with a slip and a gully in place.
Yeah, England have had a very good last 6 or 7 overs. They've dragged back the run rate, and they've managed to take a couple of wickets in that period.
Short mid-wicket catching as well for Wokes, and that is a ball that just... Blackwood played it ever so slightly as if it had climbed on him. It goes towards the fielder at short mid-wicket. It doesn't get there, at least not on the full, on a couple of ounces, and there is no run. Wokes 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 33, going at 5.5 for the man leading the attack, spearheading the attack. And he turns and makes his way into Blackwood. Stride forward for the right-hander, pushes up to Ben Stokes at mid-off, and there's no run.
Nice starts from Chris Woakes. Just looking to settle in, looking to find his feet, just drag those feelings back, get himself into the game. First ball just stayed in the pitch, then the next ball in and around that off stump, just getting hit down the ground. He straightened his field up a little bit.
He's on his way once again, past umpire Wilson. That is on the back foot by Blackwood, and he's managed to squeeze it wide of Gully and through third man for four, all along the playing surface. It's another boundary to the West Indies total, 123 for 3. They now trail by 188 here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, I was just about to mention, Macca, this is going to be a good challenge for Woakes because he's setting his field straight, wanting to bowl obviously very straight, wicket to wicket. And yeah, you can say that caught the outside edge, but that's not what he's bowling for. That delivery is too wide. That was fifth, sixth stump, and it allows the batsman, it's outside half of the bat, but it's not going to carry. He's only got one slip and a gully. Very easy to find the gap, and away it goes for 4 runs.
Woakes for the reply. Blackwood on the back foot, pushing to short cover, and there is no run. It's not been an easy day at the office from England's point of view. We saw Jack Leach introduced. The West Indies took a bit of a liking to him. His figures, on the face of it, don't read horrendously, going at 3.7 and over, 7 overs, 0 for 26, but they certainly appeared to want to hit him out of the attack as soon as they could. Woakes is in, outside of off stump. Blackwood plays no shot at that. It remains 123 for 3. How much of a concern will that be, not only for Jack Leach, Gareth Bassey, but Joe Root as captain, in the fact that there seems to be a very definite plan following on, if you like, from the Ashes, that when Leach comes on, we go straight after him?
Yeah, I look, there's no hiding place in international cricket, and the one thing we do know about bowling spin in the Caribbean, they're a little bit block sloggy, and by that I mean defence, or they smack you out the ground. There's not a lot of middle.
Full toss from Woakes. It's sort of shin height outside of off stump. Blackwood's actually turned that. Whoa, my goodness. He hit it so much better than I first thought. England have got a sweeper out on the leg side boundary who didn't even get close to it as it goes through straight mid-wicket out towards long on. Woakes takes his cap from the umpire, having conceded 8 from the over. It's 7 overs now for 41 from Woakes. West Indies at the end of the 34th over, 127 for 3.
And it's another Woakes over that goes for 8 runs. Batsman haven't had to really do anything. One ball short and wide that was just steered down to the third man boundary, and the final ball of the over, a sort of rank full toss that just gets clipped through mid wicket. Woakes struggling here, and he's going to need to find a way to get back into the game here and simplify what he's doing. Just hit an area, wicket to wicket, as we say, and just build some maidens. Look, we're not saying it's easy, by no means.
As you can hear from the PA announcer, you might have just made that out, Craig Overton is coming back into the attack. He got the wicket of John Campbell to start things off. 1 for 25 so far into the right-handed Bonner, who just plays quietly out on the offside. No run.
I think Overton's got to just use his natural asset here, and that is height. The big tall man, about 6'4". Got to use all that velocity getting into the surface that we know is a little bit too paced. Try and bring the batter forward.
Let's see what he does as he goes in. Well, it's a leave from Nkrumah Bonner. A pretty good one as well, actually. Carried on straight with the angle towards off stump, but wide of it, he's leaving it, and it's through to Ben Foakes. No run. If you're listening online or on a smart speaker, but if you're heading out this evening at any point, or get the TalkSport app on your phone or your tablet, and you can still carry on listening to us. You can just simply swipe between TalkSport and TalkSport 2, so you can pick your sport, if you like. and you can stay in touch with us that way. Bonner is playing this up to mid-off by Overton, and there is no run. And you will need the app, because there's plenty of sport coming up over the course of the weekend. Of course, plenty of football as well. Champions League action, Real Madrid, PSG, and West Ham's trip to Seville tomorrow in the Europa League. All coming up. So make sure you've got the app, or your DAB, or your smart speaker, and you'll be able to listen to all of it. Overton in once again. Bonner playing to mid-off, and no run.
Nothing wrong with that. It's just a little marker. It's a little bit full, yes, but he's getting him. He's bringing him forward. He's getting him trying to hit the ball down the ground. You can set your field for that. Mid-on and mid-off can be a bit deeper, a bit straighter. By getting him driving, when you do pull your length, hopefully he just gets one just a fraction outside the eye line. Prods at one like we saw in the England innings, and those feathers behind.
Overton is in. Bonner not playing any shot at that. Allows the ball to go past. Raises the bat high. 3 from 16 is his tally so far. West Indies 127 for 3. As England trying to put on the brakes and take the wickets.
Yeah, I think it has to be the two in combination. I don't think you can just go searching for wickets on a pitch like this. It's quite turgid.
Overton to finish the over, and it is through to the keeper, no run. It is a maiden over for Craig Overton, his first in this innings, and only the 5th that England have sent down in the 35. Jack Leach has 2 of them, Chris Wokes and Mark Wood 1 apiece, and that will show you, obviously, look, when you've got a scoreline going along at 127 for 3 after 35, runs are flowing, but the lack of maidens is the lack of pressure being built up by the bowling attack.
Yeah, but Jamie Overton's just showed there it doesn't need to be extraordinary over. Doesn't need to be an extraordinary over, sorry. He's bowled it 2 or 3 balls in a very good length, just challenging that outside off stump. He's had to leave well. He's got a couple a little bit full. But if your line is right and you set your field accordingly, it just gets prodded back to mid-off. There's no damage. And if you're just fractionally off and you're bringing them forward and you're bringing them, putting pace onto the ball, you have an opportunity to open up wicket-taking options, but you have to bowl with an intensity. You have to hit the pitch like Overton did there.
Got about 9 more minutes until the tea break, so Wokes will start the new over. Takes Blackwood on the pad. No, it's looped out to Gully. Is there bat in there as well? Joel Wilson says not out. England are going to review this. They really think there's something there, and Joe Root makes the signal. And umpires Batty and Pryor next to me in the commentary box have both got fingers raised. They think inside edge onto pad, and it's looped out.
Yep, out for me. Inside edge onto the pad. It's looped out to Gully.
Review for court. TV umpire to director. You have a player's review for a court. The original decision is not out. I've checked the front foot.
Not out court. Very close LBW.
I will start with front on spin vision, please.
Yeah, important to remember that they will check for both. Here we go for the catch.
Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Yeah, it doesn't appear to be any bat involved. Can we get Ultra Edge to confirm no bat involved?
Well, Leslie Reefer, at one very quick look, has decided he doesn't think there's any bat.
Ultra Edge coming up. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. There's a spike as the ball passes the bat. Will you rock and roll that for me? Take it forward. Take it forward. Yes, go. Yes. Yeah, there's a spike as the ball is next to the bat. Can we go to the catch now? Can we go straight to the catch?
Well, the third umpire is happy that there is an edge. Now they want to check it's actually been caught.
Mark. Okay.
Unfortunately, now we get the replay.
Yeah, keep moving. Yeah, can you rock and roll that for me, or zoom in for me? See if it's a fair catch.
Well, it's been caught in the gully, but they really are belt and braces everything here, because they want to just check it has been caught, because it was relatively low.
Yes, catch is fairly taken. It's a fair catch. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. Can we go back to Joel on field? Joel, you have to change your not out decision. You on screen now, signal.
So Overton takes the catch. Blackwood is out for 11 from 24 balls. And it's 127 for 4, but maybe more importantly than anything else, Chris Woakes is on the board in the wicket column. He probably doesn't care how they come at the moment. He just wanted one to get himself a foot in the game. He's got one for 41, 127 for 4. Oh, and we're just pausing because the ground staff away to the left-hand side are just gathering by the big blue tarpaulin. We're only 5 minutes away from tea here. Jason Holder is coming out, but just looks away in the distance that there might be a little bit of drizzle coming this way. Well, we lost, what was it, about 7 or 8 minutes earlier on, and it was just a short, sharp shower, and hopefully that's all we're getting now, because it indeed has arrived, and you've just heard the stumps being taken out of the ground, so the players will disappear off, which is a frustration and a disappointment. But Matt Prior and Gareth Matty, this is a heck of a turnaround from England. In the 20th over, the West Indies were 83 without loss. We're now 1 ball into the 36th. They're now 127 for 4. That is a great hour's work for England. They put themselves behind the 8 ball, but they've got themselves back out from behind it.
Far be it for me to be the negative one here, but I think I would put it more that's a shocking bit of work from West Indies than a great bit of work from England. I don't think they've necessarily bowled fantastically well or anything. I think the West Indies have gifted a few wickets. Brathwaite well set. I mean, he chased a wide half volley really and just managed to pick out gully. West Indies have let England back in here for me rather than them bowling brilliantly, but you've got to take the wickets, and that they did. So West Indies now 127 for 4.
Tea breaks can fly by, but that one seemed to go in the blink of an eye. That was a very quick tea break, but it was, I'm assured, 20 minutes. Jared Kimber and I had a lot of ground to cover and a lot of news to discuss. And here is Chris Woakes. Can he finally find some rhythm and some consistency? And that is pushed out towards cover once again, and it'll be fielded by Dan Lawrence. Actually, Matt Prior made an interesting point when Chris Woakes was bowling all over the place. He said it didn't look like he was struggling for rhythm, and I will put my hand up and say, I often say it must be a rhythm thing, but actually he looks smooth. He doesn't look like he's stuttering. Everything seems to be well grooved. It's just that it wasn't coming out where he wanted it to land. Here he is, Woakes once again, and it's a little in-swinger, and it's driven up towards Zach Crawley at Jack Leach, beg your pardon, at mid-on, and there is no run.
Players talk about feel, don't they? So if you're watching a bowler who's not quite getting it right, you see them doing hand gestures, they're flicking the ball up. It's a feel thing out of the hand, or basically it's something in the top 2 inches that's just saying, oh, I'm feeling under pressure. It's not quite that perfect scenario where you've got your comfort blanket and you're good to go.
Here is Woakes once again. He's got a short mid-wicket in a slip and a gully as the stationary catches, and the last ball of the over is guided away by Jason Holder, square of the wicket towards cover point. Kumar Bonner has 3, Jason Holder has 1, 128 for 4, and Matt Prior felt uncomfortable saying it, but it was the cold hard truth, is that when the West Indies were flying along to 83 without loss, England bowled poorly. Then they lost 4 wickets, and they didn't necessarily bowl very much
and
better.
England bowled poorly. Yeah, it was a bit of a joust for who was going to play worse, unfortunately.
You kind of said Brooks was the only one where you'd say there was a few balls led up to it, and then he played a bit of a forward defensive to Stokes and nicked it, sort of thing. But apart from that, it was scattergun, and wickets were stumbled across as opposed to created, shall we say.
Right, Craig Overton is going to bowl the next over, and he's been tidy enough. He's going for just over 3 and over. 7 overs from him. And first delivery is bang on target. Jason Holder pushes it up towards mid-on. fair to say that Jason Holder began his international career, and certainly his domestic career, as a bowler. A bowling all-rounder, I guess, but he batted regularly at number 8. And, of course, he made his career best, first-class and test score, as it happens, 202 not out, at number 8 against England in Barbados 3 years ago. Here is Overton once more, steered away by Holder into the gully. And there's no run. But you can't help admiring all-rounders who started off with very much a stronger suit and had the wherewithal and determination to become a genuine all-rounder and get the other discipline up to scratch.
Yeah, I think you can get bowlers that find themselves thrust into batting, because everybody's got a bat at some point.
Full and just wide enough to leave outside the off stump.
And the ones who have enough grey matter actually realise that it's a little bit easier than running 30 yards and pelting it down at 90 miles an hour, so they know if they can stay out there a bit longer with the bat, it's going to save their body a little bit. Am I right in thinking that Jason Holder is number 1 in the world all-rounder still?
Yes, he is, yeah.
No?
Yeah. Oh, actually, Ravi Jadeja's just
had a great test match.
He made 175 and took 8 wickets, 9 wickets in the match. Forward comes Holder, pushes it up towards.
Yeah, exactly.
So that would be worth a few ranking points. It's been explained to me how the world rankings work, but I've never quite got it.
Have you not heard? The next test match is opening the batting and opening the bowling is Jadeja. And he's fielding at first slip if he wants.
I tell you what, though, Shakib Al Hassan has turned in a few performances like that. Very, very few players who've taken more than 8 wickets in a match and scored 100. He's one of them. That's nudged firmly by Holder out towards Alex Lees at mid-wicket. And there's no run. That was quite a performance from Jadeja. He's coming at number 7, scored 175 after taking 5 wickets in the first innings. Took 4 more in the second. Yeah, and he was in second place behind Jason Holder before that test match. So not an enormous surprise to see him rise to the top of the world all-rounder rankings. Craig Overton, 1 for 25, coming towards the end of his 8th over. This is the final ball of his 8th over, and Holder again clips it off his pads out towards Alex Lees at mid-wicket. But the West Indies have got to dig in here, and they're going to have to show a little bit of bloody mindedness like England displayed and Johnny Bairstow displayed with 3 successive 50-plus partnerships with Stokes, Foakes and Woakes.
He is the West Indies Stokes, isn't he? Holds it all together. Bats in a real batter's position, not sort of 8. You do get some all-rounders batting at sort of 8 and it's sometimes even 9, but Holder batting at 6, that's proper all-rounder status, top 6 and taking that new ball.
Woakes actually does feature in the top 10 of the world's highest ranked all-rounders. He is in 10th place. That's a half volley leg stump to poor delivery from Chris Woakes, and it's been flicked away for 4 easily enough. I mean, Matt Pryor, we've been honest about the way Chris Woakes has bowled, but you know, a large part of you, we all know that he's so much better than he's bowled today. So you know, part of you does feel for him. I mean, he's not bowling badly
yeah, of
on
course.
purpose.
I mean, look, we don't see. He's the loveliest bloke you could ever meet. We're not saying he's not a nice person or he's not trying hard or anything. We can never criticise him, but he's the leader of the attack now.
That's better. Fuller outside the off stump, but it's left alone.
You know, we're talking about this is the top echelon of the sport. Test match cricket, playing for England, taking the new ball for England. There is a certain level of performance that's expected, all that goes along with that, and the responsibility of that. And you know, there's a point made earlier that Chris Woakes, he's not a young player. He's what's he, 33 years old? Maybe not that old, but certainly over 32 years old. Played 40 test matches, 43 test matches. I mean, that's an experienced operator now. That's not a young, youthful guy. We're giving him the responsibility. He now needs to be able to do it. He needs to step up. We know that his stats suggest that he struggles abroad, and And here we are. This is it. We've got to find out about these players. That's what Andrew Strauss said. We want to find out about these players. Can they do it or can't they? And Chris Woakes has to find a way.
Slip gully and short mid-wicket, the stationary catches as it's pushed away by Nkrumah Bonner to backward point. No run, 132 for 4.
And coming back to your point that we know he's a fantastic cricketer. I'm not saying that in any other way. That I really hope he does. I really hope he comes through and does find a way. But this is it. This is the moment now where he can't. And this is why Broad and Anderson aren't in the Caribbean. They can't keep going back to those two guys when the going gets tough. Now, Overton, Woakes, Wood have to find a way.
Here is Woakes once again. That's better delivery. It's full and just shaping away from the right-handed Nkrumah Bonner. Plays it away defensively up towards mid-on.
It's definitely a bit of reverse swing there. Just a touch of tail. That one went away, but you could see the dry side on the outside of the ball.
Here is Woakes once again. As I said, rhythm looks good, nothing wrong with that. That one shapes back in slightly, and it's played without difficulty defensively by Nkrumah Bonner, who remains 7 off 27 balls. 132 for 4. I mean, you know, England have got runs to play with here. 179 the West Indies trail by. So it's time to put the squeeze on it. You will know, Gareth Batty, when it's not your day. And, you know, as a seasoned pro, you go, okay, I'm not having my best day, but there must be ways and means by which you can at least do a holding job. Just limit the bad balls.
There's that professional pride where you have your figures next to your name at the end of the day. You can't bowl every spell in the day at your absolute max.
Overton once again to Holder, pushes it up to mid-on, no run.
If the conditions are not in your favour at certain times, then you have to be realistic. And if you've got 20 overs to bowl and you're not very good with an older ball, you have to find a way of being able to bowl your quarter of overs that the team require you to do at the economy rate required. And if you hold the game throughout that period of time, that hard work, that discipline, that professional pride, generally, every now and again will just help you in the wicket column as well. But ultimately, you're doing your role for the team.
Woakes here, Overton in once again. It's pushed up to mid-on again. There's no run.
I think the reality is that you also have many more days feeling ordinary than you do feeling amazing throughout a career. And the best players are those that are able to put a performance in, whatever that may look like. That might be just go at 2 and over for the day. You might not get any wickets, but you're just going at 2 and over. That might be crabbing a 40 when you feel awful and you've got no rhythm as a batsman, but you've got to find, I keep saying, you've got to find a way.
Pushed out towards extra cover and there's no run.
If Woakes is feeling out of rhythm, if you know, maybe we can't feel it, there's a big wind blowing across the ground, maybe that's just throwing him out of his action slightly. Whatever the reason is, and there will be one, the ability to then go, okay, I'm struggling here, but I've still got to perform, I've still got a job. Speak to the captain, what is my role now? Because we're working as partnerships as a bowling attack. I'm not the guy to take the wicket, so I need to go at 2 and over. This is the field I need set, and this is where I need to bowl the ball.
Overton again, that's good. That's full length on off stump. Holder plays defensively. There's no run.
Yeah, I totally agree. I actually think that is sort of a little bit game management. If you're a new ball bowler, there are going to be times that you're not going to bowl with a new ball. So how do you make it work for you? How do you make it work for the team? And the one obvious thing is to control the game. If you control the run rate, if you get your 2 for 60 in 20 as opposed to 2 for 110, you become that bowler that averages under 30 as opposed to averaging 35-40.
Overton again, the big appeal for leg and 4 wicket. He went wide of the crease, it looked like he was heading down the leg side. I reckon it's been given not out. I just think the angle, he just went wider of the crease there, it seemed to me, and I think it might have been missing leg stump, but it certainly hit him in front of all 3. But with the angle, I suspect it was heading down the leg side. Hit him quite high as well, and he is 6'7", Jason Holder, so might have been a wee bit high as well.
Yeah, it didn't feel like there was a lot going for that.
You know those bowling routines where the coach would put a handkerchief on a length on the pitch and expect you to run in and hit, you know, hit the handkerchief every ball. Not even the best players will be able to do that. Maybe Yeah, I mean, not like 2 overs in a row, but you have to say Chris Woakes has bowled 8 overs and 12 or 15 balls have been missing leg stump, pitching outside leg stump, and that can't be acceptable. Overton is in once again, bangs it in short, and it's defended with the splice of the bat on the onside by Nkrumah Bonner. 133 for 4.
Yeah, and it's kind of the more balls you bowl in a good area, not just for the here and now, but if you're used to grouping it, so somebody like a Glenn McGrath actually made himself far better in the second innings because he grouped so well in the first innings. So he's then going into those pitch marks, shall we call them, where a golfer just has that little chip out of the pitch. There's a little tiny indentation, which then you operate in the same areas in the second innings. You're getting variable bounce up and down and a little bit lateral because you've made those little dents in the pitch, or you've affected the surface just by pounding away. And you just find that the best bowlers just hit down that channel. They're line bowlers, but their length is then afforded maybe a metre variance. But if that metre variance is more on the fuller side than the shorter side, you're not giving angles for batters.
Woakes full on the line of off stump, hits the outside edge, races away past gully down towards the boundary. Alex Lees is chasing it, but it beats him to the boundary triangles, and it's 4 runs all the way along the ground. And the temptation is to say that Jason Holder was actually in control of that. I mean, I won't go so far as to say that he opened the face of the bat and deliberately steered it down to third man, but he was in a decent position to a full length delivery. He played with soft hands, a very thick outside edge, and it brings the former captain a boundary. It takes him up to 5. Doesn't do Chris Woakes any favours. His half century's on the board already, and he hasn't bowled 10 overs. First ball of his 10th over, and he's conceded 50 already. Woakes in once more, and one swings in. Not lavish swing, just a little bit of tail at the end, and Holder nudges it out square of the wicket on the offside.
So going back to that point of just doing a job, the first ball, look, it was unlucky. It wasn't a bad ball, far from it. Got the outside edge, ran along the floor, no danger there for the batsman when it ran away for 4 runs. But Woakes, the ball is reversing slightly. It is moving a little bit in the air, but he's gone away from the batsman there. Now that's, if his job is to consolidate and not go for runs, you want to be going into the stumps.
That's better from Woakes, defended by Holder.
And bowling wicket to wicket, because it negates that, the ball being old, the wicket being slow, and particularly when it reverses, very rarely do you nick someone off. You'll probably nick him off that next ball, but hopefully he does. But very rarely are you going for a genuine nick off. You're trying to line him up to go away and then in with the arm to get LBW and bowled. But we've just discussed that Woakes has gone at 50 runs of 9.3 overs so far. Really, he wants to be going, right, hold on, I've just got to settle this down. Let's just go wicket to wicket for a few overs.
Here's Woakes again outside the off stump, not terribly wide enough to leave. Holder remains on 5 and Nkrumah Bonner 7.
Ultimately, you're talking about you're putting yourself under undue pressure when you could actually just rein it in a little bit and do some really simple basics and straighten your field up and just go, right, I'm going to take out that nick out through third man, because actually my line's going to be off stump, so if he nicks it from there, it's going through to the keeper. It's a feather, it's not getting a fat edge down to third man, it's just angles.
Holder forward to the next one from Woakes and steers it out to Dan Lawrence at cover, no run.
And if you are going to go away with the reversing ball, then you go away from off stump, not from outside off stump, because then if you're still attacking the stumps, batsman misses, you get bowled, and the chances of them being able to just work it down through that vacant slip area is less and minimalised. So this is, these are small margins and fine details, but it's what you need, as a sort of top frontline bowler.
Oh, it's another leg stump half volley from Woakes, and Johnny Bairstow is on the square leg boundary, so it'll only go through for a single. But he's bowled 9 overs now, and I reckon. Well, I think by my reckoning that's the 16th delivery pitching outside leg stump, so he is struggling. 40 overs gone, 138 for 4, still trailing by 173 for the next 20 minutes or so. Andrew McKenna will be leading the way.
Cheers, Manners. Partnership of 11 from 29 balls as the West Indies try and just have a little bit of a rebuild after losing 4 wickets relatively closely. Welcome along to TalkSport listeners joining us on TalkSport 2 this Wednesday evening. It's gone 20 past 7 in the UK, and the West Indies 138 for 4. England bowled out for 311, and the West Indies have gone flying along after a great start, but England have got 4 relatively quick wickets, and Overton is looking for another one. He's bowling to Jason Holder, just a roundabout off stump. Holder pushes out on the offside, no run. If we're being entirely honest with things, if you've not been with us all the way, TalkSport listeners, then a couple of the wickets, indeed arguably all 4 of the wickets, have been somewhat handed to the England bowlers. It's not been a great day with the ball so far, but you take what you're given, and England need to find a way to round things off. Overton's got 1 for 25. He bowls this full, sort of landing almost on the crease line. Jason Holder trying to drive it out on the offside, and there's no run on this occasion. Matt Pryor, Gareth Batty alongside me. Plenty of cricket left in today, boys. Plenty of work still to be done.
Yeah, there is. We've spoken enough now about England not being at their best, but the reality is West Indies are 138 for 4. England ahead by 173 runs still, and they're right in this game. This is a great opportunity for them to go even further ahead of it.
Chipped into the onside by Holder, just wide of the man at short mid-wicket. That's Zach Crawley. Well, that almost was another gift. Overton with a ball. The field is set for the clip off the toes, and Jason Holder very, very nearly obliged. He takes a single as it is.
Yeah, it was just a tiny bit straighter than Overton would have wanted. Just that little bit straighter means he clips it that fraction squarer, as opposed to that sort of boxman drive man at straight mid-wicket. Just need the ball going into off stump there, not sort of veering into middle stump, and it could find the man at straight mid-wicket.
Overton is in once again. That's bringing Bonner forward, and there's no run, just pushing back up past the bowler. We can hear the England fans, Barmy Army, getting stuck into things. Joe the Trumpet is doing his bit to try and get them going. Johnny Bairstow speaking at close of play last night after making that 100 about how important the England fans were, and they're keeping the England team going this afternoon. And here comes Overton again to Bonner. Pushes back down the pitch, no run. Bonner's faced 30 deliveries for his 7. Jason Holder's also got 7. He's got that from 21 deliveries though. The wickets to go. 1 for Wood, 1 for Overton, 1 for Stokes, 1 for Wokes. Overton for the final time this over. Right arm over. Oh, that's kept a bit low. England are appealing for an LBW. I reckon there's an inside edge on it. And indeed Overton bails out of the appeal, turns around, looks at the fielders behind the stumps to say, no, we won't appeal for that one because there is an inside edge. So it's the end of the 41st over even. West Indies 140 for 4.
Yeah, great ball in this from Overton. Ball reversing into the stumps, wicket to wicket. And I think it stayed a little bit low, Macca, for me. Bit of an inside edge, and lucky it was, because it was absolutely dead otherwise. England in a good position here, 171 runs ahead of the West Indies. They want to take a few more wickets yet.
It does feel like we are getting slightly more regularly now, the odd one staying down a bit. And all of a sudden, with that 170 lead, Gareth Batty, you suddenly think, well, that's not the worst thing, is it? As a bowling unit, you'd be quite happy, because 170 is still quite a long way to go if it's misbehaving at this stage of day 2.
Yeah, because there's not a huge amount of pace out of the surface. If you're just looking to target the stumps, target off stump, bring the ball back into the stumps, in the same breath as you might get the odd one to scud through, hit the stumps, hit pads, you're also going nowhere. The scoreboard's going nowhere. It's so tough to pierce the offside, so you're waiting for one that's just fractionally straight. Because you've got a deep square leg, you might get one clip for a single, but you're still bringing in your straight drive man on the leg side. It's just a difficult place to be as a batter.
Mark Wood it is. Karuna Bonner gets one round about hip height, turns it around the corner to Bairstow at backward square leg. They will take a single, 141 for 4. I mean, the West Indies are now scoring for the innings at 3.4 and over. Bearing in mind they were up at around 4 and a bit, 5 earlier on in proceedings. England have managed to get a handbrake onto it. Now, wickets will of course do that, and England really need to try and dry it up. And over the course of the last 10 overs, it's 2.7 and over. So this is the control that, or at least the slowing down of the scoring rate that England were needing. Wood goes in. Jason Holder is hit on the pad, well, high up on the flap of the pad. He's trying to work this to mid-wicket. Probably would have been better off just defending it straight back down the pitch. Wood half appeals. As we mentioned, Jason Holder's a very tall man, so if it's hitting him at the top of the flap of the pad, I think we can safely assume that it is going over the top, regardless of anything else. Jason Holder just settles back in. And Mark Wood is on his way past umpire Wilson. That's back pad close together, lobs up on the onside, and Zach Crawley can't get in to take the catch. It lands about a metre in front of him. That was a big inside edge onto the pad, lobbed up high, was just inviting someone. Had there been even a deep short leg, they'd have taken the catch, but Zach Crawley is more at a catching mid-wicket and couldn't come in and take it.
Yeah, that's what we're after. Beautiful length in and around that top of the stumps, just to angle in at express pace that Wood bowls. It's naughty.
A little bit of shape back into Jason Holder on that delivery, but worryingly again, for a man bowling, that one's 139 kilometres an hour. That bounced for a second time before it got to Ben Folkes going down the leg side. That's a keeper's worst nightmare, to be brutally honest.
Yeah, not fun for Folkes, because he'll be standing close enough as well, and Wood's not bowling any slower, so you're standing 11 yards back rather than 20 yards back, which would be normal. But yeah, look, from what we see in the signs of the pitch, this is only going to get lower and slower and harder to score runs. So I think 170 runs is a lot of runs ahead right now for England.
Wood, right arm over. It's a little bit too straight, that one. It's leg stumpish. Holder's able to turn it around the corner. England have the man at long leg, Jack Leach. He gets it back in the air quickly. It's just a single, 142 for 4. So the trail by 169 now. Holder 8 from 25. Bonner has 9 from 32.
Good signs in the last sort of 12 balls or so that England have a very good plan. They've set smart fields, just one slip and a gully. They've got some catches in front of the wicket now, so not fighting the slowness of the surface, actually going to make it work for them.
Wood for the final time this over. Getting a little bit of shape back into the right-handed Bonner, pushing it back down the pitch. No run, and that is 42 overs gone. If you're listening online or through a smart speaker, but if you need to be on the move, then get the TalkSport app. You can swipe between TalkSport and TalkSport 2. Choose which station you want to listen to. You can get it from wherever you get your apps, and bearing in mind how much football's coming up over the next few days, and of course a weekend coming your way as well, just makes life easier to just keep you informed. Tomorrow, West Ham, they're in Spain, taking on Sevilla in the Europa League. That game coming your way on the TalkSport network. We'll be back in action, back with you at 1:30 tomorrow for a 2 o'clock first ball. What stage will this first test match be? In goes Craig Overton. It's a short ball to Jason Holder. No particular pace, no real carry on it either. I mean, you're really having to bend your back to get that one through at chest high to Jason Holder, and as a result it's pretty much dying as it gets through to Ben Folkes again.
Yeah, that's not such a huge problem. The whole point in using your bouncer is to try and keep the batter on the crease, so that then when you go back into length, and that's the skill, to go back into length, still targeting the top of the stumps, they're not quite into the ball.
Overton coming towards the commentary box end. Bowles, outside edge of Jason Holder's bat. But he's played with such soft hands, it's down almost immediately and will roll along the floor all the way for a 4 through third man. And Joe Root's down on one knee at the moment, just getting back to his feet now. That'll be a real disappointment. Jason Holder's played it really well. Root didn't have a chance of stopping it, and it just trickles away for 4.
No, this is good bowling from Overton. He's done nothing wrong here. He's gone back into length, in and around that 4th off stump. Holder had to play at the ball, as you said, Macri. He played with soft hands, so the nick was never going to carry. There's certainly nothing wrong with the ball there from Overton.
He goes in once again. Holder takes this from roundabout leg stump, just misses the umpire at square leg. He'll take a single. Holder goes to 13, 147 for 4, so these two have now put on 20. We are getting to the stage, and actually, England, just as I was about to say this, Dan Lawrence really goes to work on the ball. We saw it yesterday afternoon, that the ball 40-50 overs really did start to get badly scuffed up and down. It made it really hard for the bowlers. Well, we're seeing a kind of similar approach today. Bonner playing forward to Overton. Bat and pad close together, just pushes it out on the offside. You have to get a little bit inventive in a way, don't you, Gareth? In the fact that if you want to get it to do something, otherwise you just hit the same line, same length all the time, and just say, go on, try and get something out of that.
Oh no, the England boys definitely think they're getting some sort of reverse swing going here. Craig Overton running in with the ball in his left hand and changing it into his right, his bowling arm right in the delivery stride.
And he's just done that once again. Bonner coming forward, it's the outside portion of the bat, pushes out on the offside, no run.
And the reason for that is most of the bowlers run in with their right hand going at target. You don't want to give the batter sight of what side the shine might be on. So you hold it in your left hand, so you're just seeing the back of his hand as he's running in, then transfer the ball into the right hand in the gather, so that hopefully you're giving less cues to the batter.
I think it might be something we see more, a reverse swing, because of this new rule, not being able to put saliva on the ball. One of the key elements to reverse swing is to get the ball as dry as possible.
Overton is in, Bonner propping forward, just plays it back down the pitch to end the 43rd over here on TalkSport 2, 147 for 4. If you've only just joined us this evening and missed the chat with Jared Kimber and Neil Manthorpe during the tea break, there are going to be some changes from October the 1st, not going to be immediate, but one of the things that will be kept in the law book, it was brought in during the COVID era, that you can't use saliva to shine the ball anymore, so that will actually stay in place in law. Apparently the MCC decided that there was no real difference in the amount of swing produced, so therefore they said, well, why not keep it, and we'll keep it as a hygiene reason as much as anything else. Mark Wood on his way, this will be his 10th over, and that is full. That's homing in at the toes and the base of the stumps from Holder. He's turned it around the corner, and Jack Leach will field. Single taken. Holder goes to 14, 148 for 4.
Yeah, I don't even know what to think about it. I just feel like it's a pointless law for having a law. Guys have been shining, using sweat, saliva. They're going to find a way to shine the ball, whether it's saliva or not. I don't think you need to acknowledge it. It's just is what it is.
I think it's more about the Werther's Originals and the wine gums myself. I think it's trying to nullify that sort of dispute of people using sweets.
I think we all know there's a will. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Wood is on his way to the right-handed Bonner. Bonner pulls around the corner, gets it down to Jack Leach at fine leg. Will be just a single, 149 for 4. I mean, are we saying, therefore, that the bowling fraternity will just find another way? Because that's the way it's always been, isn't it?
Well, they're saying it makes no difference, so why not? Why not let people shine the ball? Why not? I don't know. I kind of feel like it'd be quite fun to go the other way and say, do what you want. Let's get the ball going sideways. You've got to give the bowlers a chance.
Mark Wood on his way, coming in quickly, bowling to Jason Holder, tailing into the right-hander and there's no run. 149 for 4.
I mean, barring sandpaper bottle tops and Swiss Army knives, of course. But, other than that, I kind of feel like it's, fair game, lads. Get the ball going sideways.
And I tell you what, there'd be some theories kicking around. There'd be some massive scores, because some people would absolutely kill the ball straight away by trying to be too creative.
Actually, it's a really good point. Why not have an experimental 5-day game and just have carte blanche? Say, go on then, give it a go, and let's actually find out what works and what doesn't. And you could do that from a lawmaker's point of view as well. Wood goes in. Jason Holder covers up, but the ball was heading back towards his stumps, but fortunately just wide of them. He remains 14 not out.
To be honest with you, mate, the worst kept secret in cricket is that has happened already. I mean, I've been involved in dressing rooms where different bowlers have thought different sweets work better on different. A Werther's Original gets a better shine than a wine gum, for instance, or whatever. But within the cricketing world and the players, it's just deemed fair. Everyone knows what's going on. Everyone's happy with it, But there is that sort of line that you don't cross, which is pretty obvious. But it's all about getting the ball to do something.
Wood is in. Jason Holder plays no shots. So this one, it remains 149 for 4.
Yeah, and whether that is that you start looking at baseball pitches and see how they change their grips for different curves and drop, whatever else, spin, curve they put on the ball. We're seeing that in the advent more and more in 2020 cricket, that specialist bowlers are looking at other sports to add different armoury. No different to Test cricket. The best bowlers get it off the straight and they'll find a way.
Final ball of the 44th over again is tailing in towards Jason Holder, punching crisply out on the offside. He's 14 not out. Karuna Bonner is 10 not out. The West Indies trail by 162. To pick up the commentary for the next few minutes, Samuel Badgery's alongside Mark Butcher.
Thank you, Andrew McKenna. England have got a little bit of something happening in their favour. They have been since just before the tea break. Mark Wood initially, Ben Stokes also, and then Craig Overton have all found a little bit of reverse swing. Pitch conditions now arid and dry. There are cracks on the surface. And that is taking chunks out of the Duke ball, which is allowing England to get a rough side and a smooth side, and allow the dark arts and sciences of reverse swing to take over. Bonner and Holder have played it pretty well so far. A couple of alarms. Lucky escape from Holder from a delivery that took the inside edge and ballooned just short of Zach Crawley at short mid-wicket off the bowling of Mark Wood. Partnership is now 22 between the aforementioned as Stokes runs in from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Bonner is nicely in behind it, long-sleeved shirt on, playing it off the back foot to Chris Wokes at mid-on. Good afternoon, Samuel Badgery. What do you make of it? Really delicately poised test at the minute.
Really, indeed. The tension is palpable out in the centre. Bonner and Jason Holder just trying to build, rebuild, consolidate.
Stokes is in. It's that little skip in towards the stumps at the bowler's end before delivery. Short ball pulled out, not particularly hard to Lee's deep square leg. He fires in the throw, and there's another single. 150 up for the West Indies. 161 runs behind. Barmy Army just about run out of steam. Away to our left on the eastern side of the ground.
That's middle.
No, you can still just about hear it. Almost getting the hang of the lyrics now. 6 overs down on the chant. Everyone enjoying themselves here as these two teams battle it out. West Indies so often raise their game against England. England so often fall short in this part of the world. I suppose the exciting thing about this series is that nobody could pitch an outright winner from the start. Stokes is in once again to Holder. Holder gets that long stride forward. Huge man, Jason Holder. And ball that passes the off stump and through to Ben Folkes, and again there's no run.
And of course they're playing for the first time for the Richards Botham Trophy. Replaces the Wisdom Trophy. Who's going to grab their hands on that for the first time? And these two at the crease, the experienced Jason Holder. Nkrumah Bonner scored a century against Sri Lanka here last year. 113 unbeaten. That one is neatly defended by Jason Holder. Extra cover runs across, no run. The score remains at 160 for 4. 150 for 4 rather. Lots of chatter out in the middle. Everyone urging each other to get another breakthrough for England. Quite a bit of chatter by the close-in fielders.
Yep, spirit's been good on this tour, we are told. Stokes just stumbles a little bit in his follow-through. Delivery is still on a good length. Outside the line of off stump, through to Folkes once more, and there's no run. Holder, after leaving the ball, wheels away towards Joel Wilson at the square leg, just a little stroll round in a circle, gathers his thoughts, or perhaps empties his brain of any thought so that he can just concentrate on the next ball coming down as Stokes hurtles in towards him. Quick delivery, oh my goodness me, that must have been close to the top corner of the off stump, and Bale head in hands. Ben Stokes follows through, over is called. It's a good one, and still getting that ball to reverse swing. 150 for 4, lead is still 161. DJ springs into life as he does at the end of every over, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dancers out there on a little platform, one of the raised platforms on the western side of the ground. They pop out from behind a little awning, little sort of sideless marquee, do a quick dance for us, and then disappear back underneath again whilst the next over gets underway. Mark Wood charging away from us. Quick delivery. Bonner looks to have time. It looks like a quality player. Just pushes forward, knocks it to mid-on, and there's no run. In fact, all of the West Indies batters so far have looked comfortable, have looked good at the crease until such a time as they've been dismissed. Perhaps that gives you an idea as to why the batting averages of all of the West Indies top order are sort of around that 30 mark. They kind of look good, get themselves in, but then struggle to kind of go on and make the telling scores on a regular basis. Wood is again hits the crease hard. Folkes dives away to his left, doesn't gather the ball cleanly, but gets enough on it to stop the ball from escaping him and going for a bite.
Nkrumah Bonner, the only batsman other than Joe Root to average over 40 in Test match cricket. A small sample size for Bonner, just his 10th in a Test match. Not 1 century, 3 half centuries. But he really grabbed his opportunity when given that chance against Bangladesh in 2021 on the back of many senior players opting not to tour during that period of COVID for one reason or the other. And he seized that opportunity, ended up being player of the series as West Indies famously won that series 2-0 in Bangladesh. So an excellent start to his Test match career, and we'll want to continue to build on that foundation, on that platform that he's laid, as Wood comes in once again, solidly defended, and they've targeted the stumps. They've operated mainly with that straight line, especially from this Curtly Ambrose, and good pace, asking the batsman to play at every single delivery. And they've gambled 1 or 2 singles down the leg side, because you'd expect that when you're bowling or trying to bowl that straight line, you might err once or twice, but predominantly looking for those LBWs bowl. Couple fielders in short mid wicket and short forward of square, along with the mid on the one side.
In again. Bonner has a little bit of a dart at a pull shot, a short back of a length ball outside the line of off stump, and he tries to drag it into the leg side. Doesn't make contact, What a risky option, not least because of the amount of fielders in that leg side region, but also with the reverse swing you do run the risk of perhaps chopping the ball onto your stumps from an inside edge. Just signs that Bonner is getting a little bit frustrated, unable to puncture the field on that leg side. Keeps looking out over his left shoulder out towards the man at deep backward square leg as though expecting a bouncer. Wood runs away from us again, the bright orange soles of his boots kicking up behind him, and there is the short ball. Wokes dives away to his left as the ball ends up a long way down the leg side. Bonner plays it pretty well though, gets underneath it, and again there's no run.
One of the heroes of that Bangladesh series win, Kalmia, is not part of this playing 11. There might have been a temptation to get him into the 11. They opted instead with Shamar Brooks, who batted at number 3 because they wanted to give Nkrumah Bonner that number 4 position where he seems to be a little bit more comfortable. Previously he batted at number 3, so coming down a little bit lower when the ball might be older, the shine is a bit off, because they know that he is one of the batsmen in this team who can really bat for long periods of time. He's done that before, and that's what they're expecting of him once again.
Wood gets full this time. Bonner tries to drive through the offside, but is defeated by the late inward movement, and the ball hits inside edge first, pad second, bobbles out onto the offside, and again there is no run. The end of another maiden over for Mark Wood, his second. 1 for 24 from 11 for the Durham speedster, and the score remains 150 for 4. Great to see fans enjoying the cricket here. Yesterday was one of the great days of Test match cricket. Really, you had the excitement of wickets tumbling in the morning session, and then fighting back in the afternoon, and Johnny Bairstow putting his foot down in the evening. Today's been a very different affair, and that's mainly because the surface is different today than it was yesterday. As Stokes is in again, one slip, and Joe Root at first slip, and I'd say Craig Overton is probably at third slip. There's a big gap between the two of them. Ball passes through to Folkes, and there's no run. And then they've got the sort of control with Wood and Stokes at the moment that they've struggled to find, perhaps when Chris Wokes has had the ball in his hand. Just seeing a scurrying happening here. The players are running off. The spectators are all welcoming a bit of cool rain to soothe some burnt bodies, and the ground staff are running for that blue tarpaulin. One of them has just been buried underneath it. As we're getting another one of these short, sharp showers that are such a feature of the weather here in Antigua in the month of March.
Yeah, don't expect it to be any length of a delay here, as we've seen before. Just as quickly as it comes, it goes. I'm not too sure if the groundsman will actually get to take the covers all the way on the surface, how quickly this one has dissipated and disappeared. And so it might just be an opportunity for the players to get a quick drink and just might be back on the field quite quickly. And groundsman still struggling to pull that covers onto the playing area, and just getting a bit of instructions from the 4th official, Leslie Reefer Jr., making his way towards the battery of groundsmen who are trying to get a grasp of that big tarpaulin. I just wonder what his instructions would be to them, either bring it further in or take it away.
Yeah, is the rain falling at the moment? Leslie Reefer has put his umbrella down, so that suggests that he has actually stopped. The pitch has just had a little bit of a sprinkling of light rain on it. One of the things that England won't want is for their ball, their precious reverse swinging ball, to take on any moisture. Part of the science of getting the ball to reverse swing is to keep the ball as dry as possible, so that would displease them. But the tarpaulin is being pulled back off the ground once more. The 4th umpire has just dropped his brolly on the ground and is going over to assist our sound man and the TV crew, Colin, with putting the stump mic back in position, back in situ in the middle of the three sticks. Umpires Wilson and Brathwaite are on their way back out again. No sign yet of the players. All of England's players, bar a couple, made it all the way up the stairs into the Sir Andy Roberts stand to take shelter in the dressing room, perhaps change of shirt or change of socks, and then get back out again fresh to try and pick up another wicket. Just a reminder then that after each day's play we'll bring you the Following On podcast in partnership with the ECB. That's where we'll bring you unique reviews and interviews from the players involved in this contest. It's available now via all good podcast providers. And if you're listening online or you're on your smart speaker but need to be on the move, you can listen to us on the free TalkSport app, where you can swipe between both TalkSport and TalkSport 2. It's available now wherever you get your apps. Reminder then, match situation, 150 for 4 West Indies. They got off to an absolute flyer, 83 in just a little under 20 overs between Campbell and captain Craig Brathwaite, before Craig Overton made the breakthrough. Bouncer down the leg side, caught by Ben Folkes. Campbell went for 35. Brathwaite followed quickly afterwards. Overton again in the action, taking a tumbling catch at a sort of fine gully off the bowling of Mark Wood. He went for a very well played 55 of just 70 deliveries, and the score was 101 for 2. Then 10 runs later, Shamar Brooks was tempted into an injudicious drive away from his body after Ben Stokes had peppered him with short balls earlier on in the over. That was caught by Joe Root at slip. He was gone for 18, and then Jermaine Blackwood went, the last act of the afternoon session. The players then left the field because of another one of these short sharp showers and took an early tea. He was gone for 11. Caught Overton, bowled Wokes, and the score was 127 for 4. Nkrumah Bonner and former captain Jason Holder have found themselves together at the crease and have put on 23 in 66 deliveries. The going's been tricky because England have had that reverse swing in their favour. They've just been trying to build and try to stop England's momentum, who have charged back into the game in the afternoon session, much as they did yesterday after West Indies took the early honours in the morning. Joe Root is back out there on the field. A quick word with umpire Wilson. Sure what that's about, potentially thinking about what a captain might be talking about after a break like that, making sure that the ground is as dry as possible so the ball doesn't end up getting wet, perhaps, or what the new playing conditions might be. Myself and Samuel Badri have been very confused. Wherever you go in the world, there's different playing conditions in terms of time lost, and when it gets added back on again. We had a 10 past midday lunch, didn't we, here this afternoon because of the that early rain break in the first session. We've had a couple more since, so we think that the close of play is going to be somewhere between 5:40 and 5:50 local time this evening, but it would come as a surprise to nobody, least of all Mr. Badri and myself. We were wrong on that. Are you enlightened at all? You got any ideas?
Just as lost as you, still trying to work it out exactly what the situation is, but I'm sure we'll be updated pretty soon. I just thought that decision to come off was a little bit premature, especially with that very, very light sprinkling and the strong breeze. Nonetheless, they're back out in the middle, getting ready to restart. Jason Holder and Nkrumah Bonner back in their respective ends. Jason Holder will be on strike for the first delivery, and every time you have an interruption or a disruption in play, it affects the batsmen more than the bowlers. Remember, it's just one delivery that it takes to get you out. The bowlers have multiple opportunities to bowl those wicket-taking deliveries. So Stokes at the top of his mark. Umpires have called play for the resumption, and he makes his way in.
Yep, Stokes in, the elbows out at his sides as he powers towards the crease. Delivery is aimed once again at the stumps, but Holder equal to it, knocks it to the right of Woakes at mid-on, and he will pick up a single and move to 15. 151 for 4, 160 is England's lead now. Not seen the left arm spin of Jack Leach since early in the morning session, as Stokes is in once again. Leach is in the action now though. Backward point, scuttles to his left, picks up, throws the ball right-handed to Alex Lees, an extra cover. He's got a really good arm, isn't he, with the right arm. Other cricketers in the past have bowled left and thrown right. Can you think of any?
Think of a few cricketers who can bowl both right-handed and left-handed. In the recent under-19 tournament, Radhakrishnan from Australia was able to do that.
Stokes into Bonner now, who again lifts up the front leg, Gordon Greenwich style, and pulls the ball into the leg side. Doesn't get a decent piece of it, but enough to pick up a single. In fact, that's Alex Lees out there coming in off the boundary fence on the leg side. It was Dan Lawrence, I think, who was at extra cover. He's changed his shirt. He's gone from a long sleeve to a short sleeve in the rain break. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. Ben Stokes running towards us. Looks fit and strong, does Stokes, and that'll be very useful to Joe Root. Holder again forward, that big long stride, defends out into the offside, and they are content to stay put.
I'm talking about Jack Leach being able to throw with his non-dominant hand. Of course, he is left-hand orthodox and throws with his right hand. I was hardly able to throw with my dominant hand towards the back end of my career, from the inner circle, just trying to underarm flick it Courtney Walsh style back into the wicketkeeper.
Stokes hits the crease, hits the middle of the pitch with the bouncer. Holder watches it pass down the leg side, and that is the end of the 47th over. 152 for 4. Big grin on the face of Ben Stokes. He's enjoying the contest, especially so since it's a fellow all-rounder in Jason Holder that he has in his sights at the moment. Just a reminder that Ravindra Jadeja is now the number 1 all-rounder in world cricket, taking over from Jason Holder. Both Woakes and Stokes in the top 10. And it is the battle between Jason Holder, who often saves his best for England. Who could forget the 4 wickets and 4 balls that sealed the recent T20 series back in Barbados in January. 3-2 win for the West Indies against the number 1 ranked side in the world. As Mark Wood rushes in towards Bonner, who is on the front foot, driving to Stokes at mid-off, and there's no run. That's the thing, is people, it doesn't matter what the rankings are or the relative fortunes of West Indies cricket. Whenever England come to town, all of that gets turned on its head, and the West Indies are up and at it and ready to play, and their support around the country, around the countries I should say, despite the fact that their presence is perhaps not as visible here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium, is certainly there in front of television sets and radio transmitters. Yorker from Wood, and dug out well by Bonner.
Excellent delivery from Mark Wood, well played from Bonner. He's looking at the ball quite closely, trying to play as late as possible. He would be way off the plan from England, and Mark Wood in particular bowling those straight lines, pushing him back and then looking for that full delivery, just catching him on the crease. So far he's been able to keep everything out. A little bit curious as well, the use of Jack Leach in this innings, bowling those overs just after the luncheon interval, predominantly when John Campbell, the left-hander, was at the crease. The right-handers batting on, we haven't seen him yet, as Wood makes his way once again. Another delivery on the stumps and played towards that mid-wicket region where the two fielders are positioned quite close to each other.
Yeah, England have got a good field set here for Wood's style of bowling in this spell. He's got that reverse swing happening. He's targeting the stumps every single delivery. Zach Crawley is at a very, very short mid-wicket, probably 11, 12 yards away from the bat, and then square leg is probably 3 yards in front of square, sort of to the left of the square leg umpire, but also in a half catching, half saving one position. Short ball this time from Wood, and Bonner is underneath it comfortably, and again there's no run. The difficult thing to see here is unless the ball stops reverse swinging, and we've all played in matches where the ball is going, it's going really nicely, and all of a sudden for no discernible reason it stops. Where the West Indies kind of break the shackles, England have got total control over the run rate. They're able to bowl to a field because the ball is doing exactly what they want it to do. The bowlers are executing the plan beautifully. And West Indies just appear to have stalled. You had 2 wickets onto the score, and England are in business. Wood in again, and Bonner just manages to get the bat down and keep the front pad out of the way to defend it to Woakes at mid-on, and again there's no run.
West Indies wall, yeah. Get through him.
Yes, doing what is required at this stage, and we've seen how this game has ebbed and flowed from session to session. One team on top, the other team resting back the initiative. Again, West Indian players would have won that first session. England the second, and now the third hangs in the balance. If West Indies can go to the close of play without further loss, you think that they would have won in this session in particular?
Woodin just starting to tire a little, not quite hitting the crease with the same sort of momentum, but it's another good delivery. Bonner is again forward, defending out on the offside, and there's no run. Mark Wood bends down and touches his toes. He's looking just a little bit weary, perhaps in need of a break. Time will tell whether or not he gets one, or whether or not Joe Root feels that it would be a good idea for him to get another one. It's been good fun that sitting in the television commentary box, having Sir Curtly Ambrose next to us, sharing his wisdom and his stories. I reckon yesterday I heard Sir Curtly Ambrose say more words than I did in 10 years of playing cricket against him. Stokes is in, and Holder shoulders arms, and again it goes through to Ben Foakes. You'd wonder actually if he ever said anything at all when you played against him. It was nothing, just evil stare. But he's very loquacious and very, very friendly when you're not playing cricket against him.
Yeah, quite intimidating still, as far as I'm concerned. But he was getting paid to bowl those times. Now he's getting paid to talk, so he has to talk. He has to share those words of advice as Stokes makes his way once again. Another delivery outside off stump, well left by Jason Holder. It was really nice to have you guys here in the Caribbean. Steve Hamilton, yourself, like you mentioned, Sir Curtly Ambrose, Bishop, sharing your experiences and your thoughts about the play and assessing how things have gone for the listeners and the viewers, and for everyone to have a better understanding of what is happening out in the middle. Those insights are really, really useful.
Well, you can come again. Ben Stokes in, and Holder plays at this one, perhaps thinking he might not have done so, but manages to knock it down to backward point, and again there's no run. Again, it just feels as though there is a lull. Something is going to give at some point here. Whether or not that's England's control, whether England lose patience and go away from the plan, or whether West Indies finally run out of their own patience and decide to try and take something on that's not quite there. But at the moment we're just holding. As both teams realise just how important a first innings lead or otherwise might be.
Just a little bit of a delay as the umpire takes out the ball gauge to check the shape of the ball. And upon the recommendation, I suspect, of the English fielders, as it is the ball is deemed legitimate, and we will continue as Stokes makes his way in once again.
Hold it tall, sentry-like, bat up. Again, moves forward and allows the ball to pass. I haven't seen a great deal of short stuff bowled at Jason Holder. He is what do you reckon, 5'7", 6'7", 6'8", big tall man. Again, with Ben Stokes bowling from the Andy Roberts end. Short ball, if Holder decides to take it on, he'd be hooking the ball into the wind. Decent sized boundaries here at Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. At 70 metres all the way round, so it's a good hit. Even better hit if you get it out to the windy side. Umpire's looking at the ball once more. We'll take the opportunity to hand over to Neil Manthorpe back in London.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark Butcher. Yeah, it's admirable determination, and I did mention about an hour ago that the West Indies would need a little bit of bloody mindedness about them, and less less shots, I suppose. Less flair, just for a while, just to do as England did and dig in and as Matt Pryor always says, earn the right to score some runs by taking the edge off the bowlers. And it was there was some really poor cricket. There were some really poor shots played. Ben Stokes is thundering in once again with a bouncer, short hook shot, and he's spliced it. I think maybe it was no, he hasn't. He's hit that beautifully over the top of mid-on. The way Jason Holder looked immediately as if he was looking straight up at the heaven, looked like he'd hit it higher than he had long, but actually he's hit it very, very nicely over long on, and it's just thumped into the boundary triangles now. The way that Ben Stokes was looking at the ball before he started this over is almost like somebody had thrown him something from a cow field. He was very unimpressed. It's pushed away up towards mid-on, and he really sort of snarling and curling his lip at it, bats. And I must say the ball, even from afar, looks very, very tired.
Yeah, it's a bad analogy because it's used a lot in cricket, but when we saw it bouncing off the boundary board there and then thrown back, we got a bit of a close-up, and it really does look like a dog's ball. It's like there's almost like teeth marks in it, and there's bits of leather coming off, and the seam isn't in a straight line. It's sort of like it's been bitten out of, like zigzag down it, and yeah, it just doesn't look particularly pleasant.
It must be this wicket, because that's what the ball looked like yesterday as well, wasn't it? Like, what, about an hour and a half after lunch yesterday.
But it looks almost like a day-night ball as well. It's gone
almost
pale.
Gone pinky, yeah.
Yeah.
And if you noticed last night on Walks' bat, he almost had like pink marks on his, on his back face, the clear face. It almost had like pinky marks that you get from a day-night game. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, there is moisture about, and obviously if the ball gets wet, and we've had two short but sharp showers today, and so the ground staff have only ever been interested in covering the square, not anything else. So there's water about, and if the ball gets wet, Matt Pryor, you've really got no chance, have you? I mean, of doing anything, making it do anything.
Yeah, well, as a team, you have to work so hard to try and get the ball to reverse, and one of the key features of that is keeping the ball very, very dry. And I mean, to the point that if someone just gets a sweaty palm on the dry side, that will stop it. That will negate the opportunity of reverse swing. So as you say, with a couple of downpours, only the tiniest bit of moisture on the dry side of the ball, and it'll start going straight again.
Go! Down the leg side here. Jack Leach back into the attack to bowl his 8th over, and Owen hits and Kumar Banner on the pad. It was heading down the leg side, and there's no run taken. 156 for 4, so the West Indies are just past halfway in reply to England's total of 311 all out. They're still trailing by 155, and these two, just by the mere fact that they're batting so conservatively, know how important this partnership is, and how important it is that they get a lot closer to England's 311. Next ball for Leach again is heading down the leg side, long way down the leg side, and it's basically just kicked away by Nkrumah Bonner, not offering a shot to that one, allowing it to hit him on the pad. Here is Leach once again, and this time he does flick it away out towards square leg. Gareth Batty's very quickly assessed what the plan is here, and he's going to share it with us, because Jack Leach is bowling a particular line. He's got a leg slip in place, and I don't believe he's bowled 3 balls towards leg stump accidentally, and a 4th, and that's pushed out towards mid-wicket.
No, if you look at how Bonner gets very squared up when he's approaching the ball, that's middle and leg sort of almost angled in from Leach, almost trying not to do him on the outside. He gets very squared up with his back foot.
Leach again, and it's a 5th ball aimed towards leg stump, and it's turned out towards Dan Lawrence at mid-wicket, no run.
So rather than keep your right foot parallel to the crease, he's getting his toes pointing down the pitch at Leach, which ultimately changes your back path, and it comes from point and across the ball. So that's why he's got the leg slip.
Leach again. Oh, this time a little bit of turn, I think, and then Nkrumah Bonner plays it off the pitch, just adjusting very slightly right towards the end and pushing it out towards the offside on this occasion. 156 for 4.
Yeah, so he's going to drive the ball in at middle and leg, drive it in, try and square him up, get his feet pointing down the pitch. If then that ball continues down its line and it goes to leg slip, he ends up playing with half a bat. The ball can only go where he's got a leg slip. If from that line he bowls his best ball like he just did there, and it spins and holds a bit, it's bringing in the outside edge. So actually then his normal conventional nick to slip is in play, but it's shutting him down because he's got no position to score off him because of being so squared on, so square onto the ball on release when it's that straighter line.
You've got to love a plan, Matt Pryor. I know that you find very few things more frustrating than not seeing a plan. I know there have been a few times when the game's been drifting and you've going, what's the plan? What are they trying to do? You might not agree with the plan, but at least there was one.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, you're always looking at the game. The game evolves, the game changes. There's times to attack, there's times to defend, there's times the ball's swinging, there's times the ball's not, and therefore, you can have a plan at lunchtime, but that plan might change 3 times in a session if a batsman changes how he's playing.
Craig Overton begins a new over. First delivery is punched away behind square on the leg side, and they go through for an easy single. 157 for 4.
And then when you can see what the plan's going to be, which is right now bowl wicket to wicket, get the ball reversing, attack the stumps rather than bowl wide of the stumps, then it's about the execution. And as we spoke about earlier on, if the bowler then you've set your field very straight, mid on, mid off, a bit deeper and straighter.
Overton up to the crease now, bowls, and that one is driven by Bonner straight to Zach Crawley at cover, no run.
You've only got one slip and a gully in place. If you then hang it 4th, 5th stump and it gets edged along the floor for 4, everyone will ooh and the bowler will think he's really unlucky, but actually that's not the plan. The plan is to attack the stump, so you can't actually ooh and think you're unlucky.
Nkrumah Bonner 12 off 60 balls, Jason Holder 20 off 48. Still a long way behind West Indies, 154 runs behind as Nkrumah Bonner pushes it up towards Ben Stokes at mid-off. Yes, right, Ben Stokes mid-off. He hasn't been in a stationary catching position throughout the innings so far. I must say that this is where either extreme patience or genius innovation is required, because it's gone very flat and the ball looks like it's discoloured. It's not obviously disfigured, although it has been checked for that by the umpires. They have seen if it's gone out of shape and needs to be replaced. Low full toss now from Craig Overton, and he grunts in frustration because I think his job now is to bowl dot balls and keep it tight from one end, and maybe Jack Leach can induce an error in shot selection from the other end. But I mean, when the ball is soft and I think damp, and there's absolutely no swing whatsoever, and there was a bit of reverse swing 20 overs ago. This is where you earn your money as bowlers, isn't it? Overton in, that's leg side, that's not good, and it's just tickled away towards square leg for a single.
It is, but the first thing you need to address as a bowler is, if you start fighting this surface and trying to do things that are not going to work, you're going to leak runs, which ultimately then is going to come back on you. You put yourself under more pressure. Don't fight the surface, make the surface work for you. If there's no pace in it, if there's little lateral movement, then you've got to use the crease a little bit. You've got to be prepared to know that it's going to be very difficult for them to score runs. There's always an advantage somewhere if you look hard enough for it.
Just a slip in a gully for Overton as Jason Holder plays defensively, pushing to mid-on. Leach Fields, no run.
The other thing you've got to be thinking, Joe Root will surely, when he's had his huddles and gone off for rain, come back on another huddle, one of his messages would have to be, we've just watched the West Indies gift us 4 wickets. Now, let's just not go for runs. If we just don't go for runs for half an hour, let's see if they gift us a couple more. I mean, there's every chance of it. But if we go at 4 and over, they're getting closer to our score when they then gift us wickets. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like, right, let's just keep... Sometimes the hardest thing to do is to keep it simple. And actually not look for some miracle or innovative super plan. Actually just go, right, wicket to wicket, straight fields, get them hitting up the ground, and let's see if they do something funky and give us a wicket.
Here is Jack Leach to continue, and he's got the length wrong there, has Nkrumah Bonner. He went back to a full length delivery, and I think perhaps he might have been better served getting onto the front foot, but he's just, I think credit to Jack Leach there, he's maybe just done him in the air and he's misread the length, played right back to that one, this time pushed away out on the onside. I mean, it was a very simplistic approach that teams used to have with the West Indies. You know, there was always this theory, hasn't there been for the last 3 decades, this theory that if you frustrate them for long enough, they'll try and smash you and relieve the pressure, and then you can induce an error. But you know, I mean, that wasn't always the case with the likes of Desmond Haynes and Gordon Greenwich and and Viv Richardson, then on to Brian Lara and Carl Hooper and Shivnarine Chanderpaul. But because statistically, that's pushed away behind square on the offside again by Bonner, straight to backward point. They were good enough to make sure that they weren't tied down anyway, and they all averaged over 45 or closer to 50. Here's Leach again. Forward comes Bonner. This is a good over. This, and he's changed. He's going off stump now rather than middle and leg.
Yeah, it's fine bowling, and again, this would be part of the plan, right? The seamers, there's nothing in it for you, so just go for no runs, and we're going to attack with the spinner.
So he's just there's a nice shape on that one, and into towards the pads, and it's pushed away defensively. Well, not only was that a maiden, it was a very quick maiden from Jack Leach. No, it wasn't. Sorry, they did go for a run, a single. Jason Holder 20, Nkrumah Bonner 17. West Indies 162 for 4.
Yeah, and I think it's sensible. I think if we're saying it's an abrasive surface and it's quite windy, there's not a lot at times for trying to bowl the pretty trajectory type spin ball where it might just drop and kiss, drive it into the surface, see if that abrasiveness will just hold on the seam and just spit on the outside edge, and if it doesn't, it's going to skip on the inside, and we know that the bounce is a little bit low, so you're bringing in all dismissals, you're bringing in your Jaffa to slip, but you're bringing in pads and bowled with the pitch.
Here's Craig Overton. It's blocked defensively by Holder out towards Johnny Bairstow, fielding at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, it is really hard work. There's the ball. I'm convinced the ball's got wet. I mean, there's not a single sign of swing now. The reverse swing that was there 20 overs ago, that's maybe 15 overs ago, that's gone because after the second shower. As Overton is in once again, and Jason Holder leans into this one, pushes it out towards extra cover, and there's no run. I mean, bowlers like Craig Overton and Chris Wokes have played so much first-class cricket that they would surely back themselves if they go into defensive mode. I don't know if that's the right term, but if they go into dry mode where they just dry up runs, just bowl dot balls, they would surely back themselves to be able to do that, and to bowl the ball in the right place. Overton is in once again and does exactly that. Holder pushes it out towards cover.
I think you would describe it as stock ball mode, and your stock ball on this surface is possibly different to it would be at Trent Bridge in April. Your stock ball is going to be a different ball, but it's still got to be a strong ball that's bowled with your maximum velocity into that area for a line and a length that's going to work on this pitch. It's still going to be a stock ball. It just varies from surface to surface and sometimes from batsman to batsman.
162 for 4 as forward comes Holder again, drives it out to cover, and there's no run. And you know what, Bats? I mean I've spoken to a lot of fast bowlers over the years, and many great bowlers who have admitted at the end of their careers that there were times where they just didn't know what that length was, and they'd played 10 years, 12 years of cricket by that stage, and they would go to their captain, or here is Overton once again, and slightly too straight, allows the batsman to tuck it away out towards mid-wicket, and Jason Holder picks up another single. I know that there are some bowlers who just weren't reading it, and there were some bowlers who were better length readers than others, and they would go to them and say, what is my length here? What I just can't figure it out. Just what is our length? England certainly. I mean, Overton's been a little bit too lengths. He's been either short or full, but he certainly seems to be bowling full now. And he's got, as you said, you thought it would be a good idea, have mid-on and mid-on straight, get the batsman hitting straight, and he is going full and straight. At least he appears to be trying to do that. 163 for 4.
I think a good length on any surface surely needs to be bringing the batsman forward, and it needs to be hitting at the top of the stumps. It needs to be hitting the stumps. You got to be hitting the stumps. Surely, if you're not hitting the stumps, you're taking out two of your biggest modes of dismissal, and that's bowled and LBW, isn't it? If you're not hitting the stumps, I don't know. It seems like the simplest thing in the game.
The great man Rod Marsh, Bats, I'm sure you would have heard it when
100%.
He used to talk about why, if a good length is been measured and worked out the most challenging for a batsman, would you bowl back of a good length? Why would you not just bowl a good length?
Jack Leach continues, Holder defends, 163 for 4.
You know what, it's a very good question. Good length is there for a reason. It's the most challenging length, and when all the stats come up on Hawkeye and everything else, funnily enough, the area that goes for the least amount of runs is a good length.
Pushed away out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. On certain pitches, a good length isn't going to be hitting the top of off, isn't it? It needs to be slightly fuller than good. What does Jerry Kimble tell us? What is the cricketing scientific definition of a good length? Is it simply measured in metres?
Yeah. It used to be 6 to 8, and we've moved it to 5 to 7.
So, bowling that length on some pitches is going to be going over the stumps.
If you're hitting 7 metres most of the time and you're a fast bowler,
Leach again, Holder defends, no run.
You should be going over, but between 5 and 6, 6.5 on most surfaces outside of,
It's hitting the top of the stumps.
Yeah, other than the whacker. New ball's a little bit different because new ball bounces more, obviously. But yes, in general, they should be hitting the stumps. That's the whole idea of the wobble ball, isn't it?
Leach again, forward comes Holder, defends, no run.
You bowl the wobble ball wider of the stumps, you angle it into the stumps. If it does anything, it's going to hit middle and leg. If it straightens a little bit, it might clip the outside of off stump or take the outside. So you're keeping the bails in, you're keeping caught behind in, you're keeping LBW.
Here's Leach once again, and it's pushed out towards cover again. Lawrence Fields, no run. Can't get over the colour of this ball. It's like the colour of Brighton Rock. It's pink. It's just discoloured. It looks really does look like it needs to be replaced. And Nkrumah Bonner 17, Jason Holder 21, West Indies 163 for 4.
So if you have a look in Test cricket, Full balls go at 5 runs and over and average 44. Short of a good length goes at 2.5 runs and over and averages 30. Short balls go at 5 runs and over and average 35. Length balls go at 2 runs and over and average 18. Banging in, I say.
A new over from Craig Overton. He's going full and straight. So, again, whether you like the plan or don't, he's got one. There's a whole bunch of cutout masks that have been distributed from all the England players and various other celebrities, Lord Botham. And the Barmy Army have all got them, and it's an indication of just how slow this period of the game is at the moment. That there's people wearing the mask of Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow and Lord Botham, and the cameramen are obviously also well aware of the fact that the runs have dried up because they're showing us shots of Andrew Strauss, and I didn't know Jonathan Trott was out there as well. Is he batting consultant for this trip?
No, he's on a family holiday. Really? Yeah, he messaged me last night to see if I was out there. I think he's bored already.
He's obviously abandoned his family because he's sitting in the place.
Well, yeah, I told you he was looking. He was looking to do something.
Overton in again. Holder flicks a straight delivery out towards deep mid wicket, and let's go. There's one run, I should say. Let's go for a family holiday to Antigua. Right, you take the kids to the pool. I'm just going to go off and see the boys.
Just going to go catch up with Strauss at the test match.
See whether he can get himself a full-time job. No, he's got a full-time job with Warwickshire now. So, it might be a slow period of play, but it's a very, very important period of play. That's good delivery. Good bounce of that from Craig Overton. He's been very sparing. I just thought early on he was going full short, and now he's gone full, and that was a bouncer that genuinely surprised Nkrumah Bunner, and he had made a very late decision to duck underneath it. Did Ben Stokes lose his test cap? Because he's got a brand new one on his head at the moment. Maybe he mislaid it. It's pushed out on the onside, and there's no run. Test cricket has come in two sorts. There are those who revere their cap, like Matt Pryor, and there are those for whom it's just a cap. And it looks like Ben Stokes decided that his old one was a bit weather beaten and sweat stained, as the famous Matt Pryor cap was, and so he's decided to go for a new one, an upgrade. 165 for 4. That's down the leg side, poor delivery, leg glance, running away for 4, and that's a good stop. That's a brilliant stop, actually. Chris Wokes with the diving tumble from deep backward square, long leg I think he was, and he's just landed on his shoulder as well. He's just making sure that giving himself a little finger massage in the shoulder area, make sure it's okay. But that's unfortunate from Craig Overton. It was really good tight over up until that point, but he's gone for 2 off the last ball. 55 overs gone, 167 for 4.
Yeah, the reason Ben Stokes' cap is looking so new is if you have a look just underneath the England badge, there was the number 75, and he's playing his 76th test match. So he's had that cap for this is the second test.
Andrew McKenna will take over.
Cheers, Manners. Yes, England do the incremental 25, 50, 75, 100. So a new one for Ben Stokes. It's going to be Leach to continue.
Go on, lads.
Bowling to Jason Holder, 22 not out from 62 balls. 167 for 4, the West Indies. Slipped and a leg slip. Holder takes a big stride forward, pushing back towards mid-off, and there is no run. It's a point, extra cover and mid-wicket, looking for a mistimed drive. Holder will give them nothing from this delivery though. He's pushing out on the offside, and there's no run. was very disappointed actually earlier as Manners was describing those masks. I thought someone had come in a Jonathan Trott one, but it was actually Jonathan Trott himself. I was wondering where I could get one of those. Holder turns on the onside. Fielded, no run.
Yeah, I think Leach changing ends here with that breeze blowing across, just allowing him to bowl that straighter line. It's what you call that tiger line, that it allows him to bowl that Jaffa that spins from straight and brings in slip all the stumps.
In he goes. Holder on the back foot, pushing back down the pitch to Leach. He's now bowling from the media stand end, the Sir Curtly Ambrose end.
Yeah, the breeze blowing from the offside to the leg side.
And it's blowing in the rain again. And for the third time today, the players are going to be leaving the playing surface. Oh, hang on. Well, the cover's coming on pretty quickly, but a few of the players are already sort of stopping as if to say, well, this isn't going to be very long. And they're actually staying in position. This might be the shortest rain stoppage in history. There is actually a very faint rainbow, but it is officially a third stoppage of the day. The West Indies 167 for 4, and now the England fielders, I think, have admitted defeat, that it's going to be more than a 15-second delay, because they are now very slowly going to make their way off down to the pavilion, which is in the Sir Andy Roberts stand, and they will make their way off for the time being. What are you giggling at, Mr. Pryor? Can you tell us or not? I'm very, very scared at this point.
Macca, where were we? It was raining. Was it South Africa?
Yes.
You had the puddleometer.
The splashometer.
The splashometer, that was the one.
Yes. Well, it passed the time, didn't it? I mean, it wouldn't be deep enough for a splashometer here.
No, not yet.
Well, all very frustrating. Hopefully, it's only one big tarpaulin covering the square. As we've been mentioning, the issue for England here is going to be that what little rain there is coming down is going to get onto the outfield. The ground staff will take the rope around before we restart, which hopefully won't be too long. But I mean, England have been desperately trying to get this ball changed for what, 15, 20 overs almost, because it's only 55 overs and 4 balls old, so there's still 20 odd overs before they can get their hands on a new conker, Gareth.
Yeah, I mean, it's not reverse swung massively, but there's just been a hint to get it off the straight. This little bit of rain will not be helping that situation with the ball. Any extra moisture on the ball might just negate that lateral movement they've been getting with the reverse swing. Leach won't particularly like it, either softening the seam or just giving that extra little bit of moisture again, so you can't dig your fingers in to the ball to get a bit of extra purchase. It's just one extra little thing that England have to contend with that they would have probably preferred not to be dealing with.
Well, let's just recap where we are, because we've got a couple of moments. So England resumed today, 268 for 6. Johnny Bairstow 109 not out, Chris Woakes 24 not out. Woakes was the first man dismissed, getting a shortish ball off of Seals, caught behind, feathering that one through to De Silva for 28. That was 285 for 7. Overton lasted only 2 deliveries, caught at short leg by Bonner off the bowling of Seals at about the third attempt. Really, it sort of hit him more than anything else, and was able to just sort of eventually wrapped up and closed his body around the ball, took the catch. That was 285 for 8. Mark Wood made 1 from 19 deliveries, aimed a big old swish at Alzari Joseph, and was caught by Permol at backward point. The ball went, well, about 15 metres in terms of distance and 35 metres in terms of height. Unfortunately for Mark Wood, it didn't really go anywhere, so that was 305 for 9. And then Johnny Bairstow finally out for 140 from 259 balls. So England 311 all out. Jack Leach high and dry at the end, 4 not out from 2 balls faced. The bowling figures, Kemar Roach 2 for 86, Jaden Seals 4 for 79 from 22. Jason Holder 2 for 24 from 21 overs. Alzari Joseph finishing with 2 for 70 from 20 overs and 3 balls. Permault 0 for 35 from 13, and unsurprisingly Brathwaite didn't bowl today. 3 overs, 0 for 7. So the West Indies got 10 overs to bat before lunch. They reached lunch 44 without loss, getting off to an absolutely flying start, and they were 83 without loss in the 20th over of the innings when England finally got a breakthrough. Overton strangling Campbell down the leg side. Folks taking the catch there. He went for 35, so 83 for 1. Brathwaite caught by Overton in the gully off of Mark Wood for 55 from 70 balls. A really out of character innings from him. He was caught the final ball of the 25th over. That was 101 for 2. That became 111 for 3 when Joe Root took the catch at slip off of Shamar Brooks, off of Ben Stokes, driving at a ball outside edge. 18 he made, 111 for 3, and then 127 for 4 when Blackwood was caught by Overton off the bowling of Wokes. Again, a pretty wide delivery that Blackwood will be very disappointed at getting out. He made 11, so that was 127 for 4, and at the rain break they are 167 for 4. The West Indies, the not out men, and Kruna Bono is 20 not out from 74. Jason Holder 22 not out from 66 deliveries. Matt Pryor and Gareth Batty have moved out. Steve Harmison has moved in. Just another short, sharp shower, Harmy. Nothing too much in terms of a delay here, do we think?
Now the stumps are going back in. Macca, the covers have obviously been taken to one side of the ground just to make sure they get the water off on one side of the ground. Then they'll pull the covers back over. The stumps were going back in, but the covers have got to go past the stumps. So the stumps have been taken away for a split second while 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 guys with the red jackets on come and remove the big blue tarpaulin. And Colin, the guy who keeps running on the pitch to grab the stump, which has got the camera in before they get the covers on. He's just putting the stumps in and putting the bails back on, so it shouldn't be too long before the umpires come back out. Fourth umpire's just having a look around the ground, but I would imagine we'll be back underway inside the next 10 minutes or so.
England have been desperately trying to get this ball changed for about half an hour. Is there hope now that there is still a little bit of juice on the outfield maybe that can pick it up and slightly deform it a little bit more? Because if you gave them the option to change this ball right now, even for something fractionally newer and fractionally in better condition, they would take it, because there's still there's a decent chunk of time before we get to the new ball.
Yeah, and I was on TV commentary when Ben Stokes first threw the ball to the umpire, and I couldn't understand why, because the ball was swinging, reverse swinging for Mark Wood and for Ben Stokes, and I thought the West Indies played it very, very well, but I thought if they get a wicket here, it'd be very, very difficult to come in and start a new innings on the ball moving like this. But really want to sort of have too much of a go, because I'm sure a lot of people will be questioning the performance of Wokes and of Overton with no Broad Anderson. But I think England are trying to change the ball, because once Wood and Stokes went off, the venom of reverse swing wouldn't be there as much, so they needed a harder ball, or a ball that was obviously in better condition for hopefully Wokes and Overton to use. And at this minute in time, the umpires are reluctant to change it. I don't think they will change it full stop, because I think the West Indies went for about 40 overs yesterday trying to change the ball. And speaking to Jason Holder after the game, after the day's play yesterday, when he was doing the media, and he came over to us, and before we went on air, I said, how bad was the ball? He said he couldn't believe how out of shape it was. He couldn't believe he was going through the umpire's circles, and he couldn't believe it wasn't going to get changed. So at this minute in time, the umpires seem to be reluctant to change the ball, so England are just going to have to get on with it.
It is interesting though, this one, Harmy, because today looks again as equally a shabby a condition as yesterday was, but this one seems to have almost gone a changing colour. This is almost now bordering on pink. If it almost feels a bit like or looks a little bit like a day-night test ball now.
Yeah, I think that's obviously there's a lot of abrasive surface around the pitch that we're playing on. England have practiced, or the England and the West Indies have practiced. There's been 3 net wickets. As you're looking from the media stand end, as you're looking from where I am, if you're at the Sir Curly Ambrose end, 3 wickets to the right of where Mark Wood was bowling at. Them 3 wickets have been used as net wickets. All 3 wickets, asking the players and talking to the players the day before the game, said that they've played nicely, have good surfaces, they're better, 100% better than what the one that they played the practice match on. And they said, day 3 of the practice, it's spun, and because of that, the ball's been going into them practice wickets, and it's scuffed the ball, and the dye has changed colour, and obviously the dye with a little bit of moisture that's been on off the back of these 2 or 3 rain showers that we've had has just changed the colour of the ball a little bit. As I see the umpires just walking out, they haven't got their hats on, so they're walking out to the middle, probably just to inspect rather than to get the game back started and underway. There's a tractor going round with a guy standing in the middle of the square with a rope on, just to try and get any moisture off the grass that is on there, which always annoys me, I must admit, because all they do is, don't get me started. I'm sure Bats and Matty P will back me up on this. The rope going round the ground is just 5 minutes waste of time, because it's just lifting water off the ground, and well, laws of physics tells you it's putting it back on it, so it just doesn't make sense to me. The players should be out now, the sun's out, umpires are just wasting a little bit of time here, time that England would like to get out in the middle, because even though they haven't really looked that threatening in the last 20 minutes, they're probably they're 2 wickets away from Alzari Joseph coming in at number 8, and you mentioned the new ball round the corner. They'd be hoping to get Alzari Joseph in and get at the tail before that new ball comes.
Well, the 2 umpires have had the conversation with the 4th umpire, who's out patrolling in the middle, and there's just been a big nod of heads from each of them, so whatever it is they've decided, they're all in agreement. As you mentioned, the rope is going around, so hopefully we've got perhaps some good news, and sooner rather than later we will be getting the cricket back underway. Just recap the bowling figures, Harmy, from an England point of view. For anyone joining us this Wednesday evening, what is it, 9:15, maybe you've been listening to the football. PSG, by the way, and Real Madrid is now 2-0 on aggregate. There's been a second goal in that particular tie. From an England point of view then, Chris Woakes 1 for 51 from 10, Craig Overton 1 for 43 from 14, Mark Wood 1 for 24 from 12, Jack Leach is 4 balls into his 11th, 0 for 26, and Ben Stokes 9 overs, 1 for 20. As a report card for the England bowling attack, what would you say for them so far today?
They've toiled hard and worked hard. They've shown maximum effort. I think Wood and Stokes have been a class apart. We are on a fact-finding mission, Project Restart, and I think, as Sir Andrew Strauss has said, we need to find out what our bowlers can do away from home without Broad Anderson. I think the report card would be similar to mine for the last 10 years of my educational career, which would be must do better, because I don't think Chris Woakes or Craig Overton have been too effective on the surface that we're on, and not because the surface has not got a great deal in it. I just think the lines and the lengths that Woakes especially has bowled, he'd be disappointed with. He doesn't need me to tell him. I don't think he needs any written media that will come tonight that will probably comment on what's happened in Chris Woakes' 10 overs this morning. He'll know himself. He's a bright lad, he's an educated lad who, in the game of cricket, who's played a lot of cricket, and he'll know that he just hasn't hit his straps, he hasn't hit his lengths. But at this minute in time, England are hanging in there. I think they're in not a bad place. I think the game is still in the balance on that front. But from a bowling point of view, Wood and Stokes have been very, very good. The others, I think they could do a lot better for even though on a docile wicket, for their talent. I don't think they've been up to the standard of Test match cricket.
Well, the England players are just gathering just by the dressing room area. The catching practice net is up for some short leg catches practice. Harmy, I'm just hearing that apparently we're 10 minutes away from a restart. I don't quite know why it's going to take 10 minutes.
The umpires must have had a big tea, and they must need the toilet. There must be, they can't, 10 minutes. Come on, there is nothing wrong with what's going on here at the ground now. Guy in the middle must be dizzy just carrying this rope around in a circle, because there can't be any moisture on this ground. There wasn't a massive shower. The only thing I can think of is the umpires might just need a little bit of breathing time to get themselves into gear to go again, because from a ground point of view, we are ready to go.
Well, as I mentioned, the England players are starting to congregate. I've just seen Johnny Bairstow carrying Mark Wood in a fireman's lift over his shoulder onto the to the fields. By the way, I'm sure you're going to, if you've not seen this picture already, it's all over social media. It'll probably be in the papers tomorrow. Mark Wood having a single-man huddle earlier as the England players, after the second rain break, were coming back onto the field, had a huddle, but Mark Wood was out at mid-wicket talking to the England supporters and said, well, I'm not jogging all the way over for a team chat. I know what you're going to be saying. So he stood at mid-wicket and had his own huddle. It was quite a brilliant. Mark Wood is such a character. He's brilliant.
Mackery didn't even go in. That's what I mean. He didn't go in. When the rain shower came, that's how. And that rain shower was worse than this one. So I can't understand the 10 minutes. Mark Wood was down at fine leg, the furthest part away of the ground from the dressing rooms. Players run off and sprinted off, and I think it was Stokes that wanted them to go off because the ball was reverse swinging. He had the ball in his hand and he didn't really want to let go of the ball because he didn't want the ball to get wet. So he made the decision for the umpires as to, right, we're off, we're going in. But Mark Wood, who was at fine leg, just stayed at fine leg. He put a towel over his head. He was standing next to Jeetan Patel, I think it was, and the two of them just stood there while the lads ran off the pitch. Covers got 3/4 of the way on and then got sent off again, and then they all started coming back out, and as they came back out, they had the huddle. And Mark Wood, you're right, from then he just like, well, I've just took a couple of pictures with the Barmy Army. I've had a good conversation with the Barmy Army, asking where they're staying and what they're doing tonight and everything that, whatever Mark Wood just got in his head, because I don't think anybody can second guess what's going on between his left and right ear. And Joe Root had a huddle with 9 other people, and Mark Wood decided that he was going to have a huddle by himself. And I'd imagine Mark Wood's huddle was a lot entertaining than what Joe Root's was.
Just on the crowd, Harmy, obviously the vast majority of them appear to be Brits. Do we know what the COVID situation is regarding the supporters for this one? Is it still a situation that you have to be double jabbed like Barbados was a few weeks ago for the T20s, or is it now a case with obviously Antigua in a different position that you can just come along?
I can only think it is double jabbed. There isn't many local supporters in the ground. I would say 98-99% of the people in the ground are from the British Isles. I'm assuming it is, you've got to be double jabbed, and whether, like Barbados, I think there was only 7 or 8% of the island of Barbados that were double vaccinated. So that's why we've seen during the 2020s we didn't have many locals in the local from the island in the ground, and which is a shame. It's a massive shame. Fully understand it's the right thing from a COVID point of view. I think it is the right thing, but having been on 2 tours of the Caribbean before, the balance and the blend between the home supporters and the away supporters, the Barmy Army and the other touring groups, it makes the tour a whole lot better. Bats will tell you, so will Matty P. It's such a unique place to come, these islands. They're all different countries, they're all different islands. They've all got colourful characters who are used to being at the cricket for years upon years upon years, and they've all got their own stories to tell. And unfortunately for this tour, they're not going to be able to tell a story, which is really sad.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, well, we are killing time until we are officially underway. So we were told, and this was at about 8:43 British time. They were about 10 minutes away, so we're hoping that we're a couple of minutes away from a restart. We haven't had an official word on that.
Umpires are on the way.
Oh, brilliant!
The umpires have just left the. They're on the field now, and I mentioned in the crowd. There's an aerobic session going off just to my right, which is quite fun and quite entertaining for the number of people that's involved. The colour of the pinkness of their skin, because obviously they've been sitting in the sun all day, and the coordination of some of them tends to think that they've been enjoying the hospitality of the Caribbean far too much, because there's not much coordination going on at all. So we haven't had a swimming pool here, unfortunately, on this trip like the last one, but it doesn't stop people having a good enjoyment and a good sing and a good dance. And the Barmy Army are congregating to my left underneath the scoreboard, and I would imagine we'll get a big rendition of either Jerusalem or something to get the England team going, to give them some impetus to go into the last part or last phase of today. So we've got aerobics on one side, and we've got the Barmy Army ready to get going as the players come on the field.
Well, I have enjoyed actually following the Barmy Army Twitter account, because on the day so far they're going around the refreshment stalls and tweeting out the pictures of what you can buy in terms of the food and drink from the stalls, and sort of asking the question, what would you have? And virtually everyone replies. It's always the bottom line written on the chalkboard. It's that rum punch, and just about everyone seems to reply, I'll have the rum punch, thank you very much. So I presume they've now moved on from the beer and are moving towards rum punch o'clock.
Yeah, our aerobics lads have definitely moved beyond rum punch. They're onto something else now. The Barmy Army are on the beer. They are just about to start in some force. Jack Leach has got the ball in his hand. Ben Stokes has just done a handstand, and he's now walking on his hands. I'm sure the TV cameras will show you that in a minute. At the minute, Ben Stokes is upside down. He's doing press-ups from an upside-down position, and I think that was asked by the Barmy Army. They've just given him a cheer. He's warming up, so it wouldn't surprise me if Ben Stokes bowls from the Sir Andy Roberts end. Jack Leach has got 2 balls left of his 11th over. Chris Woakes is going through a few warm-up exercises as well, so he might be coming on at the end of Jack Leach, but worryingly as well, the England captain's warming up, so God knows who's going to bowl Macca.
Well, are you surprised? I mean, look, obviously England were in a pretty ropey situation earlier, and we were told that Stokes would only bowl if the situation was so dire that it was needed. Are you surprised that they've given him the workload that they have?
Yes and no. Yes, that I'm surprised, because he's had to bowl the overs he's bowled. No, because I think at the stage when Ben Stokes come on, knowing Ben Stokes as I do, he'll have gone up to the England captain and gone, this is not good enough, give me the ball. I've been bowling in practice, I can do better than this. And reluctantly, Joe gave him the ball.
Well, first ball after the rain resumption from Jack Leach. There's a silly point in place as he goes around the wicket to Jason Holder. He's pushed back down the pitch for no run. So Leach was bowling with a slip and a leg slip earlier. He's now got a slip and a silly point for Jason Holder. In he goes again. Holder is pushing out on the offside. Leaves at silly points, gets a right hand out, blocks it down. So Leach has completed his over. 11 overs, 0 for 26 now. West Indies trail by 144. They're 167 for 4. So come on then, Captain Harmison, who are you going for at the other end now then?
Well, they're going for Craig Overton. He didn't bowl too badly in his last spell. He had a lot more confidence of hitting the pitch a lot better, so Joe's gone with Overton. I might have had a go with one of my fast lads, I must admit. I might have just had a go with either a Stokes or a Wood, but their workload has been quite decent. Stokes haven't bowled what he's bowled, which I'm not convinced you wanted him to bowl, and Obviously Woods bowled the most so far as Ben Stokes does another handstand, and there's a conversation. The reason why I'm wittering on Macca is a conversation in the middle of the wicket with Jason Holder and Joe Root plus Joel Wilson, umpire. And I'm not sure who's driving this conversation, but something's happened in the wicket where there's either a chunk come out the middle of the wicket or somebody's scuffed it, and
let's see if we can turn up the stump mics here, Harmy. Just see if we can pick anything up, because the umpire is kicking away a lot of loose stuff. Let's just have a listen in. Johnny Bairstow's there. They're not quite near enough to the microphone for us to pick it up, but there's obviously a bit of a problem. The man with the leaf blower's arriving. Manners will be happy. So the man with the leaf blower has arrived and is now blowing away a whole load of loose stuff. And
I'm not sure what's driven this, whether it's England think Jason Holder's ran on the wicket and possibly dislodged some of the surface has been dislodged, or Jason Holder's not happy that a fielder's walked across the pitch and the pitch has been disrupted. So I think everybody seems to be happy now and are looking to move on. Bairstow and Holder exchanged some strong words. Holder was pointing his finger to Bairstow and Johnny wasn't backing down, and Johnny's still having a conversation with the square leg umpire from a distance. So I'm not sure what exactly happened there, but I think to summarise it, there was a bit of surface dislodged around about a good length, which somebody's not, the teams aren't happy about.
I'll tell you, this is a long shot, Harvey, but the way they've dragged the cover off, I wonder if it's picked up some dirt from the square, and in the process of dragging the sheet off, whether it actually has deposited some dust and bits and pieces and debris onto the playing surface. I wonder if maybe that's it, because they've taken it across from one side to the other to take it off, and as a result, well, anyway, we've had the leaf blower, but you called it. Joe Root was loosening up, and Joe Root is going to bowl.
I don't understand though, because Overton hat off and he was ready, he started bowling, and then there was a little altercation in the middle, and then all of a sudden Joe Root's taking the ball. So whether Craig Overton might be thinking, I need to come and bowl from the Curtly Ambrose end, he might be just changing end and looking at maybe Jack Leach going. That's what possibly could be happening. Jack Leach is going to go and bowl from Sir Andy Roberts end.
Well, anyway, we've got Joe Root for the time being with a slip and short leg in place. He's going to be bowling right arm over to Bonner, and in he goes. First ball, it's outside of off stump, and it's been late cut by Bonner down towards third man. Jack Leach will field, and they will come back for a couple. So the West Indies trail by 142 now. It's 169 for 4. By the way, with the delays today, we still technically have an hour and 10 minutes play. They can go on till 10 past 6 Antigua time, which is an hour and 10 minutes away. Joe Root in. Bonner again dabs towards third man. Jack Leach will head down and cut this one off as they will take a single. 170 for 4.
Bonner just using the pace of Joe Root. England like the spinner bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end. There's a lot more cracks to earmark from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Root is coming in once again and bowling, and that's a big drive aimed by Jason Holder into the covers, and he'll go all the way for 4. 174 for 4, and Holder goes to 26.
Width, no turn, width, half volley, outside off stump, well outside off stump, and that's a freebie for Jason Holder.
Joe Root is going to come in and bowl once again, and you can hear the oohs and ahs as it is outside of off stump. Folks takes. Holder's played no shot. In truth, it wasn't that threatening, but you've got to sell it, haven't you, as a wicketkeeper and slip cordon as much as anything else.
Absolutely.
Roots will come in and bowl, and again it's Jason Holder covering the stumps, allowing it through to the keeper, and there is no run. And
Joe's going.
Joe's
going down the. Sorry, Macca. Joe's going down the Permol route of going as fast as I can through and over.
Well, he's made it. He really has raced through that one. 7 runs is what the over has cost. It is 174 for 4, the West Indies. Here on TalkSport 2, Bonner's got 23, Holder 26. They trail by 137. Manners will take up the ball by ball.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew McKenna. 174 for 4. It's been very, very hard going. The game feels like it's got a bit stuck. But that's all part and parcel of Test cricket. The ball got wet, got soft, got ineffective. The seam was doing nothing. It's also become discoloured, but not that has any great effect on the batsmen. It certainly does on the bowlers. We've got almost nothing to work with. But Jack Leach has done a tidy job in recent overs. He's been very, very tight. There are 3 men around the bat now. Leg slip, orthodox slip and a silly point. And forward comes Nkrumah Bonner, who's 23, have come from 77 balls. We're into the 58th over now. Just a reminder for those who missed the start of play, missed the first session. England made 311 as Jack Leach is in once again, and Nkrumah Bonner comes forward and plays defensively once again. Johnny Bairstow finishing the last man out with 140. Absolutely superb. Wonderful 8th Test match century, and it's a quicker one from Jack Leach. It's flicked away out towards square leg, straight to the fielder once again. He's shown admirable patience and no shortage of inscrutable technique as well in Nkrumah Bonner, as Leach is up to the crease once again, and oohs and ahs from the England fielders. Do like the fact that Leach is now attacking the stumps. He's bowling very straight, and as Gareth Paddy would tell us, challenging both sides of the bat. That's why there are a leg slip and an orthodox slip and a silly point. That one is a little more towards middle and leg, but he's not getting the turn that would really assist him in challenging both edges. It's he's got a little bit of sort of shape through the air into the right-handed batsman, Nkrumah Bonner and Jason Holder. This one bounces a bit, hits high up on the bat, maybe not quite on the splice, and collected by short leg, and the over comes to an end. Certainly not doing any harm to England's over rate, Jack Leach. He's getting through his overs very quickly, as Permol did, the West Indian left arm spinner. You still there, Steve Harmison?
I am, yeah. I've just quickly gone through that over. Just flew through the over, didn't he, Jack Leach? It was a lot better from Leach. I think the pace that he bowled at, trajectory that he got from bowling that little bit quicker, the line that he bowled, and also the length. There wasn't a drag down ball. Normally in an over you get a little bit of a drag down ball by Jack, but because he was in such a rhythm and got things going, and the confidence that he was letting it go, he looked as though he was in as good a rhythm as I've seen him.
So Joe Root isn't just bowling the one over to facilitate a change of ends. He's going to bowl a second over. Oh, and that's good. Fine pick up on drive, but it's a lovely clean strike from Jason Holder. He's decided that the hard work has been done, and now it's time to score some runs. And in many ways, you know, he's right. He has done the hard work, Harmy, and that is a lovely, lovely straight 6 over long on.
Yeah, fantastic shot. And Jason Holder was quite enjoying facing Chris Woakes and Craig Overton, because I don't think he's going to let Jack Leach or Joe Root bowl to him. I think he's going to go at them and say, right, you want to bowl now, I'm going to make you bowl your seamers.
Root also has a slip and a short leg in place, but Jason Holder comes forward and plays defensively. He's got his runs off this over. West Indies moved on to 180 for 4. They trail now by 131, which is still substantial.
as Root is in once again, and that was a real effort ball. You could see that he put extra revolutions on that one, just try and extract some spin, and it was quicker as well. But no problem for Jason Holder, nudging it out on the onside. He's 32 and Krimarbona has 23. These two came together with the score on 127 for 4. So their partnership is now worth 53 as 6'7" Jason Holder comes forward and blocks that one. Stout forward defensive push. Here's Joe Root once again up to the crease and bowls. That's much wider of the off stump. Jared Kimber's picked up his microphone with intent.
I won't get any chance between a Joe Root ball. I just wanted to point out that there's 21 overs to go before the new ball. And this old ball is it died several overs ago.
I think it died at about 45 overs.
So
if not earlier. Well, they've pushed one down towards long on, Jason Holder, and they've set off for a quick single. He moves up to 33. He's certainly getting through his overs very quickly. I mean, it seems like Joe Root and Jack Leach their number one priority is to get through the overs as quickly as possible, so they can get a ball with some life in it in their hands. Will they have time to do that before the close of play today? Don't think they will. No.
But from a game perspective, if you think about it, if West Indies can knock off half of the runs, so they're 130 behind. If they can get to 65 after the next 20 overs, which is upping their rate for the innings, but they're now batting to a completely different ball than they have been throughout most of this game. Gives them a chance to actually get completely back into this game. But them attacking a little bit more might bring another wicket, which is where most of England's wickets have come from.
Jack Leach continues. Jason Holder blocks it defensively, no run.
So while the ball's completely died, there is a chance for England there to get a wicket, but there's also a very big chance for West Indies. If they're going to get themselves back in the game, it's probably in these next 20 overs and 4 balls now.
Leach again, and that one's heading down the leg side. Holder lets it hit him on the pad, and there's no run. Put it this way: if the West Indies get through to the close of play without losing another wicket, they'll feel that they've made a comeback as well. I mean, so there have been quite significant swings and roundabouts, ups and downs, as you always hope in a Test match, and we're coming towards the end of day 2, and it must be said that both teams would have felt that they were substantially ahead of the other at various times during the first 2 days. Leach a little bit shorter, and there was a bit of turn and bounce there, but it is largely nullified by Holder's 6'7" height. Just manages to get on top of it quite easily and steer it away behind square on the offside. Jack Leach spinning the ball from his left hand to his right, and lining himself up once again. Once more, 3 men around the bats, very much an in-out field, as he's in once again, and that one also heading down the leg side, and Holder just allows it to hit him on the pad. Needs something to happen to break this holding pattern into which the game has fallen. Holder tried to do that with a 6 in the previous over against Joe Root, but again Leach is bowling. He's gone back to that leg stump line, and Holder's happy to let it hit him on the pad. 130 behind now. Can you see the storms coming, Steve Harmison? Are you aware of them on the horizon? Can you see them approaching the island?
Not really. They're coming from, the wind is coming from, if the Sir Curtly Ambrose end, the end that Mark Wood bowled at, the end that Jack Leach has just bowled at, that's where obviously the commentary box is, and the wind's coming from left to right from there, and it's coming from behind us. So the clouds are coming from behind the stand where we're sitting in, so we don't get a little bit of a build up so you can see that it's coming over. So no, we can't see that the storms are coming, but I think the way the ground, you get a little bit of a tell when the ground staff start running for the covers, that they can see that something's coming in. They're sitting there comfortably having their cup of tea, their feet's up, and I think we should be all right to get us through the next hour. I think it is 6:10 when we're finished. I think Joe Root's decided that enough's enough. He's going to go back to his seamers, and Craig Overton's going to have another bowl from the Sir Andy Roberts end.
Interesting little development at the moment. Players held up. I'm not making this up, ladies and gentlemen. Players being held up at the moment because Nkrumah Bonner's, what do they call them? It's not a heart rate monitor. It's a performance monitor has come loose. So he wears that around his upper torso, and it measures all kinds of things, heart rate and other stuff that Jared Kimber will tell us about.
It's a catapult monitor, isn't it? I think the England players used to use them as well. They were invented in Australia in the 80s by the Academy of Sports, I think. They've gone on to be used all around the world.
They measure the number of steps a player takes as well,
Everything.
and the distance he covers. Here is Craig Overton, and that one is back of a length and punched up towards mid-off and fielded by Ben Stokes.
It's heart rate, isn't it? It's lung capacity, it's body temperature. I think there's lots
and
of
distance
things.
covered. Yeah,
Yeah, it's a really interesting bit of kit. I assume now you can do it with a much smaller bit of kit.
Anyway, it just came unclipped, so he was trying to do it up again with his batting gloves on.
It's kind of like a sports bra.
That's right. Yeah. And then all the data is analysed at the end of the day, and that's why I called it a performance monitor, because it here is Overton again. That's short and pulled. That's a lovely shot from Nkrumah Bonner, who's played very much within himself throughout this innings, but with no pace in the pitch and a soft, tired ball. That really, even Nkrumah Bonner at his most conservative couldn't let that one go.
No, he couldn't. It was I would say direction-wise, it was straight. It was right from Craig Overton, but with no pace. You're right, on the pitch or off the surface. It was pretty much a free hit, even with 5 men on the leg side.
That one is steered away with an open face bat. There's a chase on here for Dan Lawrence and Joe Root. Root will get there. He's set off from first slip, so he actually had slightly further to go than Dan Lawrence, but he won the chase, and it stops just short of the boundary. Again, outfield very slow, particularly it's more heavily sanded the closer you get to the boundary, and of course there was infamously a problem with the outfield and excess sand on it, which caused the test match in 2009 to be abandoned. But Harmy, we've had Gareth Baddy and Matt Pryor talking about what options the bowlers have got in such an apparently hopeless situation, with nothing to work with the ball, the surface apparently having completely died. That's again short and is pulled away by Nkrumah Bonner, this time just for a single to deep backward square leg. You have been in this situation many times. What do? You just go into a dot ball holding pattern and you just try and outpatience the batsman, do you? Or
I think that's simple, man. That's a simple way of looking at it. You outpatient the batters. I was a bowler that wasn't that patient, to be honest. I couldn't land the ball twice in a row in the same spot, so it was always the fun of the fair when I was sometimes at my worst. But I think it's important that you bowl together and you bowl as a unit.
That's driven up towards Ben Stokes to his left at mid-off, and they go through for a single. Now, Harmy, what about accidentally standing on it? And
that would work.
and getting it out of shape.
Well, we to be fair, we had a trump card. We had an ace up our sleeve, and he was big. He was Lancastrian from Preston,
and he had such strong hands that he could, if he squeezed it hard enough, he could get it out of shape, get it changed.
He could just squeeze a point onto it, so it didn't fit through the circle, and you would get it out of shape. So I think with the 4 million cameras that are on you now in the modern day game, don't think Ben Stokes will get away with that. But I think if it did get over the fence, I would suggest to one of the Barmy Army lads, give it I know it's got to be sanitised, but give it a squeeze before you throw it back.
When you first told me that, I didn't know whether you were winding me up or not.
How we used to do it.
It's like, that when I was a kid and I was told that there were strong men in the world who were strong enough to tear a telephone directory in half. Are there still telephone directories? Anyway, but I didn't know whether you were kidding me that you could actually squeeze a cricket ball out of shape. But this one must be
must be very damp, very, very soft, and I'm actually believing you now.
Yeah, I would imagine you'd give it if you give it a good squeeze, you'd get at least an outer shape with a point on it, which made it not fit through the circle.
Here is Jack Leach continuing, and I like the way he's bowling at the moment. He's been very tight. He's bowling at a good click as well, and he's bowling straight, and he's bowling at the stumps, and that one is pushed away defensively up on the offside. I mean, England have got to do something just to get this ball changed. Maybe they've decided just to try and defend their way into the close of play, but now that the close of play has been extended by half an hour, they've still got plenty of work to be done. There's still up to 50 minutes of play remaining today because it has been extended. In Nkrumah 30, Jason Holder 33. West Indies are 188 for 4. This partnership is worth 61 as Leach comes in once again and is pushed away defensively by Nkrumah Bonner.
Stokes is warming up, but unfortunately so are the ground staff.
Oh dear, really?
Yeah, the ground staff are warming up just to our left, and Stokes is warming up, going through the motions.
That's steered away behind square on the offside, and a scrambling stop by Zach Crawley. So another. I used the word storm earlier. That's not. It's not the right word. It's more of a squall, isn't it? Really, it's just a sort of little cloudburst over the island, and that's pushed defensively out towards cover once again. And there's no run. How's the light? Looks
the light's fine.
Sunny.
Yeah, light's fine. No problem with the light, and I think we'll get through the close of play. Not a problem with the light. And I like the way Jack Leach is bowling. Bowling really nice. He looks as though he's got a good rhythm going.
Yeah, he does. I completely agree. He's really grooved at the moment, isn't he? He's landing it where he wants to, and that one is defended again off the back foot by Bonner. There's no run. I mean, again, at 127 for 4, West Indies were in trouble, and 40 minutes before that they were 83 for none. And they're just grinding their way, and that Test matches, that's what they're about. They're hard work, and when the time comes to grind, that's exactly what you have to do. And all credit to Jason Holder and Nkrumah Bonner for doing exactly that. I have to say that the batsmen at the moment are grinding better than England's seamers. Anyway, Jack Leach has got into grind mode, and he's going along very nicely indeed. He's just completed his 14th over, 8 of which have been maidens, and by my calculations, I think 5 of his last 7 have been maidens. Here's Craig Overton. Dot balls required here, and no, too much width. Back and across goes Jason Holder, and he plays a lovely back foot punch drive for 4. Super shot.
Yeah, super shot, but a poor ball. That's a poor ball. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the leg side. He's got 2 catches on the leg side in front of square. You've got Jack Leach out at deep square leg. Obviously Mark Wood at a wide, fine leg, and he's bowled a ball on probably 5th, 6th stump. Short, wide, and that's it's just not good enough from the big lad from Somerset. He's not bowling to his field. Just brought Jack Leach across the backward point. He's got to go a little bit straighter.
Here is Overton once again, and that's better. That's in at the pads. Homie, he's clearly got a plan here, and I don't want to lead you into criticism that's heavier than you're comfortable with, but he's got 2 catching short mid-wickets and a mid-on. As you said, 5 men on the leg side, and he's just pulled a foot outside off stump. I mean, that he would know. He wouldn't find that acceptable, would he?
No, we can't find that acceptable. And the frustrating thing is that it comes back to concentration at the top level.
Forward comes Jason Holder for the next one, pushing it up towards mid-off. I mean, that's missing your target by a lot.
Yeah, it's missing your target by a lot, but how many times have I said when someone like Rory Burns, an example, getting out just before breaks, and it's switching on in Test match cricket. you've got to switch on every ball. You've got to be ready to go and do your discipline well. And unfortunately, first ball of an over, you just bowl a rank long hop wide outside off stump with 5 man on the leg side.
That one is steered effortlessly and rather skillfully by Jason Holder down towards the unguarded third man boundary. But again, you have to ask, I mean, is Craig Overton just so attuned and so accustomed to bowling a fourth stump line? And if that is the case, why has he got this leg side field? Why has he got 2 short mid wickets catching and a mid on if he's going to be bowling outside off stump with 1 slip, nobody on the third man boundary? The batsman just opens the face of the bat, runs it down to third man for 4.
Couldn't agree more. And slip's not in the game really because it's not carrying.
And Joe Root's gone wider at slip. Plays exactly the same shot, and Ben Foakes has to dive to his right. Root had just moved himself from orthodox first slip to a wideish second slip, and Holder played exactly the same shot, which is cheeky. And had it not been for the dive from Ben Foakes, he'd have picked up another 4.
But again, it's another ball outside off stump. You've got he's now got a 5-4 offside field, but you've still got a bowl. You've got a bowl at the stumps.
196 for 4 the West Indies now, as Overton is in, and he's clipped it out towards the mid wicket, one of the 2 short mid wickets. Zach Crawley dives to his right, gets a hand to it, and makes a clean stop. At the moment, the ball is bouncing like a squash ball, a cold squash ball on a winter morning. It's just there seems to be no bounce.
Manners, there's nothing there for the seamers. I don't really want to be. I was critical of Craig Overton's first ball because for me that's a concentration thing. It's not from a technical point of view. That's you start a new over in Test match cricket. You've got to be on the money. Talk so much for me. You talk so much about when people have got technical deficiencies with the bat. And England have had problems in the last sort of 12-18 months with players who have got poor techniques and been exposed. Well, they get exposed because bowlers around the world now bowl 5 balls and over in the right area. In county cricket, it's 3 balls and over, 3.5 balls and over, on average over the course of the day. And that's what you get in county cricket, and that's the change and the difference between county cricket and international cricket. The very first ball, you've got to be on it, and you've got to make sure you look around the field, you get to the top of your mark, you get yourself ready. Right, what am I going to bowl? I've got a 5-4 leg side field. I can't bowl any wider than off stump. And I know we play the perfect game from sitting up here in the commentary box, but that for me is a concentration factor. He comes up, rank long hop, first ball, trying to get into the over. It's as if to say, oh, well, I'll ease into the over. No, you don't. In Test cricket, you don't ease into the over, and unfortunately, that's just what happened there. Straight away, you put yourself under pressure.
I'm surprised that Jack Leach is being brought out of the attack. I am very surprised. Chris Woakes is another leg side delivery. I reckon he's bowled as many leg side deliveries today as he has done in some seasons. It's just clipped away out on the leg side. He's just missing his lines dramatically. But like I said, Jack Leach bowled 5 out of 7 maidens. At least that was doing a job. No, he wasn't looking threatening. He wasn't.
I just wonder if he's going to go to the other end.
Okay.
I thought that's why Joe came on, but he's bowled nicely at this end. I don't know why you'd move him.
Yeah, well, exactly. He's he's doing a job. He wasn't conceding any runs, literally. And Woakes is in again, and that's pushed defensively by Jason Holder up towards mid-on. Who was the best old ball seamer that you played with or against? And we're talking 60 overs.
Yeah, Hoggy was good with an old ball because he could bowl to a plan. Hoggard, you'd stick one side of the wicket, 7-2 field, and Hoggy would bowl to that with the odd slower ball. He'd bowl wide outside off stump. He'd hide the ball for a bit. Patience game with the batsman. I think he was beautiful at it. And going off my time, Ashley Giles as well. The way Jallow bowled, he was a defensive-ish bowler anywhere, and he could hide the ball on sort of because of his tall and the way he let go of the ball, it was still in and around leg stump, and it was asking questions, but he bowled overs which slowed the game down for us, which was good.
Woakes in again, and Jason Holder pushes it up towards mid-on. I'm half wondering, I'm half of a mind to think that Chris Woakes bowled 10 overs for 51. He's been all over the place. I think he's had certainly possibly the worst day with a red ball that I've ever seen from him. And I guess one half of you as a captain needs to sort of wonder whether you think, okay, just let him have a good night's sleep and let's try again tomorrow. But that's steered away behind square on the offside. You can't hide the designated attack leader, can you? Look, you have to say we can't all bowl. Yeah, we've only got 5 bowlers, and you're gonna have to pull your finger out and carry your load.
No, you're gonna. That's right, exactly right. But also, you give him a go, and you're hoping his next spell will be the one that just kicks him into gear.
Here is Woakes once again, and again it's just too straight. It's not straight. It's aimed at leg stump, and again it's just the easiest of a couple of runs, clipped away off his pads by Jason Holder. How disruptive is the wind? I mean, that's one thing that may not be an excuse, but a reason for. He doesn't look like he's struggling with his rhythm. I mean, he seems to be pretty well grooved, Harmy, and yet, one of the most consistent, metronomically accurate seam bowlers in England's been all over the place today.
Yeah, there could be some truth in that. There's a truth and factor in that. The wind is strong across the ground, and it does knock you off your action. You're right, it's as tough as I've seen Chris Woakes have a day with the red ball from a consistency point of view. He's bowled both sides of the wicket. I don't mind him bowling straight, but the last couple he's been 2 leg side, and it's been an easy clip off the legs for the West Indian batsman.
Woakes in, and this time it is aimed at middle stump, back of a length. I think he went wider of the crease there as well to increase the angle into Holder, but he plays it away defensively without any difficulty whatsoever. And Jason Holder remains on 43, and Kumar Bonner is on 31, and the West Indies are 199 for 4, and this 5th wicket partnership continues to frustrate England. The West Indies now trailing by 112 runs, and really coasting along. As it's funny how we talk about how difficult conditions are for the bowlers, but from a batting point of view, you really aren't gonna. I know it's Test match, and you're still facing Test match bowlers, but you're rarely going to get more benign conditions than these, are you?
No, it is. We can't hide from the fact that it's a very, very difficult surface for the seam bowlers to bowl on. But you've still got to find a way. And bowling both sides of the wicket and ill discipline is not something that should happen too much at international cricket. We are all humans. I feel sorry for Chris Woakes because there's a huge amount of pressure coming on his shoulders coming into this series. For the simple fact, there was all the talk of Broad Anderson, all the talk of that Chris Woakes is going to have to lead this attack. Well, I don't think in Chris Woakes' red ball career he was in a position to be that person to lead the attack. I don't think that was fair on him, and I actually think that's shown today.
Well, Jack Leach is he has changed ends, which is perhaps that it's a wind thing. Maybe he's bowling. I know the wind is predominantly across, but is he slightly more into the breeze from this end, Harmy? So I know it's mostly across the ground.
Well, it's across the ground, but from this Sir Andy Roberts end, he's not going to get the drift.
Right. So it doesn't make that much sense then. It's just maybe just a a hunch thing that he's changing ends, and that one is pushed square of the wicket on the offside, and they go through for 2 runs. That brings the 200 up for the West Indies, 201 for 4.
It's a hunch thing, but it's also something that this morning you were expecting Jack Leach to bowl from the Sir Andy Roberts end, because talking to Paul Collingwood before the day's play, 2 things that came of the conversation was how difficult the decision was at the toss, and they still weren't sure, and they were expecting this wicket to deteriorate more than it did, and there was a lot more footmarks, a lot more cracks outside the off stump from bowling for Jack Leach, bowling from the Sir Andy Roberts end. The problem is the wind's howling the opposite direction of the drift he would want.
It's pushed defensively out on the onside, and there's no run. So 201 for 4. Leach in again, and that one steered, chopped away past Joe Root at first slip for a single down towards backward point. Jared Kimber.
Chris Woakes has finished 11 overs, and in those 11 overs so far, according to CricViz data, he has bowled 10 balls that would miss leg stump. So that's a huge amount of balls going down the leg side from Chris Woakes. Almost 1 and over that would miss the leg stump, which I don't think Chris Woakes could have ever bowled this many overs and bowled that many balls down the leg side.
I thought it would be more than that.
There was a couple where they've moved across.
Leach again to Holder. Steered away behind square, no run.
He's also bowled a lot that would have hit leg, and those ones usually get turned away as well, don't they? Batters get inside them, especially the West Indians today on the flatter pitch. They've moved across, so it's probably looked worse, but that's a huge amount to be firing down leg side.
Here's Jack Leach once again. That's pushed defensively. So those stats, those are deliveries which would have missed leg stump. I'm talking about those which pitched outside leg stump. I thought he bowled like 1 and over of those. And that's like really not the ones that are pitching middle and leg and going on to miss leg. It really has been a modest day for Chris Woakes.
That's fair. I just feel like you. It's not been good. If you ask me if it's been a good day, it's not been a good day. I'm willing to. That's my hot take.
We don't need but those figures you gave us, those are for deliveries which would have missed leg stump, not those which pitched outside leg stump.
Yeah, that's
okay. All right, Andrew McKenna, all over to you, sir.
Oh, thanks very much, mate. The ground staff are getting ready to pull the sheet out. Well, the players are still out in the middle. And it is Chris Woakes with ball in hand. 11 overs, 1 for 54 for Woakes. 65 overs bowled with this ball. 202 for 4 is the equation. The fourth wicket went down with the score on 127. First ball of the 36th over. So these two have now put 75 on. Bonner's got 34. Holder 43. And Ben Foakes is going to stand up to Chris Woakes here. Slip in place and a shortish mid-wicket. It's turned on the onside to Jack Leach. England have actually now got 2 men on the drive on the leg side, a sort of a straight mid-on and a mid-wicket. And the wicketkeeper is standing up to England's number 1 seam bowler, the attack leader. That's a bit soul-destroying, Harmy.
It is, but it tells you what the pitch is like, what the ball position is, and I don't think it's a bad move because Ben Foakes is a very, very good keeper standing up.
He is indeed. He's not needed on this occasion because Bonner is in behind that, pushing it back down the pitch, and there is no run.
Macca, I think we've got to be careful here. I think we have to isolate the fact that Woakes and Overton haven't bowled that well in lines and lengths. I think we've also got to be mindful that the fact that Broad and Anderson aren't there is going to magnify the options that England have had. Chris Woakes has struggled for a while now with the red ball, and to give him the leader of the attack I thought was quite unfair when England left the UK coming over to the Caribbean. That was a better ball. It was a little bit straight, sorry to carry on, and that was Bonner just knocking it into the leg side for no run. But I just felt that even before this test match started, Labour and Woakes as the leader of attack was a little bit unfound, Chris.
Yep, he's at the end of his mark. And he's on his way in once again. Transfers the ball from left hand to right. Bowls, it's left by Bonner. Well taken by Folkes. Whips off the bails just in case. Bonner's back-footed, never left the ground. And it remains 2-0-2 for 4.
But the way Woakes and Overton, I think especially the two, have had a real struggle on this surface to find a length, to find a line which is going to be threatening. Wood and Stokes have got, obviously they've got a little bit more pace, and when the ball was swinging, which Woakes would have probably liked to have ball with, Wood and Stokes obviously dominated that time, because obviously that was a better option for Joe Root.
Stokes, Woakes is on the way in, bowling straight again. Bonner plays it back down the pitch. No run. Obviously, England were without Ollie Robinson for this match, Harmy. Is there any word yet coming out of the camp as to his likely availability for the second test, or are they sort of keeping that under wraps at this stage?
Well, I imagine they're keeping it under wraps at this stage, but he was bowling off a full run-up at lunchtime. It's the first time he bowled off a full run-up. He's been bowling the last couple of days off a short run-up, but he did bowl off a full run-up. Chris Woakes has had a false start. The wind's just got up, and the ground staff are ready. I think there's a cloud coming, which I think might be quite violent. So I think the batsman just pulled out just in case it was going to come, hoping to sort of buy himself some time.
Yeah, Woakes in again now. That is a straightish ball, driven to mid-on by Bonner. Mark Wood will do the fielding. Yeah, we can hear the breeze through the stump mics. Wind definitely whipping up, and that has been the trait for the 3 stoppages we've had so far today. The wind gets up, and then we get a shower come in. Of course, we're on an extended day already, so it's 5:37 Antiguan time. Theoretically, potentially half an hour's more play is what the conditions will allow. Realistically, Harmy, how much more of the half an hour do you think we'll actually get?
This might be the last one. I think Jason Holder knows that. He's just did a bit of gardening, took his gloves off. Colin, the stumpman, is ready, primed to go. Covers are waiting to come on. They're right by them. Guys with the red shirts on. So this might be the last over.
Well, Jack Leach is going to go in. It's round about leg stump to Jason Holder. He's playing it back down the pitch. Yeah, it's getting noticeably darker here, and the lights is just starting to go a bit. Jack Leach, left arm around, goes in and bowls. Holder solidly forward, no run.
This is the best I've seen Jack Leach in the last 10 overs that Jack Leach has bowled. This is as good as I've seen Jack Leach bowl from a rhythm point of view in a number of years for England.
Leach just spins himself a couple of catches at the end of his run-up, gets his fingers going, now goes in and bowls outside of off stump. Holder just opens the face of the blade, guides it to point, no run.
Looks as though he's coming into the crease nicely. His arm coming over in a smooth, rhythmical way. He's got a little bit on it, not much from a turning point of view, because there's not much off the surface. Ball soft into the wind, bowling into the breeze, which is a little bit more difficult for him. So he's having to bowl it.
Now he's coming in, and Holder is forward, playing defensively, no run. This is Leach's 16th over of his spell, 0 for 29, which he's pulled back those figures well, because they got after him early doors, Jack Leach, but he's pulled it back to 2 and over. And here he comes for the 5th ball of this one. Leach around the wicket, Holder forward. There'll be no run as he pushes out on the offside.
Again, that was nice ball just outside off stump. Holder and Bonner just going to have a conversation. Umpires are going to tell them to hurry up, because unfortunately one lot of covers have had a false start. Collins on the field, he's got halfway, he's on. It's a comedy show here at the minute. The covers are 3/4 of the way on. The two umpires came together to basically tell Jason Holder and Bonner to get on with the game, but they've made the decision for them, which the England players are not happy at, and rightly so. The stumps have come out. And I think that might
I
be
heard
end
the
of day,
word
Macca.
there, Harmy. I wasn't sure who said it, but there was a comment about being consistent. And now Joe Root is going up and having a word with umpire Brathwaite. So the players are leaving the field. The stumps have been drawn, and the sheeting is going over. That is the small one to start with that just goes over the wicket. There are 6 overs and 1 ball left of the day, but that will be it. Because we are past the scheduled close of play, that will be it for day 2 of this test match. And as the rain starts to fall more steadily, that will be it. So, Harmy, as we get to the close of play with the West Indies, 202 for 4. Your overall thoughts on the second day of this test match, then?
Oh, game's in the balance, Macca. It really is. I thought England did well to get to 311, a score which I think is a par score, in-game score on a pitch which is very docile. Congratulations and well done to Johnny Bairstow. Thought he batted absolutely beautifully. And then the West Indies came out with some impetus. Campbell came out and played positively. Brathwaite, not accustomed to Brathwaite, so he played positively. Hit Jack Leach for a 6 straight back over his head. Fastest 50 in his career so far off 62 balls. And then England wrestled the initiative back a little bit. I thought Stokes and Wood bowled exceptionally well throughout the contest. Leach is as good as I've seen him in the last 10 overs without really looking as though he was too threatening, but the rhythm looked good. And I think Wokes and Overton, 2 guys who came into this tour under pressure to carry the volume of Broad and Anderson on their shoulders. Well, they had a dare to forget on a wicket which, let's be fair, we had no help for them whatsoever. So intriguing as it is, we come back tomorrow, and I think with a new ball round the corner, I think England will be hoping to make early inroads to get there. So I think all in all, I think this game is in the balance.
Harmy, there's a rum punch with your name on, so get yourself and make an acquaintance of it. Thank you very much. We'll speak again tomorrow. So the West Indies trailed by 109 runs at the close of the second day of this first test match. England bowled out for 311 earlier on in the day. Johnny Bairstow, the last man out, top scoring with 140. Jayden Seales, 4 for 79, was the most successful bowler. Holder, Joseph and Roach all took 2 apiece. The West Indies, in reply, 202 for 4. They were 83 without loss, but Campbell, Brathwaite, Brooks and Blackwood were all dismissed in the space of 40 runs, going from 83 without loss to 127 for 4. But the efforts of Bonner and Holder take them through to 202 for 4 at the close. Bonner 34 not out, Holder 43. So things are set up nicely for day 3. And as Harmy mentioned, 67 overs into the West Indian innings. So we're only just over 10 overs away from a new ball from an England point of view.